natin dito, they know how much Sova is worth in this map. Kaya even though isa lang yung initiator net ng boxes, no, they're gonna choose.
Is the play, pero wala pa atang mapapatay. Sad Boy gets Goth. Meanwhile, will be able to follow things up. Should be a pretty standard procedure here for the attacking side, pero kulang-kulang sila sa tao. Tingnan mo naman, si Toby nakakuha ng shock dart dito. Sad Boy with the headshot. One more to go. Uzi left. It's a 1v2 this time, but Marcusi will be getting that ghost kill. 1-0. Quick rounds here for the side of Boxers. Wag na Spectre, hindi pa na barrel. Si Vil nakapag-open up ng site dito, and it might be a quick one for that kasi walang katawan at all. Smokes are down. The switch is closed. Mukhang
Or, I don't know, retake could still be turning there. Flank by God gets the first, doesn't get the second though. Chips is gonna get taken down by Toby with the ultimate. Sad Boy, go for the frag, 2v3. Now winnable still. I mean, sobrang low nga niya Polo on the retake, only with the sheriff in hand. Makapag the rifle, but Bonkers not gonna get checked. Flash coming in, CSGO flash.
Uy! Uy!
Oh,
Grabe naman yun si Markel. Boosting! Even though Yi won the round for the side of Wild Stallions, the damage has been done. To at least get one pick here. The problem is now there's an ultimate available for the side. Chips though. Oh, there is a person saving him. That is Choosy Valorant. Raph gets down suddenly. Side of Boxers, they have the great advantage here because they use their own Killjoy ult as well. There's not enough time remaining. Even that lineup will not be bothered as well. 2v3, 1v3, it doesn't matter. The Boxers will win out 5-1. Ang laki ng advantage nila early on dito sa first half natin, Echo.
they're just go for the try piece and thus getting punished dito lagi. Again, Mark L, may beautiful angle na naman.
Paul.
Diba? They don't have drone, they don't have knife to have information bago sila mag-pick. And Mark L is just taking full advantage of that right now.
Pati ba naman si Markel dito, nakadalawang kinasaghahawakan judge. Their lineup is they don't even have a smoker, they don't have their duelist. But again, Choosy, he chooses to go back in A main and they're gonna look for a pick here this time. They have the Hunter's Fury at their ready, but they need to get the correct kills. Chips gets 2. And I don't think there's enough time remaining at all. Kulang sila sa pera. Toby decided siya na mag-stable lang siya dito. 7-2 Boxers. Palong-palo ang Wild Stallions na yun, pre. Papunta ng A site. Mr. Sad Boy! Si Mr. Markel! Ang epal mo! Grabe! Judge, jury, and executioner, guys! Choosy VLR again, once again. Mukhang wala na silang katauhan dito para sa side ng Wild Stallions. Looking at it, I don't know kung kailangan nilang pagpilitan to. Bill will start things off with the kill. 4v4 now. The Chamber's gone. The Sober's gone as well for the side of Wild Stallions. They have to retake fast. They're running out of time as well. One person gets suppressed courtesy of that knife, but we have Bill again with the follow-up. All comes down, all comes crumbling down, but there is one more time remaining. Nanoswarm ready. There is still enough time. Okay. Okay pa naman. Na nga. Mid play dito, yung Boxers may hawak na. Mga Vandal na yon. Pero si Mr. Rap, nakaisa pa nga. Can he get the follow-up kill? It is gone! Who plays with his food right now? 2 kills with the judge. At pati ba naman dito sa tournament natin, may mga shotgun users pa rin. Bill gets one more kill. It's all left to Chips, but Bill retaliates with one more frag. Ang ganda din ng hawak ng Union. Yung bagong knife dun sa Oni. Grabe, katana. Ano, may pera, di ba? Okay lang yan. Tingnan natin kung makakahanap ng isa dito si Mr. Raff. Mukhang mababarilan siya dito. Merc style with the follow-up. Got with the trade. 3v3 scenario dito. May Blade Storm. Hawak din ang ultimate. Pero nanalo dun si Bill. 3v2 na yun. Mukhang kulang ata yung Boxers na yun dito. Magka-comeback pa nga. Got with one more. Uzi? Hindi siya gumamit ng From the Shadows na yun. So mukhang papasok sila dito sa A site. Scotty free. Walang tao dito. Sigot. Nag-aabang. Magpupush na yun. May tao na na-recon bolt. Si Mr. Raff. Back muna tayo na yun. Wala pa naman nababaril dito sa loob ng switch. Gets to run away. 5v5 plant dito. Naku po, nakapag-isa na pa si Mr. Jet ang lumabas. Naku, nag-follow up na naman. 18 HP pero buhay pa rin. Napatay niya si Toby. 3v5 na yun. Will they shut them down here and bring it to map number 3? Only time can tell. Merkstan gets the kill over to God. And I feel like this might be over. Merkstan gets the kill over to Bill. It is all up to one more player, and that is Yi. Habol na lang tayo, guys, but I feel like I might be playing spoiler. Time is ticking down. Doesn't have anywhere else to go. He gets one more kill for good measure, but that is it. Boxers will be winning out dito. 1-1. Very interesting comp, but Stallions as well. I think they're playing standard. The thing is, the agents are very unorthodox.
On the C hit, it's a very deep smoke even and got gonna use some utilities. Flash coming in. Pero as I said, look at the flash and Merc. Immediate punish. Re-smoke siya dito. But he also gets blinded. Toby not gonna end the shot. Merc with the recovery. Merc with the third through the smoke. 1v2 na parang how would you deal with this? I mean, sobrang low ni Mark. But still, this is a 1v3 with the bomb in the middle, with the spike in the middle of everything. And he's not even gonna get one. Oh, he gets chest, but at the back of what cost Merc getting the 4K on that pistol.
From the side, Bad Stallions push up dito. Nakaisa pa nga si Stinger, but the trades come through. I think they'll be hurt here with that HP drain. Chips and Mr. Sadboy, si Toby nakadalawa dito. 2v2. Where's Mercs right now? He has to check both sides. Nag-time crisis na nga. Headshot coming in to Vil. Now, ito na tayo na yun. Mr. Uzi from the behind. Mahuhuli na siya. And he is down and out at the same time. Mr. Kamizer. Right now, we have the fault line used again in A long. They really like this A long push. The Rolling Thunder will be on their way, so I think a lot of people will be in trouble here, and that is Choosy. We have the wall up as well. Oh, they're all gonna be falling down over to Bonkers. He as well with the follow-up. And now they have the entire side to themselves. 2v5 retake? Never mind, it's a 4v2 now as Mercs will bite the claws out of that Jet player right now, putting her out of the map for now. Oh my goodness, nag-drop down si Mr. Skemizer. But is that even enough? Nako, yes sir! Merkstan gets out Goth. They have to destroy this lockdown. Delikado to. It's not possible. Baka ano sila. Nako, delikado. Who's gonna defuse it? Kaya pa nila? Nag-half defuse pa nga.
Oh, what?
Oh my goodness!
That was a 2v5 retake. Hello?
Hello?
Well, that's the best case scenario while Stallion. Boxers, they could even stretch this out 7-5 mga kaibigan. Utility gonna be used, but look at the read. They have 3 players pare. Dito sa may seaside flash gonna be used by Choosy, pero that's close and punished by Raph, and hit coming in perfectly. Raph no naman with the second. Could he get a third? No. Punished by Merc and Skemizer. Skemizer with the second. What? Only with the Spectre this guy has been getting it. And just like that, no plant pare. Hawak pa nila yung spike. Oh, how would you recover this round? 1v na. Is even revealed pare. His whereabouts are known. 1v3, the only thing working in his favor is walang buhay yung dalawa dito. It's only Merc with full HP. And not even him has a full set of HP.
Hirap to. Di pa naman full, but most of the members of Bonkers are so low in HP. How much can they kill here? The answer is none. Full save ata, retake nila. I don't think they should play for overtime this point. Si Delix to. They're gonna try for it regardless, but they have the 100 sphere already. They get one out of it. This is go time for the side of Bad Stallions. They have the 100 sphere. They've already used it, but we have Markel once again getting one, getting two. Yi with the trade-off. Can he get more? Raph as well, but he gets traded off with Chips with 2. And it's all left in the 1v2. Alam ni Toby kung nasan sila lahat. All he needs is one good what? Good spray! All he needed was one good spray and he did it! But Stallions clutched it!
Could this be a finisher? Rush, A flash coming in. Bulag na bulag nga. Dito si Raph, he can't help with the stinger at that range. So Toby, he's all alone dito.
Brother Siege!
Oh, Toby still alive, managing to get out. Oh my god!
Ito ka shorty, pre!
Still gets one but Marco inside the side with the rifle, and just like that, it's all down to business para kay Bill dito 1v3. The guy's highly capable, we all know Bill, but could it be a tall task plus an even a smoke? Mark L with the finisher, that's gonna be the headshot. So Boxers, they might have well, this time they're not gonna let Wild Stallions. We're gonna be seeing Raf on Gecko. Well, we haven't seen this kanina, but now it's out. A double initiator and Astra. We're gonna be seeing Astra as the controller. Sa kabila, is it going to be Viper? So much rounds on attacking, mare. They need so much rounds on attacking. I mean, on defense, it would just be hell to hold. With the onslaught coming in, Toby, he gets the first frag with the headshot on Art. And umagro pa nga with the flash play. Oh my god, going back to CSGO is real. Berg with an armor gets the second with the classic flank coming in. Para kay Raph, not gonna get anyone. Flash again to give him some cover. And Berg, he gets flash. Wingman even coming for the stun. They get sandwiched so hard, but they need to win the duels. And yun na nga, that's the opening they need to come into the B side dito. But Berg, he's still holding on. Going for the pick. Punishes. That's a 3v5, 4v5 man, and Berg just got the 3k for the round.
Step Bros is having to find a way to get into the safe side, and they have officially actually taken out Art, but there is a flank coming in already, and Toby gets that first blood onto Julius for this round. Suppress going in to Berg. Now down to 3 people onto Step Bros side as again, things are a little bit quiet here, and the team of Step Bros are spread out. Let's see what they can do.
Look at the time.
Berg getting 1, getting 2. Toby there with the trade as well as Yi. It's now down to a 1v3 situation as Berg is left alone with the Vandal on the Reyna. Does have no time as the defenders win it out, as you were saying. Yi as well.
But getting outplayed at this point with him at advantage. Everything is just pointing to be at the advantage of Wild Stallions at this point. 7. We could even see a 10 to 2 sa may first up natin pare.
We do have to put our faith and to believe in Step Bros, but it is looking very, very good for them as it's down to a 1v2 situation now. It's Julius left alone on this team. They have that Brim ult, and now it's gonna be a little bit tight as they are forced to fight Julius 1v1, but the off angle is gonna be working for Bill as he gets the kill, and that is gonna be the round. No more person standing for Step Bros as
Duck hunt on Wild Stallions dito. Oh my god. 4 marshals in play. Hello? Oh, this is what I'm saying, pare. They're gonna plant the wingman all the way from range, then mag-duck hunt yata with the marshal. Oh my god. They're gonna be shooting ducks at this point.
the ducks are coming up behind them as the team of Step Bros already on the flank. They do get spotted out by Toby. The flash comes in, gets 1. Can he connect on the other 2? It's now a 1v4 and it's only Kaido left alone as he gets a sheriff, gets a kill onto Toby as well. Now 3 people left standing between him and the spike. The knife is not there for Raph, trying to get the knife kill as well. Oh, 1v1, but Goth with that knife kill.
Oh my god, welcome to Tondo mga kaibigan. Grabe.
They want to get back, they want to show and prove themselves, and we do see it's gonna be a knife fight for this last round, or potential last round, sorry, as we already see, oh yeah, sorry, I'm blind.
Oh, it's a knife? It's a knife duel.
It is a knife duel, and we already see one person down, and the flash coming in from Raph. Berg's gonna have to try and run away, but he is gonna get the kill onto Julius. Kaido there with the trade. Raph goes down. Berg gets a kill on Toby. It's down to a 2v2 situation, and now the real Thunder experience begins as Berg goes and gets the kill onto Goth, dismissing right in front of Yi, as he is left alone with the sword. But Berg is just so much better when it comes to knife fights. A 3k Step Bros might not be winning this, but they're still winning in a way where they're taking home some money. But Toby's gonna start us off with a kill onto Berg. Another knife fight here. Tondo experience and Raph following it up. Now down to 2 people on the side of Step Bros. Let's see if they can get out of this situation.
Oh, look at the knives coming in. Mag-isa na nga si Kaido rito. And yung butterfly knife niya mga kaibigan. Oh, it's... Nako po!
No!
He trashed and he gets trashed even. Oh my god, knives are coming out mga kaibigan. And well, still with the man advantage. They're not even gonna get one. That's gonna be Wild Stallions advancing again.
When you enter A site, or I think it's A site, you need those 3 smokes to cover the entrances. But on the side of 69ers though, Morwell with that breach, no lineups.
Impressive in any type of game rather. But regardless, we are going to see already they're diving in already. Joppo is forced to back away as they're trying to contest that, but oh my goodness, the one tap coming in, the frenzy is not gonna be hitting them as well. Morwell already trying to go for that push all the way to their spawn. Chicks might have an idea where they are. Spike has already been planted. Step Bros, what are they going to do to hold this out? They have really good map control and they're all forced to play for CT. But we'll see how they work this way out with double duelist. But Rem already taking down Godspeed, bringing it already to a 4v2. Chitai going for that one tap, but Rem closing it out as well, giving Step Bros a first round win to their athletic prowess. And speaking of prowess already, that's exactly what happened. So they were able to buy up and try to contest this for their bonus round. But look at this, they're already in, and oh my goodness, taking down Joppo right there through the smoke, surprisingly. But Trix is going to be holding this down. The plant is going to be coming out. Morwell trying to wait up for his call for his teammates, and Rem trying to push out and maybe try to play for a close corner here because of the Spectre lineup, but they have to play this carefully. They have a lot of their utilities at hand, but we'll see how Wild Stallions will be able to try and take this out from them with a 4v4. Still definitely winnable with them. They also have the rifle advantage, but they get the smoke. They are posted up a little bit. Trix already taking down Rem, bringing it to a 4v3. Roger forced to back away. The defuse is coming in already for Godspeed. Cheetah, however, trading their teammates as well, and the defuse is going to be coming out. I feel like they're going to give this up, but no! Oh my goodness! Alright, Trix and Rem just going in for the kill and, you know, proving their money's worth as well.
That's really tough. That's not the easiest thing to do. So I panic as well. Chitai here showing aggression back. Unfortunately, getting flash, gets one pick onto Morwell.
Morwell is already down, but they're still going for this aggressive push. It might be a little bit critical, but Chitai, dear lord, with that 3k already trying to counter them. Seems like it's going to be not that much of a good side for 69ers already, but they are lurking here. We do have Reels lurking all the way here, but doesn't know that Trix is already posted up onto that corner all towards their spawn. But hopefully they'd be able to take them down one by one with that operator at hand as well. They do have the spike as well. I wonder how they'd be able to play this out, as we do know that we also have Joppo just slowly lurking in, and Chitai already trading out. Like, just like that, but Roger!
Oh, wow, 1v1 now!
Down. This is it, 1v1 with the KJ. Who is the better
Reels
KJ? Who is better, Joppo or Reels? This is it. But I mean, we do see that Reels is down to 17 HP. So, you know, the best chance that you can get is try to hit a one-tap headshot. But, you know, I bet Reels is forced to back away and try to play this out. Maybe try to throw a little bit of Mind Kings. But I don't think he has an idea that Joppo is still hanging around B with that turret as well. You know, one hit with that turret and he'd probably be dead.
Yeah, that's gonna be an annoying way to end this 1v1. But looks like, unfortunately, Rio is pushing into B main, and he's gonna run into that turret most likely. And oh, somehow he makes it out. I think he's gonna be able to get plant down here, but Joppo knows he's trying to plant. Fortunately, he didn't plant in the default because he would be dead by now.
2v1? This is a 2v2! Because of the turrets! But
True.
Speaking of 2v2, because of the HP, Joppo just takes down Roger, already bringing them to a 4-2 scoreline. I feel like they'd be able to catch up. They have a really, really good pace, and that was a good win for them. It seems like he's looking for the operator as they have time. However, look at this position from Trix. Will he be able to catch on more? Will lurking too far, but the attack is not going to be looking up. But, you know, look at this aggression from Trix. He still wants to look for that pick, but no presence is going to be detected, might be forced to back away. The suppression is going to be coming in, but however, Rem is already taking down Chitai there, and the Killjoy lockdown from the attacker side is coming in. I feel like they're trying to go for this aggression, but look at Lloydream taking down Godspeed, straying away too far. You know, they have the side to themselves because Red Flags is forced to back away. But look at this. Morwill and Lloydream are just deciding to go. They want to go and take these fights. They still want to go for this aggression, but Trix might have an idea with the trade, but oh my goodness, E-Joinks just hitting headshots all over the place, and now it's all up to Joppo once again in a 1v5, but what can you do? The timing might be spotting them out, taking down Morwill, 1v4, so it's going to be coming out, but it seems like Joppo can't do anything here as much. It seems like the round is going to be over by then, might decide to save the Vandal right here as their economy is going to be in chaos, but they're still trying to look for this push. They do not want Joppo to save, but the timing, again, we've seen E-Joinks with that aggression and the 3k out. The null command is going to be coming in already from E-Joinks. They're forced to back away. Once again, it's very, very oppressive coming from 69ers, especially considering that they are running the double initiator lineup. But, you know, they're forced to play a little bit of a retake here. They have to coordinate as well. Chitai might be trying to fish out that information, but the turret is going to be spotting him out. Oh my god!
4-3!
Lloydream, what are you doing?
Give him the ace!
Already! The ace would have been enough for them, but now it's all up to Hawks. But oh no, the orbital strike is not going to be cutting them out. Rem already taking... Oh my god!
Yeah, Chitai taking up space here. They're playing a bit more passive here. Rio is actually opting to just play inside. As I was saying, he gets picked off by Hawks, and now they're trying to take Sands as well.
Oh no, Joppo. He's trying to take that battle as well, but dear Lord, Lloydream is just way too quick for them. But Trix, with that frenzy, however, trays them out. It's 4v2. But, you know, I wonder how they'll be able to play this out. Not much you can do here as they have taken so much space. Look at Trix all the way into their spawn. They cannot get any amount of information here. They have an idea, but the one tap coming in already for Trix, bringing it to a 3v2. This is definitely winnable, but dear Lloydream, please somebody check this man's PC.
Check his PC.
The fault line is going to be coming in, but it seems like there's not going to be enough time. They have a really, really great position here. Godspeed is forced to back away with this molly, and look at these taps coming in. They really can't do anything. They have a really, really great position here. Red flags. Trix might have an idea that Rios is going to be lurking their way towards here, but not going to be spotting them knife, and all of that presence and suppression is going to be taking them down. The mollies are going to be coming in, but Rem is still holding his way towards tower, but look at Rios taking down Trix. They have no idea what is happening. 69ers just able to flush everyone out. They had no idea, regardless if they had their smokes. Red flags with their initiator as a breach alone. They do not have that much information rather than playing for a Killjoy turret, but they do know that 69ers shouldn't be able to push this as much as they can. But speaking of pushing them, we do see Lloydream already taking down Trix. That is their MVP, and the double kill coming in from Chitai. This is starting to look like the round end already as Morwill taking them down as well. Joppo is out of the picture as well, already in a 5v2. Looking like a sealed deal already for 69ers. However, Godspeed says no towards Morwill. This is the breach div coming in. The fault line is going to be coming in as well to try and flash them out. But look at this. Godspeed is just trying to clear those angles. Might not be spotting them out as much as they can. But look at this. Fox is going to get tagged up right here. But look at this. E-Joints is not going to be spotting them out as well. Now Godspeed taking down Rem as well. And the trays are going to come in. And look at that. That's it. Lloydream seals the deal as well with a 3k. 69ers taking the first game.
It looks like it. It looks like it. So it's gonna be I feel like it's gonna be a somewhat of a mirror matchup. Obviously, Chitai going in for that raise, and Trix with the Sova and Godspeed. It's almost a mirror matchup.
It's almost a mirror matchup, but other than using a jet, we do have Chitai with the raid for that default. They already know. They're all playing for long. 5-man long push right here, but you know, they're already trying to go for this push. And look at this. We already see E-Joinks going for that fast push, but the defuse is going to be coming in. But spam coming in from Godspeed, taking down Ryu's already with that defuse. But look at this. They're just pushing it, but Godspeed is punishing them. Joppo also taking them down, but Morwill, oh my goodness. Could have been the push, but Red Flags taking the first round. Ready with that tailwind right there. Might be spotting out Chitai. Might have to flick upwards, but look at this angle coming from them. The patience and the timing coming from in. This is quite diabolical, as well as Chitai is already down. That might actually halt their push.
Yeah, when you hear that op shot, you're kind of immediately usually just like, oh no, upper.
Upper, stop.
Rotate.
Yeah, this is the
Oh,
rotation
no.
coming in as well. But speaking of rotation, they are going to go for this cut noise play once again, as Morwell is not going to be spotting out Tricks as they push towards.
the
Oh, but
timing.
that spam coming in from Morwell takes down Godspeed with that Bulldog though. However, the timing is quite insane coming from him, and the tag coming in already for Team Red Flag might be spotting them out and takes down Tricks somehow. But we do have Hawks already picking them out, but regardless, we do have, you know, Lloyd Dream with that operator as well, bringing them to 2 for 4 69ers. We do see Hawks creeping up a little bit, trying to wait for their clear. Morwell is still posted up towards
big
sewers here. Qs are going to be coming
go.
in. Takes down Godspeed, looking for another one. But however, you do see Hawks with the trade also taking down Lloyd Dream onto the process. Tricks with the lineups going to be coming in, but the push coming in from Chitai taking them down. Rem punishing Joppo, however, and the dink coming in from Chitai with that wall bang. Now it's all up to Rem in a 1v3 retake with 18 HP. Nothing much you could work here. Probably trying to opt for a save or try to go for an extra frag. However, they are quite healthy with their buy and their economy. Try to look for a trade here, maybe. Go for the clutch. You know, they have nothing to lose. Paint shells are going to be coming in. This is going to be quite damaging for him as well. This is the delay coming in. It seems like a round secure already for Team Red Flags.
Yeah, and I think Rem just kind of wants to go for some frags here. I mean, honestly, everyone has ults anyway, so not much you can do. They still have enough money, and unfortunately...
And look at that, the confidence already coming in. Might be trying to spray down, you know, but the fault line is going to be coming in, halting them. However, Rem is going to be able to get that plan. Maybe try to TP in time, damage a little bit, but Godspeed taking them down, and Rules is already positioned up to this corner. But Tricks, however, gets traded by Breach right there, or rather E-Joints onto the process, but Chitai might be spotting them out. The smoke is going to be coming in. The lineups from Morwell as well might be damaging, pushing away too far. Chitai not too confident, but Morwell with the lineups, as you said, Joppo 1v2 situation, still winnable. 47 HP, however, what can you do? Still half onto the spike. Could go for a spray down there. Show me something, Joppo. Do it. Go for that spray down. But however, Roger in a really great position right here. The drone is going to be coming in from Morwell. It might be spotting them out. Chitai not going to be hitting any of that. But look, the trade coming in from Tricks as well. I mean, rather, Lloyd Dream taking down Hawks. Chitai might be posted up a little bit too far with that. You know, with that judge, they're already all posted up towards C, and Red Flags again is forced to play for a retake. However, Joppo opts to go for that lockdown, and look at this, they're trying to go for that push. They want to go for it, and the one tap, however, Tricks gets taken down. I mean, rather, we do have E-Joints getting taken down as well. Once again, Red Flags able to hold them out. What can Roger do? Or rather, Rules right here. The defuse is going to be coming in. He's still going for the defuse. The timing though. Oh, he sucks the defuse. Chitai. Oh no. But the lockdown is going to be coming in. Tricks can hold this out. The defuse 5. What? That's it. It's almost done. But the defuse is going to be coming in as well. Rules wasn't able to read the situation. Spotting them out. A little bit of a waste of utility. Tricks, however, look at this work coming in from him. Their information is going to be relayed. The patience coming in from Tricks. Opts to push out a little bit. Oh! Tricks takes them down. A little bit of a warning shot. Alright, I guess the plan is going to be coming in already for Team 69ers. 4v3, however. Might have an idea that Tricks is all the way up towards their flank. Joppo opting to drop down, but not gonna cut it as E-Joy is able to trade them out. Taking Tricks in the process as well, but Chitai quick on the trigger. 1v2 situation, and could have been saved by Chitai, but 69ers taking the win. Already onto the upper bracket right here, forcing Red Flags.
Avarita actually opting for that Brimstone. Very interesting.
Yeah,
How do you
Averisha is
feel about that
actually...
Brimstone?
I mean, with Brimstone, you can still go for lineups as well. You do have 3 smokes at hand, and the Molly is enough to clear them out as much as well. But just to back away as well, and seems like everyone's trying to go for that aggression. You do see Tricks as well opting for that Ghost, and another part for, you know, the Reyna Lear as well. But speaking of Lear, Hawks taking down Skylar Vaughn already down 5v4 already for Team Red Flag. Chitai might be spotting out Super MJ right there, but not hitting those shots. A little bit greedy with that Sheriff, but we do see Chenok right here, or Chinook rather, creeping up all the way right here towards Garage. Might be spotting them out a little bit, might not have an idea, trying to go for that trade, might be catching Hawked off guard a little bit, but the one tap coming in from Tricks, not gonna cut it. Chitai quick on the trigger as well, taking down Avarisha, bringing it to a 3v2. It seems like they're gonna go for a garden fight right here. Joppo trading out Kai as well, as, you know, Godspeed He's also traded for his life. Now it's all up to Chinook with 20 HP left. Trying to go for that tap. Nothing much you can do there. 2 shock turrets at hand might be able to damage them.
Turret.
But again, you do have the KJ turret. Bringing it to a 3v1 and Chitai sealing the deal. Bringing red flags again. Here trying to break away. Chitai just spamming away with that sheriff. Forced to play for a retake here. Chinook, however, that recon is going to be quite informative for them as well. MJ looking for a very aggressive angle here. Might not be spotting them out. Jopo looking the other way, forced to dismiss away after the trade. But Chitai just burns away from Kai. Bringing in Playboys to a 4v2. Godspeed, however, not going to be hitting those shots with that Spectre. Nothing you can do much here. Super MJ trades them out. And again, close it out. A 3k for Super MJ. Again, with the rifle advantage. Yeah, definitely. May Jet Reyna kami. We're just gonna push in W key and try to take all of their aim duels. Speaking of that aim duels, that's it. The recon is gonna be coming in from their lineup as well as Godspeed is punished right there. And Skylar Vaughn is already deep right here, looking his way towards Market. But he does get spammed as Chitai is already onto the flank, taking down Skylar Vaughn and Kai, but however, not gonna be able to connect towards Avarisha, taking another one down towards Strict, looking quite diabolical as well for Team Playboys, taking them down. Avarisha, 4k. Just dismantling the defense of red flags. See Avarisha just go nuts with their frags as well. But speaking of go nuts, KDM, Super MJ just pushing in, punishing Hawks already as well with Skylar Vaughn. They're just W keying onto the site. They're already bringing it out to a 5v2. They're trying to look for more. Red flags absolutely dazed by the play of Super MJ, just W keying into the site. Both of their duelists are just showing numerous amounts of aggression, plus the shock dart is going to be connecting as well. But however, Jopo, despite Skylar Vaughn straying away too far, and Avarisha is already way far away towards short. And Super MJ, look, how did he work his way towards mid there?
Are broke. They're essentially broke. We have sheriffs and stingers. I'm not sure what value you can get from this.
Skylar Vaughn is just going W key onto that entry, taking 2 of red flags. You know, he's down already. They're out. That's it. They brought it to a 3v5 in a matter of 2 seconds. Skylar Vaughn taking the steps of Super MJ with their aggression with that Jet Reyna combo. Dear Lord. Hunter's Fury is going to be in play though. However, Trix is able to convert and take down Avarisha, but Skylar Vaughn is not going to stop with that W key. Super MJ, however, with that Odin, he's just spamming it. And again, it's all up to Jopo with that Garden. You can't cross that border, my guy. With that Odin spamming you, you can't really do much. And again, the damage is going to be coming in from Kaizen, but however, he was able to turn around because of that. This teams forced to back away as well and try to reset. Maybe try to go for that orb, but Strict is trying to look for another lurk here. Not going to be spotting them out as the presence could be cautious for them, but Super MJ is still able to take down Godspeed. This is going to trigger them to go for that trade as well as Hawks already quick on the trigger, taking Super MJ as well. There's another clear entry for them as well. Chitai is already up towards Generator as well, getting digged towards the wall. The paper wall, as you said, CK, is showing, but Kai already quick on the trigger, pushing that. But Skylar Vaughn, what is happening? Avarisha and Skylar Vaughn just started pushing out towards Garden, taking the entire team of Red Flags down. What happened there?
That was so quick. I was looking at the Heaven player pushing down, and then suddenly everyone in Garden died. So that was insane.
Hey man, you know, don't look for somebody to heal for you. Heal yourself.
Heal yourself.
And speaking of healing already, yep, can't heal yourself already. And Super MJ is just going nuts with that Empress. He's just pushing the Brim Volley and running away, taking the round from Red Flag, just yoinking that entire round from them. Team Playboys. You know, in other maps, and I guess Super MJ is just super confident with the Reyna, and so they might have an idea that they're gauging this area, but Avarisha is still creeping his way up right here towards mid. Might be spotting out Vil, already taking one down. That's 5v4. Toby, however, spots him out, gets for the trade. Might have an idea that they are going to go for that flag, but Super MJ decides to back away and not take that fight against Goth. So now it's a 4v4. Super MJ still looking to go for that kill. Might be spotting out. There you go. They are going to be spotting out Raph as well, but is forced to back away as Super MJ trades out Toby as well. But oh, the one tap coming in from Skylar Vaughn, taking down Yi as well. Now it's all up to Goth with that Sheriff. Nothing much you can do here with that KJ. And the right click coming in from Chinook, giving another solid round, first round win by Raph as well, forced to back away. But here's the aggression coming in from Skylar Vaughn and Super MJ, already up towards Garage right there. The blind is going to be coming in, but they're already out. And look at that combination and reaction from Super MJ, taking down Raph, giving them a free plant towards C. Now it's a 4v5 retake on the buy round of Wild Stallions. Yi creeping a little back up towards Garage. Might be hard to take in there as Goth tries to clear out these corners slowly. The blind is going to be coming in for Avarisha as well. Force them to back away as Toby can't really do much. No more flashpoint as well, or rather, no more curveball. But Avarisha, look at that, just utilizing that Sheriff. But however, Bill is right there on the prowl, taking down Avarisha and Chinook. Probably not that winnable with the time as well. And the creeping up, but look at Bill, just damaging the economy of Playboys as much as they can. But, you know, they spot out Goth, straying away too far with that Blade Storm as well. Nothing much they can do. Oh my god! Quick scope coming in from Super MJ, and look at this disrespect as well. And the B-Hops and the movement just coming out. But regardless, Yi was able to finally secure the kill. But again, what can you do in a 1v4? What an exemplary entry coming in from Super MJ with that quick scope. Absolutely insane. Nothing much you can do here, Yi. What can you do? The 9 dear lord! Kai showing the KJ diff. Tondo ng Pinas. Seems like they're leaving this alone all the way up towards Oyi. But again, what can you do? The turret's going to be spotting them out. They might be disseminating this information already to Wild Stallions that they are going to play for the retake. But look at Super MJ. He's still lurking up towards B main, and Toby spots them out, bringing them to a 5v4 already. Kai ready with that setup, able to destroy all of their utilities as well. Quick on the trigger, destroying that run it back coming in from Toby. No more utilities to work at hand except for that ultimate coming in from Avarisha. However, Goth spots them out, lurking away too far, and the blind coming in already for Raph. Yi taking out Kaizen, bringing up 4v1. This is what we want to see from Wild Stallions. And now it is all up to Skylar Vaughn, but again traded out by Yin Yang Yin or Oyi as he drops down from heaven.
Goth here taking that aggression. Skylar Vaughn has to back out, gets the pick. That's what we need from him. Unfortunately, he gets traded out. Avarisha gets another, and Yin Yang Yin just finding the trade, but they have sight here now.
Oh no, and look at that. Raph is able to take down Chinook as well, bringing it already to a 3v2. But however, they do have Super MJ lurking his way towards Garage here. Might be that a little bit of the timing, but able to reset because of that heal. Taking down Raph, no more smokes and utilities for you. And however, Kai, just with that right click as well, taking down Yi. Now it's all up to Toby. Still has that wall at hand. Nothing much you can do there. Gets that dig towards Super MJ. Quite dangerous, but the defuse is just going to be coming in. Might be forced to back away. So nothing you can do here as Super MJ is just holding down the fort, bringing them to an 11-2. Playboys. And down the fort, they can't really do much. And here we go. We start hearing these very heavy machine guns again with the Ares as well. Kaizen is just looking to try and spam that door to try and stop their A main push, rather their mid push. And look at that. That one tap coming in from Bill though. Skylar Vaughn getting a little bit too complacent there as Toby trading out Kaizen as well. Now with this full buy as well, Toby getting a free sight as well. Might be spraying a little bit, tagging up Avarisha. Quite dangerous as the smoke dissipates there as Goth with that judge. Not gonna be enough as well. And look at him. No. Might be looking a little bit around the corner. 1v3 from Super MJ. Can he just close out the round for Team Playboys? Plan is not yet out. Look at the mind games coming in from Super MJ.
Oh, you know
he just knows.
You know
he just knows. Look at this, 7 bullets left. What can you do? Might be spotting them out. Forced to reset with that Empress as well. They're scared to plan. They're scared of Super MJ. Still has that at hand.
They're still hesitating.
They're looking at Garage. They might have an idea that he could be working his way towards this corner, but oh no, the animation of the dismiss just wasn't enough. Almost a clutch. Lag, sorry. Oh, speaking of one taps, Toby just disintegrating Skylar Vaughn onto the head with that one tap as well, as you know they get a free C plant, but you can already see Raph creeping up and trying to get their flank as well. But Super MJ already quick on the trade. Toby taking down Chinook, however, bringing it to a 5v3. Nothing much they can do here. They have a lot to work with. No more Leers at hand as Avarisha spotting out Raph, wrecking away too far. 4v3, no more smokes. Blind is going to be coming in. They're trying to talk each other out, but the blind from Toby forcing them to back away a little bit. Kaizen in a really tough spot. However, the Seize is going to be catching Avarisha up, but the one tap coming in from Kai, taking down Goth already, but Toby trying to overheat a little bit. Super MJ bringing it to a 2v2 already. This is highly winnable for them. Look at his push. He's just going for it. It's probably over, but no, Yin Yang Yin saving it for his team, but oh no, the debut is gonna be coming in, but Pro don't fake regardless. The ping coming in from Yin Yang Yin, again holding on for dear life. 4-12. Wild Stallions say a good read, but they probably wouldn't expect this 4-man flank coming in from Playboys, but they did give a free ace sight as they're just waiting for Chinook to ready up the recon and disseminate information. However, Skylar Vaughn not checking their
that's
corners as Raph coming up big with that double kill as well. However, Avarisha quick on the trade as well, but then Goth is well aware from where Avarisha is lurking at. Not gonna be hitting those sheriff shots. Now it's all up to Chinook, already working his way towards site. Not gonna be aiming, burning. Toby taking down Chinook. 7-12.
Let him cook.
For quite the risky play that they have, but look at Chinook just shooting towards that smoke, taking down Toby, their MVP rather, and Goth, however, quick on the trade as well, taking
and
down
Off's
Super
gone.
MJ. The conversion coming in from Wild Stallions is actually insane. 4v3 once again. A really tough spot coming in from Playboys. Nothing that they can work with here. No turrets, no alarm bots, no more smokes at hand. However, Wild Stallions still has the option to rotate whenever they can, as that Omen Ultimate is out as well. Yi creeping up a little bit to A, clearing their corners as they are scared for, you know, all out their corners as well. Crowder is going to be up, not spotting out anyone, and now Playboys are forced to play another retake once again towards A main. But look at that, the tags are coming up as well from Chinook, taking down Bill already. This, you gotta remember, Bill has been performing out of his mind as well, going trade for trade, but however is already taken down by Chinook, forcing it to a 3v3. Hunter's Fury though, exhausted as well. Now they're forced to play for a retake. The timing coming in from the blind might not be able to spot out Raph lurking his way towards rather sewers there, but Chinook, look at that, quick on the trade, right to look for an ace here. 2v2, still completely winnable. However, Avarisha taking down Raph. Now it is all up to Yi. Yi, show us the Hubad buff, bro. There you go, the defuse is gonna be coming up. Nothing much to work with here. That's a spray down, is not gonna be coming. Oh no, and that's it. Playboys secures the round win, long overdue over Wild Stallions.
It's a new day, ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, 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 move it to the beat now. Got the heat now, deep down, we know. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in the flow. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in the flow. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. It's going down. It's going down. It's going down. gentlemen, the passe is your energy and the way you feel. The passe is how you spread your energy to other people around you. And it is time to spread your passe. And it is time to make the world a better place. So get ready, because now it is time to show the world your passe. Get ready now. Here we go now. Get ready now. Here we go now. Get ready. Get ready. Here we go. Here we go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Show me your passe. Everybody say passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe, passe, passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe, passe. Just do it. Passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe, passe, passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe. One more time. Passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe, passe, passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe, passe. Do it again. Passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe, passe, passe. Oh, passe. Oh, passe.
Hi everybody, Nicole Forcadella here, a fellow Filipino, and I'm happy to be part of today's event, the Kweeendom Adonis Cup. I hope you guys will enjoy this song. Are you ready? Let's go and get loud! Hey, 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 hey. Come on! Hey, 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 hey. Come on! Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Turn the music on, let's do it. Come on, people, let's get loud. Let's get loud. Turn the music up to hear that sound. Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Ain't nobody gonna tell you what you gonna do. If you wanna live your life, live it all the way and don't you waste it. Every feeling, every beat can be so very sweet. You gotta taste it. You gotta do it. You gotta do it your way. You gotta prove it. You gotta mean what you say. You gotta do it. Do it your way. You gotta prove it. You gotta mean what you say. Life's a party, make it hard to dance. Don't ever stop, whatever rhythm. Every minute, every day you take them all the way. You gotta live them. You gotta do it. You gotta do it your way. You gotta prove it. You gotta mean what you say. You gotta do it. You gotta do it your way. You gotta prove it. You gotta mean what you say. Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Turn the music up to hear that sound. Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Ain't nobody's gonna tell you what you gonna do. No, no.
I like this.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Let's get loud.
Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Let's get loud. Hey, 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 hey. Shake it back. Hey, 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 hey. Life is meant to be big fun, hurting anyone, nobody loses. Let the music make you free, be what you wanna be, makes no excuses. You gotta do it.
You gotta do it your way.
You gotta say
What you say.
you wanna do it.
Do it your way.
You wanna do it. Turn the music up to hear that sound. Let's get loud, let's get loud. Ain't nobody's gonna tell ya what you gonna do, no, no. Hey, 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 hey. Let's get loud. 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 Turn the music up to hear that sound. Let's get loud. Everybody, let's get loud and enjoy this event. Thank you so much. And more power to Kweeendom, Adonis, Cup. See ya around. Yay! We hit 2 boards with 1 stone.
Let's get loud. Yan ang sinabi kanina ni Nicole. At yan ang gagawin namin ngayon dito. Sisigawan namin kayo. Pero sa ngayon, kaming dalawa lang ni Yasumi ang mag-o-open ng Kweeendom Adonis Cup Day number 3. Yasumi, biruin mo yun. Yung isa pang puro hugot, yung unang nang iwan sa atin dito.
Totoo. Baka kasi yung gusto ni Lucia yung maglabas ng Odin.
Ay, di na ako magugulat kung yan yung gagawin niya. Yan. Medyo pina-teaser na ni Yasumi pero nakita nyo naman sa schedule natin kanina, meron tayong show match coming up. Pero bago pa ang lahat, guys, ready na ba kayo? Dahil it is the season para mangolekta ng mga utang. And I am talking about Super MJ. Dahil sa wakas, meron ng tribute dance etong mga team captains natin. Let's watch this. Ikaw naman na, Yasumi, hindi ko kinaya. Nagulat din ako kahit alam ko na eh.
Oh, ako din actually, napanood ko na kasi tinweet niya nga. But seeing it again, parang ano na naman, caught off guard na naman ako. Parang kay Hot Sauce pang ilang beses na. But time and time again, parang first time ko na naman nakita to. Talagang kanina nga, nagsiscroll lang ako sa Twitter. Tapos sabi ko, ang hinihingi namin interview, ang binigay sa atin public post. Iba talaga si MJ.
At least, 'di ba, yung pangakong ni MJ tinupad niya, yun yung mahalaga dito. Yun yung importante na mahalaga pa. Pero isa sa mga bagay na kailangan din natin pag-usapan ngayon ay yung mga maglalaro sa ating show match, Yasumi. Ipakilala na natin sila. Una sa lahat na pag-uusapan natin dito ay yung Team Cutify na kasama dito si Cutify, si Chris Ray, si Tandot, si Kaylee, and of course, Kweeendom herself, si I Am Kwen. Kasama natin siya dito. Doon naman sa makakalaban nila dito, Yasumi, nakita mo na ba yung lineup nila Ali G?
Parang hindi pa.
Yan. Sila Ali G, kasama nila si Alerlea, si Sekilu, si Mami GGV at si Only Stellar. Yan, nakikita natin sa
Wow.
screens natin ngayon. Meron bang player dito na sobrang idol mo pagdating sa Valorant?
Parang ayoko na lumayo. Parang gusto ko nang i-cheer si Lou.
Siyempre, kinasama rin natin ng 2
Yeah,
araw
but-
dito.
Pero at the same time, nakita ko na din maglaro yan sina Chris Ray, sina Ali G. We have seen them. If you guys have seen them on Twitch, they also stream here. Really amazing female players. Talagang kahit babae ka, mapapasimp ka dito sa mga to.
Parang parang fangirl moment na to ni Yasumi. Yun pala yun. Pero totoo yan, magagaling talaga yung mga yan. Kaya medyo brutal din yung magiging labanan dito. And even in yung sa roles, kumbaga, kung pag-uusapan natin, wala akong idea kung ano yung magiging role swaps na gagawin ng mga players dito. Kasi syempre, for sure, iba-iba sila ng comfort, diba?
Yes, and we have seen a few of them na meron talaga sila mga comfort picks, comfort agents. And actually for me, that's what makes them more dangerous. Kasi even if may main ka, but at the same time, dahil paulit-ulit mong ginagamit yun, yung level of skill and expertise and yung pagiging consistent mo with that agent, super 100% nandun na. So, ang pwede na lang talagang makabother sa players natin for today is yung possibly hype or maybe nervous na it is still a show match, it is still live, but at the same time, no doubt at all, we are in for a treat today.
We really are in for a treat. Titingnan ko nga, may mga nag-iingay na ba sa comment section natin, sa chat box natin? Ayan na nagsasabi na si Ali G, vote na kayo. Vote na daw kayo sa face-off. Yung mga members mismo na maglalaro, nag-cheer na dito, na captains ko to. Ang ingay na ng chat natin. Yan yung gusto natin makita. So, shoutout sa inyong lahat. I-cheer nyo na kung Team Cutify or Team Ali G kayo for this show match. Dahil magsisimula na yung laban in just a bit. Yasumi, gusto mo ba ikaw naman magbato sa casters natin ngayon para masimulan na tong kaganapan at makapili na tayo ng mapa?
Yes, wag na natin patagalin pa. Team Cutify versus Team Allergy casters. Kayo nang bahala.
May bumibisi.
And here we are, guys. Of course, the trend continues. We're not Noctile, we're not Dax, so we won't be using no onesie, no jacket. We got, of course, the jersey and the tank top. It's me, Asarai, with Corgi right now, man. And we're going to be, of course, casting the show match before the grand finals here at the Kweeendom Adonis Cup.
Honestly, I'm very excited as well. Since we did see the lineup as well, it's very, very exciting as well to see actually an all-female team as well coming in from Team Cutify and Team Ali G. And of course, you know, because even though this is Adonis Cup, Asteroid actually talked to me earlier. He's like, "What are you wearing?" I was like, "Yeah, I have a tank top." And now I just had to do it. I just had to do it, man. So
Yeah, obviously, we gotta keep the theme, you know, the
the
thematic.
theme, right? Yes,
Going,
I definitely agree. So luckily though, at least I still have at least I have a jersey, and I don't know. I mean, I know I'm not as batak as Asteroid, but
Bro,
like,
come on, you look good, man. No, don't put yourself down, brother. Don't put yourself down. You're looking fine. Looking fine. Also, you know, while we are just waiting, I kind of wanted to ask, actually, since I know you're a big K-pop fan, did you go to the Blackpink concert yesterday? Was it yesterday? It was yesterday, right?
it was yesterday. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
no. I was at Kweeendom Adonis Cup casting.
Ah.
So, but I mean, there are a lot of other concerts that are coming. But hey, to all of you Blink fans out there, hopefully you guys enjoy it as well. Nice. Expensive rin eh. Gastos, there's so much K-pop things happening. I don't know.
True.
man.
True.
There's just so many things. I really probably my wallet is shaking. My wallet is like dead
Crying.
already. It's crying.
Yeah.
Do you actually want to see how my wallet looks like? Look at how decimated it is. Look at
Oh.
it's
Where's
sad.
my wallet? Wait lang. Alright, so if we're showing wallets, I guess.
It's sad.
Where is
It's-
mine?
It's
Oh, here.
it's-
Mine is this. Very minimalist.
wow.
Yeah, and has a like a pop thing where you can pop
Oh,
the cards and
The
stuff.
cards? That's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
yeah.
Man, I mean, regardless, there's a lot of we know how they are as well with their wallets as well. But we'll be queuing in
Yes.
already for the matchup as well. I'm very, very excited. So we do have, a lot of very familiar faces as well. We do have Team Cutify with Chris Ray, I
Yeah.
am Queen as well, Tandot, and Kylie. Then for Team
Yeah.
Ali G, we do have Alelia, Lou, of course, Mommy G, and the only Stellar. Who are you looking forward to here, Asarai?
Honestly, pinag-usapan natin ito kanina, diba? I was mentioning that I know some of these names. I'm not entirely sure about what the power levels are for either side. Even though this is a show match, syempre, both of our teams would want to try to one-up each other. That's just how the nature of tournament goes talaga. Syempre, pag show match, kahit man sabihin natin na just for fun lang yan, magiging palo yung mga players natin.
Yun
But-
yun eh.
Yun nga yun eh. So I've seen Q5 before. I've seen Chris Ray. I haven't seen Queen play yet. Ali G, of course. Iseki, I've seen many times before. I think kaduo niya palagi or ka-team palagi niya si JRM, who was also one of the players competing dito in one of the teams. So alam ko na may essence of paluna. I just don't know how far yung talaga dito, how far these players will go, Corgi.
Definitely. I think most of the time when you're playing for even kahit show match lang yan, di ba? Syempre you'd want to show up for yourself, di ba? You'd want to get those clips. Syempre,
Yeah.
maya makita mo na magpo-post ka na sa Twitter, di ba? You'll start posting on Twitter and all of your social media pages, hey, look at this highlight I did in the show match. And then syempre, imagine if you were probably like, let's say if you were in the team of Ali G, di ba? And then one-tap mo si Chris Ray or our commissioner, Queen, mawa-one-tap mo lang na ganun, Twitter agad, di ba? Something like that.
True. Or baka mali mo pag syempre kaka-birthday lang kahapon or no isang araw ni Queen tapos ginanyan mo siya. Nako, ban na yan. De, jokes
Nako,
lang,
ban agad.
For clarity, nagbibiro lang ako, guys. Nagbibiro lang. All right. For disclaimer, just in case, that was only a joke. Anyways, first map will be Breeze. We have a 2-map show match dito. It's not the best of 3. I believe it is only 2-map show match. So, that's how it goes. Now, looking sa ating agent selection. And this is a map din na I haven't really seen in a while, Korgs. Kasi it's been taken out of rotation, at least nung nagkakas kami ng VCT with other talents. Ang kasama ang tinanggal was Breeze and Bind. So it's kind of nice na makikita na ulit itong Breeze.
Yun nga, kasi syempre even if magso-solo queue tayo and we have the times where you just want to relax or play with some friends, we've barely encountered Breeze and Bind. So I mean, for the first map, we are going to see Breeze after a while. I think it's been roughly how many months since they were taken down? Well, like 2 to 3 months?
Like last year pa ata. So
Last year pa, di ba?
close to last year or like January or something. So tama.
But do you know what's the good thing about this? Since a lot of people haven't played Breeze or Bind for a long time, so it's kind of like kind of a fresh start for them as well.
True.
Diba? And then with the new agent pool as well, we do see Ali already locking in that Gecko, so it's going to be exciting to see in a very, very wide-ranged map as well.
Yeah. What's kind of good about that din, sabi na nga, diba, is we already don't see the true capability set of Gecko. We are seeing other players start to really abuse or make the best use out of yung kanyang flash. I haven't memorized the abilities yet, but
Dizzy,
thank you. So coming into Breeze, na ang laki ng sightlines dito, Dizzy could have like really strong offensive capabilities, especially when again Team Allergy is gonna be starting on that attacking side.
and not to mention, people tend to forget that you cannot dodge the flash of Gecko.
True,
you
you
have
cannot
to shoot it.
180 it. That sucks, man.
you have to shoot it. You have to shoot it. And it covers the entire screen. It's not like a typical flash na if you look away for a little bit, medyo maiilagan mo pa siya kasi there's like a 0.5 to a second delay. Pero dito hindi. Once na madurahan ka, No, with context, all right? Once you get shot by Dizzy, it is over for you. There's a big blue spit on your screen and you are just blinded for life.
Yeah, you can shoot the ability though at least. Pero I think some players have started to understand that if you're gonna have a teammate Gecko that has that Dizzy, might as well agad utilize yung capability just to push out. And speaking of pushing out agad dito, it's going to be the rest of, I think, Team Allergy actually on the offensive. Kala ko sila is gonna be on the defending side or rather attacking side. So it's opposite pala, but they will still hit them, push it out, and actually just outright beat down sila Cutify.
Actually, that was pretty quick because we didn't actually expect them to just suddenly push out from cave there. But again, you know, the competitiveness and the play as well coming from the Gecko just shows na, you know, the other team doesn't have a Gecko. And they probably wouldn't want to know how to deal with it as well, combined with two initiators actually. Now that I think about it, Team Ali G is running 3 initiators here. Wait, 4 initiators!
What?
They're running 4 initiators!
I mean, makes sense. Show match nga ito. And to be honest, if nahirapan ka mag-take ng control because you don't have any vision, diba? And Breeze being a huge map, why not naman? And what's also good about this is lots of the flasher agents are on that initiator role then. So kung gusto talaga makipagbakbakan dito nila, again, ang Team Allergy, gonna be very easy then para sa nila Corgi. So aside from that, they've also purchased up into the 5 marshals agad-agad dito. You do see Cutify trying to challenge, pero Poofling gets the shutdown. Look at this defense, solid hold altogether. And medyo na problema ngayon ng Team Cutify and to figure out where they can actually start getting a bit of that map control. Donkers, great shot altogether. They're trying to aggress onto mid, but yeah.
It's just flashes over flashes. I think they're trying to take as much space as they would want to do so. But however, they're still able to whittle it down to a 4v4 regardless. But I mean, we do see the Marshall lineup. And look at this concuss already coming in from the Skywolf. But we do see Donkers S right here already going for the plant. Quinn ready for that as well. However, Yuna taking down Kylie right here onto the opposition as well. And the flash coming in from Gecko. No one is going to contest that. Dizzy right over there onto that corner right there towards mid. But we do see Quinn lurking up their way towards here with Chris all the way towards the tunnel. But the lineups already, look at this. We have a lot of nerds in here. And regardless, Donkers is taking Alerlia. However, now it's all up to Ali G with the solo Gecko to hold it off in a 1v3. But Chris Ray, regardless, spotting Ali, tying it up on their eco buy. 1-1.
1-1. Not expecting that to be what was going to transpire dito, especially for the defenders who had so much, again, massive map control. But I guess that's the problem then with having the initiators. Everybody wants to actually start initiating that fight. Siyempre, gusto nila, they're feeling a lot more confident, a lot more aggressive because they do have the weapon advantage, so to speak. Pero them getting funneled a little bit too quickly dito, Korgs, it trades aggression with proper map control, and just a little bit of rotation adjustment from Team Cutify gives them so much options talaga to approach these kind of situations, especially in that thrifty round. Na kahit man, again, they have the weaker weapons, they still have the capability to just get outmaneuver in terms of rotation yung kalaban nila.
Not to mention, you can honestly bait out a lot of their abilities since initiators are more reliant on what they're picking. However, Chris Ray taking down Stellar, lurking away too far. Regardless, with Quen as well taking Lu out of the picture as well, bringing it to a 5v3 already. But like I said, they do try to exhaust their utilities as much as they can as well. Because most of the time, as an initiator, you'd want to save up with your abilities compared to like if you were Sky, where you could probably like regain all of your utilities. But at the same time, there's nothing much that you can do or work with here. So however, GGV taking out Quinn with that Bucky. But regardless, it still goes to Team Cutify with the rifle advantage, bringing them 2-1 right here, Asurai.
Yeah, Tandot and Chris Ray there giving a lot of control on that mid side, allowing the rest of the team to just push out onto a main. Now Team Allergy finally finds the opportunity to start buying up in terms of the weapons. You do see Ali kind of wondering if she wants to go for the Odin Sana, but we'll stay away from that. Just go for the rifles na lang. You want that long range capability, you want that maneuverability the rifle does give compared to the Odin. Right now, well, Do see Chris Ray setting up onto the A site. There's the smokes. And mag-isa lang dito ngayon, defending the site will be si Stellar.
I think they're quite hesitant because they did not have enough information for mid. As you can see, Cutify already pushing up with that Lear. However, not going to be spotting out, Ali G lurking towards window there. But they might have an idea that the execution already for B is going to be in place. Stellar, what can you do? Spotting out Cutify, spraying her down. Already might be taking out Quen as well, but however, gets traded out by Chris Ray and Kylie respectively as well. Lu and Stellar are already out of the picture, bring it to 3v4. Quen with the plant, however, Aleria might be trying to spot them out as well, but Yuna, Ali G spotting out Kylie as well, and Chris Ray quick on the trigger as well for GGV. Now they have to maybe play around with their map control here, but nothing much you can do with a 2v3 as well with the Gecko at hand. So it's going to take a little bit longer for them. No more utilities available. Aleria though has that recon drone available. Not in a position to use it though. There you go. Quen taking down Aleria as well. Straying away too far from that half wall because of that Viper, Viper wall as well. It is very, that decay can actually be a good factor as well. But I mean, yeah, it could be time consuming as well. But, we do see that the quadruple, I never thought I'd say that in my entire life. The quadruple initiator lineup, I think they have enough to compensate for that because they do have a fade. But I barely see any fade players so far in Breeze.
It's because I feel like her utility doesn't, compared to Sova, right, who loves to have the big open spaces, right? Even though you think that the Recon Dart might not have that good of control, alongside the Sova drone, I feel like it does give a whole lot more compared to the Fade here, who loves more, I think, the close quarters, especially because of the Prowler. In any case, that particular round, it was just very difficult to get that retake. This is the problem right now that they're going to start to kind of feel once that Sentinel, that lack of Sentinel starts to really show its, its lack of for Team Ali. Still, though, of course, if they can hit the shots, if they can find the fights here, it's going to be still overall good for them. And look at the shots. Poofling is just popping shots right then and there. Ali now holding together with her friend, and that's going to be a 2-for-2. Alair will find the last one, and just a solid hold altogether. A little bit of a mistake from Team Cutify.
Well, I mean, you have to remember that they are still dealing with a defender lineup with 3 to 4 people inside. And, there's all just a bunch of initiators. You cannot enter in. There's nothing that you can do, especially with the information that they're able to fish out. And not to mention Gecko's disgusting mosh pit, by the way. It's just, that thing's still broken to me. I really would like to think that Gecko's mosh pit is enough to flush them out, but I feel like that could also be a good combination why they have Fade in their team.
Okay. Right. Use of the Thrash very quickly here. 1-for-1 in terms of the trade. Stellar trying to get a little bit more value on mid, and everybody's just starting to go ham with the firefights now. Horgs 2 versus 3. Defenders coming onto the mid side. Doggers is holding on. This is Chris Ray, if I'm not mistaken. She has so much utility. If you can get the pick right now on Alair, that's going to be the Seekers spread and done. But now it's all down to, of course, the commissioner herself, the belated birthday queen, Quen.
Happy birthday, Quen!
Has all the abilities, has all the necessary tools, and she has all the information as well. I don't think Sova knows that Quen is right there. Quen was able to hear all that noise, but unfortunately not able to deal the damage. The Hunter's Fury, though! Oh, but her Viper Spit slowed her down, and the Hunter's Fury gets at least one tag. Big flag coming in from Ali G. 2 versus 1.
She still gets the flank, however, she still gets a plant, however, but I don't think she's well aware that Ali G is lurking right behind her, spotting out Alelia into that corner as well. This is the advantage you get with the Viper Spit, but Wingman is not going to be spotting out Quen lurking from the shadows here, keeping the smoke integrity from the Viper Spit as well. But look at this mosh pit, it's forcing her to go away, but then again, you do have that Molly coming in, forcing Ali G to get out of her way with 1 HP left. This is going to be tough for her as well. You're dealing with a Viper. You're dealing with the Commissioner. Now it's all about timing. Who is going to spot each other out? And Ali G taking in the clutch for her team as well. Enough time to defuse. Yup, taking down the Commissioner. Okay, looks like Ali G's getting banned. It looks like Ali is getting banned.
Show match ever again.
No, they're not gonna be in any show match anymore. Any Kweeendom. They're taking out the commissioner just like that.
We kid.
Just
They're
a joke,
clever.
of course.
Just a joke. Just in case somebody there, takes it a little bit too far. We're chilling, guys. We're the ice creams. We're Ben chilling. Anyways, that was a solid retake from Team Ali G. I gotta give it though. Quen, I think, lost her nerve ever so slightly, Corix, because she knew that he still had, I think, one more snake bite, and it was very much bounceable on her particular position. Anyways, offense or attacking team just fully stacked outside B here. Bit of use of the Dizzy right outside of B main. You can't pick that up any further, and that's going to leave Ali with just 2 abilities, or 1 more ability to utilize, or 2 actually, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't really seen any Wingman diffuses just yet too.
Definitely, because I mean, you can shoot Wingman, and Wingman makes a bunch of noise, especially when you're walking for it. You could try to go for a bait, but at the same time, if you don't have any utilities to work with Gecko, it's going to be hard to partner up with that agent specifically. However, the flashes coming in from Chris Ray, I believe, right here with the Sky, is going to give them enough information. Spotting out Ali G, straying away too far there towards Elbow, but the Nightfall already coming in for Lu to signal them to back away. However, they're already rotating towards A side. They are going to be met up by GGV, or Mommy GGV, right? Rather. But here we go. The orbital strike tried to flush them out as well. Not going to be taking anyone down. However, whittling down their HP a little bit. And now it's time for Team Ali G to play for the retake.
Cutie is fighting for her life here. Still has an orb to reposition. Beautifully uses the dismiss to execute out. 2 players to remain. It's Alier as well as the Brim. Alier is making a lot of waves, but it's not going to be enough for Tandot and Kaylee. And I mean, even if they do at least, deal with the people inside the site, there still was Quen again with the nerd lineups. Nerd. Never what Team Ali wants to be put in.
I mean, honestly though, we do see the 4 initiator lineup still working at some certain point, but as soon as they start getting that plant at hand, it's going to be hard for them to use a retake, because they have to exhaust all of their your utilities as well. And once you're done with it, there's nothing much you can work with here. They could easily just go for another flank, especially considering that you are lacking a sentinel. But it seems like Ali G is doing well enough to be able to hold them out. There's still 3 to 4 onto this lineup as well. Now it seems like they're going to be disseminating a lot of information here. Might be spotting out Aleria. The Hunter's Fury is going to be coming out as well, forcing her to back away a little bit. No more information spotted there. Not tagging anyone up, however, but it's forcing Team Ali G to rotate accordingly. Seems like they have an idea already, but however, Stellar might be spotting out Cutie and Kaylee there. Regardless, Lu able to trade them out as well. Now Chris Ray is also down from Aleria. Now it's all up to their KJ and their Viper as well. Rather, it could be Quen is also down as well. But now it's all up to Tanya, or Tandot rather. You can't really do much as Lu quick on the retake as well with that initiator. I think this is the good thing that they can do. They could try to play for, they could delay, they could, like, how do I say this? Go for trades for their utilities. You could throw one flash, one Han, one shock dart, one wingman, and everything else. But they need to be able to coordinate accordingly if they want to make this work.
Honestly, I was about to point that out as well, right? Because again, what did seem to work as a lot there is, as you mentioned, just let your abilities do the work for you. And since they are all initiators, the ping system of the initiators, right? The ability of the recon dart, the chasing of the Prowler, as you mentioned, really good stuff to just flush out players here. Although what I do see being a problem there is if there's too many players to kind of beat around, it's still a 5 versus 5. I think that's still very much of a big risk. But once they have those numbers advantage, the 5 versus 4, maybe the 5 versus 3, that's when you really see the value of this 4 initiator comp. Anyways, of course, it's still pretty neck and neck here, Korix, and Cutie trying to go through halls. Will get spotted by Seki, and she forces them back just ever so slightly, but that Killjoy ultimate will start to work its magic all the way through the A side.
There you go. However, though, Cutify and Kaylee is able to take them down with that lockdown at hand. It's going to be forcing Team Ali G to back away, giving them a free plant. And now they have to play for a 2v4 retake. But again, what can Gecko do, especially with the Thrash available? And it seems like it's not going to be connecting as well for Stellar, as Quen takes her down all the way to mid door there, or rather double doors. And now Cutify with the timing might be spotting out Ali G, lurking away too far as well. Quick already onto the site, bringing them to a 5-4. A great execution coming in from Team Cutify.
Absolutely great execution. Nobody was able to spot them out from Team Allergy, who were, I think, conditioned to just look towards 3 specific angles. I mean, the obvious angles: mid, A main, B main. That round was the first time I think we saw any Halls control from Team Cutify, and the one time they did it, the one time that Ali G's team was not able to really see what was happening. Now, looking at the ult department here, Quen, as her Viper Spit, once again, never really want to play inside that. We saw how potent she really was when you do give her the opportunity to activate it. And I think the playstyle right now for Team Cutify is to allow that. I mean, slow peek on mid, get a pick, and then explode onto a site.
I think that would definitely be the play, Asarai. But then again, we do see Team Cutify, grouping up a lot because they'd want to take them out one by one, and they can't try to play for post-plant lineups, especially considering that they are dealing with a 4-initiator lineup. So they're trying to make sure that Ali G would have a harder time trying to clear those corners, however. And it seems like it's working well for them as well. It's still a really, really tight match, however. But Cutify already spotting Stellar out towards tunnel. It might be prompting them to try to go for an execute to B, but we do see Cutify just solo boloing everyone right here onto the B side, and the advantage of that Empress as well, getting the value out of it. But however, Ali G was just quick on the trigger as well, taking her down. However, Quen, our commissioner, quick on the trade as well, but they opted to go for B side instead. But GGV a little bit straying away with that classic. Nothing much they can do with their economy as well. Now it's all up to Lu with that Marshall. We'll see her being damaging with that as well. Will she be able to get one? They could just push this though, no?
Yeah,
there you go.
You definitely can. Bit of a little bit risky there for Chris Ray, but no harm, no foul. Blue was not able to hit any of those Marshall shots, unfortunately. 2 more rounds before we end this first half. And it's starting... We're seeing a bigger lead here for Cutify finally. Excuse me. After all of the conundrums that is happening, but now this is where I feel like there's going to be a wrestle back from Team Ali G, especially when they have the Thrash and that Hunter's Fury up and running. How many times have we seen Illyria utilize the ultimate and actually get so much value for Team Ali G?
Speaking of the Thrash ultimate already coming in from Gecko, might be spotting one person out. Chris Ray punished. However, with that Thrash, they could be able to regain that ability as well. But the trades are just coming in already towards Cave here. But look at Aleria and Stellar just punishing them, staying away too far right there towards that corner. And you already see Quen just running up B, leaving her team behind with that Viper Spit available though. Might be going for this lineup. What is this? Look.
I don't know. I don't.
What is this lineup she's trying to... I mean, same, but you see that she's trying to play for this corner as well. Maybe trying to give her enough to work with. Wait, does this go towards elbow?
It does.
It does.
Or B main at least.
Yeah, it does go towards B main, but the spams are coming in for Ali G, trying to spot her out. They might not have an idea that she's already lurking her way towards this corner. This is actually big brain coming in from Quen, but will she be able to get her value out of this?
Yes. She has a lineup through here. That's why.
Oh my god, that's why.
Because of the Viper Spit. And they even use the ultimate just to clear it out. And then she can go back to readjust the smoke integrity. It's gonna go down. So, is the debuff enough? No, she has a smoke. Okay, never mind. I think she clutches this. Wow.
She still has the Poison Cloud, however.
Wait,
but the diffuser still coming. It's still diffusing. It's not hitting. That lineup just wasn't enough, and they were able to get that diffuse. No, the Nurge didn't work.
Sometimes, man, it's a 9 out of 10 times, that one time that the lineup doesn't work and it hurts. Look at that.
It's
Nakalimutan ko ang lineup. Ouch.
Ouch. Yun lang.
Stressful situation, man. 3 versus 1.
That's true. But you know what? That's a pretty cool Viper Spit that Quen was able to do there. That's pretty interesting. I never figured that you'd be able to work your way around towards elbow. Might have gotten Could have gotten a
Yeah.
little bit more value there, but opted to go for the lineup. Seems like not working well for her. But speaking of not working well, we do see Ali G getting spotted out a little bit, and there you go, Lu spotting out Chris Ray with no contact, however, but Tanya or Tan Dot able to trade her out accordingly. Look at this, they're just working their way towards smokes here, and it seems like they'd want to go for trades, and they're taking a lot of fights in mid here. They're trying to take as much space as they can because they are running the 4 initiator lineup, which I think could be a little bit punishing for them. It did work over the retakes, but again, strats can change mid rounds.
Yeah, true enough. But of course, still pretty neck to neck. Queen so quick on those rotations already. Look at how far she's brought that spike. While the rest of Team Allergy, the defenders, gonna be stuck on B. She doesn't know about this. That's why she's taking the slower pace. I think they're just making sure that they can get onto the site, plant the spike. Now they will be able to do that. Toxic Cloud will be used on the spike itself. There's a Nano Swarm. Plenty of lineups once again here, Korg. So Team Allergy, they got to start running in, but they do have Illyria's Hunter's Fury. If she knows where to ping, where Quen might have the lineup or something, and just, overwhelm A main, this could be good for the retake.
As well, and I think the Hunter's Fury is available for what do you call this, for Illyria rather for Kylie. So they're pretty much like okay for that. But however, Illyria taking down Kylie with a lineup as well. But seems like Quen is just being chilling with these lineups. Nothing much that Illyria can work with here, and that's it. They're gonna be taking in the first half with that lineup as well. Quen just utilizing that Nurge as well. Kylie not able to, Illyria not able to utilize that Hunter's Fury as much as she could because Kylie was just pushing them out, waiting for that retake. They just know where to go. I feel like if they're going against Quen here, Asarai, they should just flank.
Ooh, good point.
They should just flank and take a little bit of space from mid so that they have a lot to work with. But it seems like they're scared because again, you are dealing with Tan Dot rather, and the flashes coming in from Chris Ray. So any flank could just be damaging for them, and all you have to do is the typical retake. You have to go for their entry points.
True. Still, you have to also put into account that there is no duelist for Team Allergy on the offense. So even though they have a bunch of these initiate utilities, right? How far can their offense actually go? Also, I got confirmation from the chat, Korgs, that the reason why the lineup didn't work, it was because the wingman was the one that diffused the spike. And apparently, he doesn't take damage from
when
the...
using.
Yeah. It's crazy.
That's
the Viper Spit.
That's just broken.
It is.
Any Gecko mainers?
Confirm even more.
To confirm even more, but however, speaking of execution, we already see Team Ali G quick on the trigger as well, but Kylie trading out Poofling as well, but not too far as you get traded out. Now it's a 1v1 Ali G versus Tanya or Tan Dot right here. Might be spotting them out, but that headshot coming in from Tan Dot, not good enough for the Gecko mains out there. Enough time to defuse. Good round win for Team Cutify.
Man, Kylie as well as Tandot definitely bringing it back with just the raw firepower. Thought it was already looking good from Team Ali G. You saw how, again, I guess that's what you were mentioning before, right? With the multiple stack of the initiators is if you're in a corner, if you're actually still somewhat near which Quen was, she was in the what it's called, the secret pocket to the right of the A site with just the shorty. She basically got bamboozled, slowed down, and sprayed down by utilities with guns. Was not a fun experience. So, have to adjust to...
Sinalo mo lahat. Yes. Sinalo mo lahat ng utilities, especially if you're dealing with a lot of initiators as well. But it might be actually interesting on how they'd be taking base here. However, they decide to double up right here towards halls, as they might have gotten the idea that, look at this, they're just 5 stacking towards halls here, and they'd want to try and occupy this space as much as they can. But again, the distance with that Guardian as well coming in from Chris Ray and Cutify might be a little bit damaging for them. One tap right here coming in from Cutify, and it's going to be over for them. Just like that, taking down Lu already. That's one out of their corner as well. But ooh, look at Ali G with that one tap as well to trade her back with that Sheriff. information is going to be coming in. It seems like Chris Ray, that is not a good idea to push, especially if you're dealing with 4 people. However, the lurk coming in from Quinn is not going to be spawning them out, but oh lord, the timing! The turnaround coming in from Ali G as well spots him out. That was funny. That was just funny. It did not work out well for Quinn as well with the turnaround as well, and they're just gonna go for this push as well. Now it's all up to Tandot. Not good enough, and the Thrifty coming in for Team Ali G. That was funny.
Ouch. Just it's the cycle of weapons, man. It's the mental tick in your brain as a Valo player that you gotta cycle your weapons to kind of reload your mind, you know what I mean? Keep yourself prepared, but especially in that kind of situation when you know they're so close, it was a big risk for Quen to do that.
And the thing is, she didn't even give any sound cues, but
True, she just got checked.
Azure, I'm sorry. The turnaround was just funny as hell.
Yeah,
it was
I get
funny.
you, man.
This is honestly the good thing that you can find out from a show match as well. It's the timing that you can find like this. But regardless, it seems like it did work out for Team Ali G, as I think they were too complacent in holding out halls with Cutify and Chris Ray. A little bit cocky with the flashes and the rifle advantage. But however, now they're forced to reset, and later we're going to be dealing with the rifle fights as well. And Kylie might be spotting them out, forced to back away as well, taking a little bit of the damage. But Chris Ray, a little bit aggressive here towards mid, spotting out Ali G, straying away too far. Just 2 taps with that classic as well. Free gun, by the way, but Stellar not hitting those shots, dear lord. However, GGV or Good Game V able to trade her out as well. Cutify able to convert as well, working their way towards mid here, trying to play for trades. And Tanya as well, Tandot taking down Stellar, just trades over trades with these pistols as well. And look at these shots coming in from Alerlia, taking them down, bring it to a 1v2. Both Sovas rather are also down, but dear lord, look at that crosshair placement as well coming in from Alerlia. Now they're forced to go for another take here, but they did not know that Quen is holding back down with a shorty, and the knife is going to be coming in as well, bringing it to a 1v1. Alerlia versus Quen, quite low, not spotting her out, and look at that crispy 1-tap coming in from Alerlia, bringing another win for Team Ali G.
Alerlia heating up. Gotta say though, Seki or Lu wanting to go for the quick stabs. They knew that Quen was inside her own smoke. It was kind of obvious with how they're moving around it, Forks. But then Quen started to hit the shots. Unfortunately, Alerlia is just a little bit too wild. Look at that already. 19 kills for Alerlia. A cut above the rest, especially with her good display of the sheriff kills.
I wish my sheriff did that in my own game. Honestly. However, the Thrash is going to be connecting, leaving Tandot detained right there towards side, giving them a free execution already here towards B side, Asarai, and now they have to play for another retake with Cutify already onto the prowl, taking down Lu. Seekers are going to be coming in already for GGV, trying to secure their take as well. And look at Alerlia just showing dominance over all of these players as well. 4v3. Nothing much they can work here. This is such a big threat, Asarai.
Yes. Quen has to drop her own smoke or her own wall there. Her teammates cannot access the site with it blocking the entryway to B main. And, oh, Cutify. Oh, she's going to whiff very hard into this. Quen needs to step up a lot more to be able to take this back, but it's not going to happen. Korg's Team Ali G able to equalize 8-8. And it's all from the... It's just all from the straight up hard, I think, just performance that we've seen. Outstanding performance that we've seen from Alerlia.
Honestly, like, even if they just give enough information. I think that's the job of Alerlia as well. As long as you're able to dish out a recon drone, right? And then you throw your recon bolt. And then once your job is done, you start flanking, regardless. Because you can't do much, especially if you're running this lineup as well. But seems like it's working well for them. It's giving so much threats for Team Cutify. They're scared to clear every corner. And regardless of a lot of the mistakes that they've been doing, they're getting super punished for it.
Definitely agree. Here comes the setup once more on the A site. Someone's got to clear that recon. Alright, it was cleared by a Bucky. I know, a little bit funny. Anyways, now...
Hey man, Bucky's good.
Bucky is good, but for long range clearing on the recon dart, I just find it a little bit, entertaining. Anyways, Quen's inside her smoke once again. That wingman is the one to actually plant the spike, and it is so easy to have, hands free. This is literally, when man discovered the hands-free cell phone, right? You can now make your calls without touching your phone, easy as can be. That's now what we have here in Valorant with the planting of the spike with that wingman.
The next thing you could probably go for is, hey Google, can you plant the spike?
Yes, voice command.
Voice command
on the planting spike. I like that. Literally by herself though, 2 versus 1. He still has 6 bullets. Here's the flank coming in from Tandot. Not gonna happen as Kaylee comes in very quick for the swift retribution, but Spike about to implode. There it is. And Team Ali G, even though they get wiped out, still a successful round altogether.
The interesting thing that Team Ali G actually had to go for is that even though they've had the wingman planted, they still stayed in sight. They all grouped up towards that corner right there that you were mentioning, Asura, in A side.
Yeah.
And then they didn't play for caves. They didn't push out. They just stayed in that corner and started going for the 1v1 fights, or rather an unfair fight for a 1v2, 1v3 trade. And it seems like it was working well for them, enough to hold them out, regardless if Aleria was still taken down by Kylie.
It's all about trades for them, right? They can play the post, but I feel like it just works so well when you have so many initiators to play a little bit closer, just so that you can capitalize when you get flash, you get that ping. Now, feels like, oh, that's what we kind of want to see with the Dizzy, so strong with the splat attack.
Hack 2. Literally a hack 2 coming in from Dizzy.
A loogie.
Yes, definitely dropping a loogie over there towards Ali. It seems like it's not gonna, rather for Ali G was able to use that and connect. However, the execution and the push coming in from Team Ali G is working well enough for them. They're able to take so much control over site as well. Nothing much the Team Cutify can do here. What can Tan Dot and Kylie do with dealing with 4 initiators, rather with double ultimates? And it seems like this is going to be a free win already for Team Ali G right here, as Zeki Lu, look at that, with the double kill to close it out towards Tandot and Kylie, straying away too far right there onto their spawn.
Going for the stab, but not gonna happen. They're already starting to feel hella confident right now, and it seems like Team Ali G is just able to dissect the defense ever so quickly. I don't know what's happening here with Team Cutify. It just feels like they're getting caught unawares every single time. Maybe this is the problem for Team Cutify. Quen has to be the one that plays a lot more clutch. Can't really open up the rounds because she plays a lot better when she has more crucial information rather than being rushed in. But Team LG, even though they don't have that duelist, they can still go into the site, right, and bully it. And they've been doing that very effectively these past couple of rounds.
You have to remember as well, Asarai, that Breeze is such a big map, right? So if they're dealing with a lot of initiator executions, they have no choice but to play for retake and try to exhaust their utilities. But again, what can you do with a lot of this? Speaking of that, look at Ali G just with the disrespect, trying to take out Quen with that knife over to her poison cloud, but it's not gonna be good enough for her. The nightfall is gonna be coming in as well for Lu, already not connecting though. Cutify taking down GGV already, and the Killjoy lockdown is going to be in play right here for Team Cutify. However, look at Zeki Lu and Aleria just disintegrating their entire retake. Ali G.
Even if, right, Lu gets detained, she still had Aleria already just backed away on B long and willing to go for that quick trade, if ever, because I do believe it was that the KJ Tandon was already pretty low from the firefight that she had previously, excuse me. And you're absolutely right. They were able to bring it all the way back so quickly in that second portion of that round.
It's very damaging because I feel like what happened for Team Cutify here is I feel like they got shooked, if that's the right term for it, Asarai. Where you're dealing with 4 initiators as well. So much execution can happen, and it seems like they could probably just go back for the site, and they can't really do much, because even if you try to anchor like what Tandot is trying to do, it's not going to work that well for them as well, because either way you don't have anything to work with. Look at Aleria just taking her out of the picture already, and now they're forced to play for another retake.
Forced to go for another retake, and then this, if they do lose this, this is gonna jettison Team Ali G into match point already. Cutify gonna get basically near side, so he has to back away for now, but this is not what is good for the defenders here. They're getting isolated very quickly. Look at the pocketing for one of the players there. The Sky playing inside the corner, but chasing down Cutify might not have been the wisest of decisions. Need to drop the wall right now for her teammate. There's the wingman providing a little bit more coverage. Quen cannot get out of her little box. And Alaria gets a quick trade all together. 1 versus 1. 3 bullets and a dream. And she whiffs, goes out for the pistol, gets it. But again, time just not of the essence.
They just want to knife the commissioner, man. they just want to do it. I mean, we do have the 100 peso what do you call this? For every knife kill, right? So
The bounty,
I mean, yeah, it's definitely the bounty. And considering that you're dealing with the commissioner, they'd want to, utilize that as much as they can. But again, I guess it feels different if you knife the commissioner. Would that be the case?
Extra moolah if you knife the commissioner, maybe.
Extra moolah if you knife the commissioner. I mean, regardless though, Ali G looking very confident right here. Already 12-8 match point coming in from them as well. Seems like it's going to be an A execute already. Orbital strike already in play for Stellar. That's all they need for their utilities as well. Dizzy is going to be coming out, but not going to be spotting anyone. However, Cutify with that spam towards that Poison Cloud is able to spot out Ali G. Gecko is already out of the picture. So they have to push in as a team, but again, they're not running any duelists, so they have nothing to work with here. So they might have to try to go for a rotation until Cutify is able to start flanking them, and then that's it. It's over for them.
What is this? Did they just offer the spike to Quen? All right.
I mean,
well,
probably. All right.
Quen's okay with it. She's going to be starting to do her commissioner things with the 2K already. 2 versus 5. And Team Ality trying to scramble away, maybe, as the Viper's Pit just makes A main almost impossible to pass through. With that, though, they still want to go for the forward push here. Borgs, Stellar, and teammate.
Just one more spam towards its smoke and they're done because of that DK. However, though, Stellar is able to spot out Quen and Tandot, but Cutify able to convert, get that 3K as well, giving Team Cutify another chance for Breeze.
Still should be plenty of money for Team Allergy to buy back up into this round. That was huge from Quen. And of course, all started by Cutify, who's actually top fragging right now, Corgi. Look at that, 17, 18, and 6. Really leading the charge for Team Allergy. Quen, on the other hand, she was, I believe, bottom fragging, but not like bad bottom fragging a while ago. I think it was like 10 kills, where everybody else was like 12, 13. Now she's garnered so much more, especially with her impact on these past few rounds. And of course, Commissioner gonna do Commissioner things.
Definitely, the Commissioner just doing a lot of work as well for her team. But you also have to give credit, Asarai, for Alerlia with 25 kills over her next teammate, which is, I believe, at 15. However, but the dominance coming in from their team, as well as Zeki Lu able to take them down one by one as well. Recon drone is going to be in play for Alerlia, and that Dizzy is just coming in for them. They want to go for that spin. That is the play. Definitely the flash over flash with the double initiator lineup. However, they're not going to be connecting with that knife kill. Now they're just going for that Sky execute. Chris Ray ready with that blind as well. Not going to be spotting anyone else. Now it's all up to Tandot spotting Zeki Lu, straying away too far, but the double kill coming in from her as well. Now bringing it to a 1v2. Not that much, as Ali G, or rather Team Ali G, is quite healthy as well with a turret and some swarm grenades to work with here. Nothing much she can do. She has to play for time here as the plan is already out, but nothing much you can do. However, Stellar looking a little bit not into the right corner, however, but look at this clutch coming in from Tandot in a 1v4, able to save Team Cutify once again, giving them another round to work with.
She has time as well to defuse the spike absolutely perfectly. I wonder what was going through the head of Stellar there. Why she was looking straight on a bridge when the swing out from Tandot was just straight up from the spot. Maybe she didn't hear it. Maybe Tandot played the sound cue game perfectly. In any case, She was able to isolate the 2 versus 1s into quick, compact 1v1s. Very good on the retake, and as you mentioned, prolongs the existence of Team Cutify. And even, honestly, right now, pretty damn good case that we could even go for an OT.
Definitely. I mean, I'm pretty sure anybody would want to hope for an OT, especially for Team Cutify, and it seems like it's working their way with a two-round win streak already for them, giving them a little bit of the momentum. But it seems like Team Allergy really loves going for an A execute here. However, they do have Lu showing a little bit of presence there towards B side. The recon drone and the information is going to be coming out. Not going to be spotting Quen this time into the corner. So they have no idea that she's still hiding her way towards smoke here. A little bit of a rat position. Might be a little bit risky for her, but the wingman plant is going to be coming in already. They're forced to back away for Cave. I think that's the advantage that you can get as well. But look at Quen already taking the trades as well as Cutify, spotting Aleria, their MVP. However, getting traded as well. Team Ali G just dismantling their retake as well. They're all playing from CT here and to the bridge, but they do not know that Lu is up already right here towards double doors. Might be a little bit risky for them as the lockdown is going to be coming in, but look at the damage that Chris Ray is doing, giving them another avenue to work with here. Now it's all up to Ali G in a 1v3 situation. Nothing much you can do with this jiggle peek right here as she is getting pushed by, but the spray down is not going to be enough, and the double kill for Team Ali G, or rather for Team Cutify, excuse me, is just working their way as Chris Ray able to secure the round as well for their team.
They should reset the economy supposedly for Team Allergy unless they have that loss bonus. Yep, it's gonna hurt their bank right now, and this is the perfect time for Team Cutify to bring it all the way back. The comeback for the OT. It's already looking pretty fine right now. Corgi, Chris Ray, she has the ultimate. Cutify is nearing the Empress as well. Kaylee will have the Hunter's Fury after her kill. This is perfect for Team Cutify to really bounce back in this first map.
You have to be wary though that we do have 2 ultimate in the econ as well available for Ali G. We do have the Seekers for Sky and with the Hunter's Fury available as well, but we'll see how they'll be able to use this and work with here for the take of Team Ali G. But again, it seems like they're just trying to exhaust the ultimate econ that Cutify has so that they can back away and, you know, try to take the advantage of having a 4 initiator lineup, but seems like they're not going to be going for that B site as well. The Seekers are going to be out already for Team Allergy. Seems like they're a little bit scared with a lot of the execution coming in from Team Cutify. They're going their way back to A. Now it's all up to Quen, our commissioner, to deal with that once again. But look at that, the Prowlers and all of the utilities that she just has to receive for is gonna be quite damaging for her as well. Nothing hitting as Stellar able to spot her out, staying away too far. However, with the trade coming in from Chris Ray, I believe, with the trade. But look at the detain, not able to convert as Kylie is able to back her teammate up. And that's it. Team Cutify with the hold as well and the trades, bringing it to another win for their team. This is it. Overtime. We wanted this.
We wanted this. We wanted to get it, and now we will have it. Team Cutify playing a lot more compressed, a lot more respective of Team Allergy's aggression. You kind of saw that in the past few rounds here, Corgi, where Team Allergy will always overextend because their utility nets them to be so. But the problem there is they weren't able to convert enough kills, and they got hecka punished for it, as you saw in the previous one with Team Cutify. Look, they threw out basically everything. They only got Quen, and as soon as they dipped their toes a little bit too deep in the pond, they got just basically pulled down by the swamp monster.
You know, even if they did, you know, even if they were detained, however, with a lot of the, utilities that they were able to throw out, it still wasn't enough because, you know, the quick response coming in from Kylie as well and Chris Ray, they were just stunned. They just didn't know what to do, and the position, considering that they love playing that A side position, regardless if you know they do have the wingman plant at hand, it still didn't work out for them, and just like that, they were able to steal the round away, bring it already to an overtime, Asarai.
Overtime we go. Flip the switch first as Team Cutify is now going to be on the attacker side. Bit a cut of noise here, Corgi. Look at this. Good game doesn't know where to look as of the moment. Luria gets pinged off. This might not be good too much for her. There's the wall, pushes it back. does have a recon dart for herself now. And Chris Ray thinks she wants some blood. Actually wants to go absolutely bonkers on the push, and she finds the first pick. They want to go for the revenge here on this round. They've gone for the comeback, and Team Ali G is getting wiped on the defense.
Team Ali G is in a really tough position, as you know, the post plant that Team Cutify is able to utilize right here is working well. However, though, Stellar and Poofling Izeki Lu able to convert as well. And look at Quen, of course she has to go for that lineup. Let's see if we're gonna be able to work with here, but you know, nothing much that Lu can do here. But look at this defuse, bros, don't fake. What was happening there?
I think they played a little bit too hard for the lineups rather than just securing the spike, right? They had 2v1. They had the capability to at least have one mark the spike itself, make sure, pop a couple of shots. Again, smoke and snakebite takes time to debuff and do tick damage, right? So there was time for a good old-fashioned defuse from Team LG, from Lu. So that, I mean, it was looking so good for Team Cutify. And now they're a little bit in danger, but this time, of course, since we are in OT, no need to hassle yourself over the monetary the monetary issues. Seemingly, though, Team LG will just start to go for the straight up push onto mid. Mosh Pit used to clear up onto Nest, and now they're starting to hunker down on the B push. There is only 2 players here. It's going to be Chris Ray and teammate. Gonna be onto the corner. Timing is gonna have to be perfect. There's so many ongoers right in front of her, but she is working her magic alongside Kaylee. But here comes Ali G. Does not get the kill. 3 versus 1. Illyria's by herself, but the spike out in the open. Can't really retake things, but it is planted. But look at that beautiful leer from Cutify, and we prolong this first game ever so slightly, 13-13.
Is this Adonis Cup? Or like Kweeendom already, or is this like the show match? What's happening here? We're running
It's a bit of both.
we're running already to another overtime, but again, I feel like they weren't able to account for the position that Kylie and Chris Ray were at. It took a long time until they were able to find out or spot the position of Chris Ray that she was playing with, and taking out 2 of the teammates coming in from Team Ali G and just halting their push, and Team Cutify able to convert regardless, holding on for their team for another overtime.
Ooh. Holding on for overtime here could definitely go either way, obviously, right now, with how the players are shining through with this. I think we started a little bit shaky, Corgi, you know, when these guys were maybe feeling a little bit tense. I think we saw that. I think Cutify was one of the ones that I saw feel like she wasn't finding her groove at the start. But once, you know, the round started coming in, once she started getting that couple of kills, the confidence definitely built inside of her. She started just going aggressively by herself, getting the impact by herself, which is absolutely perfect.
Ooh.
Timing is going to be, yeah, that's going to hurt.
That one tap coming in from Chris Ray already with the positional advantage, as well as being converted by Cutify, taking down Illyria already, bringing it to a 5v3 here, Astra. That was pretty quick. I think that was probably the angle advantage that they were dealing with. But again, like you said, oh, look at these shots just coming in from Chris Ray, trying to show for it right here onto the show match with these crispy one taps, and the 4K coming in for Team Cutify. That was absolutely disgusting from Chris Ray.
And Chris Ray, let's get at it. I do believe I remember the other show match I saw in ESGS with Chris Ray as well. Crazy stuff, man. 25 kills. We're back in Deja Vu land, right? It's Team Cutify again with the lead here. But honestly, anything and everything could absolutely happen. They have been very successful with their offense, and now going back onto the A, I think it's the best idea for them, because B, I think, hasn't been the best curator for how strong Team LG's comp can really do. But once come the A side, when they have so much initiator, just, you know, utilities to throw at here, it really screws over the one near pyramid. But look at this, the adjustment for Team Cutify is just to reel back their teammates a little bit farther back onto yellow.
I think they might already have the idea that Lu was always had that lurk towards mid and able to punish them for it. However, the trades coming in from Aleria already onto this site execute, though. They are trying to play for this yellow plant here, but it seems like it's not going to be that damaging for them. Quen, however, already down to 29 HP. They have a lot to work with here. They still have a lot of their abilities available, but nothing they can go for. And you see Ali G still playing with this site position, trying to hold out with their life as much as they can as well, but it seems like it's not working too well, as QFI already taking down Stellar, trade for trade rather here. Asteroid 3 for 3 already, but look at the damage coming from Aleria, just making sure that their post plan, or rather their site re-execute, is not going to be coming in, and the shots from Tanya or Tandot not going to be hitting, as good game B. GGV able to seal the deal as well, bringing it to a double overtime.
Double overtime. It's not over. They don't want to concede. Nobody wants to allow us to get into map 2, to allow us to get closer into the grand finals of the Adonis Cup. This is the Adonis Cup.
This is the Adonis Cup. You guys thought that was the grand finals? No, this is the grand finals that's happening right now between Team Ali G and Team Cutify.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, of course, we get started with the round once again. And how does this keep happening? Somebody has brought out the operator. Sekulu, I believe, was the one that has decided to purchase said weapon. Timing is not going to be of the essence, or not going to be good for Ali G, as she gets blasted by Cutify very quickly. Cutify's been just a menace this entire game. Like, her Reyna is not something to scoff at.
I mean, like you said, she didn't really have that groove coming in, especially when you're using Arena. But you have to remember as well that, her utilities are based off, kills. So you'd be able to utilize her kit the more you deal damage, and of course any frags coming in from your team as well. But speaking of frags, it seems like we're already onto the execute for Team Cutify as well, but they do have a small lurk here towards mid, but I don't think they'll be spotting them out. But dear lord, Aleria just taking down Tandot and Kylie all towards double doors. Those quick double taps already taking them down, and the flank is going to be coming in already for them, but it seems like it's going to be a small reset here for Team Cutify. They're forced to play for halls here.
20 seconds though. They can't wait any longer. They have to start pushing in. Walking like this is gonna burn a lot of time, and they still have to clear out the site itself. And they haven't even opened the door. Yep, this is gonna be bad. This is gonna have to go straight around for Team LG, unless there's an absolute miracle for Team Cutify. Spike has also been dropped, and it's all in the hands of Chris Ray. Can she find them in about 2 seconds? Cannot, unfortunately. And that puts us with Team Ali match point in Breeze.
Is it really match point though?
I mean, I'm gonna keep saying it, but I feel like we're gonna, spiral late into the night with these overtimes.
I mean, that's probably true. I mean, we've seen a lot of the resets, and the reads coming in from both teams actually are really, really evident as well. And you saw Team Ali G with their execute there as well. It was pretty good because it all relied on the hold of Aleria towards double doors there. That cued them to pause and go back, because, I mean, they did have double lurk coming in from double doors, so it was enough to signal them that there was probably 1 or 2 people inside, and they were just able to compress and crash down towards the site. But because of that double tap coming in from Aleria, or rather their Sova, it's halted their push and bringing them already to a 4v2, and nothing much they can work with there.
Well, this time they can work with something a little bit better now, as they do have the full force of their team still alive. Kaylee, the defense always giving much of a needed boost for these players of ours. Cutify is getting closer and closer, so you can find so many kills onto this one. Backs away ever so slightly, doesn't have to take too much damage in the world here, Korgs. And look at that. It seems like we are going to go back into things, unless Aleria goes in ballistic. She has 6 bullets. She can play this absolutely perfectly. Now knows that Chris Ray is right along the corner here. Who gets who first? And Chris
oh my goodness!
Gets the kill. It was a 50-50. Either check your left or your right. Aleria almost makes it into the win. But no, another one. They're already screaming in the chat right there. Says, make do with it. Finish the game already. Tapusin nyo na. But it's not gonna happen.
Flip coin na lang daw eh. Ayan, no? Flip coin na lang daw. That was crazy, though. But the performance coming from Aleria could have gotten them the win there, Aserai. That was... I wish I could aim like Aleria. I wish.
She is
I
so
wish.
clean with those.
That was crispy!
True.
Crisp, clean lock. Coming in from Aleria, able to save Team Cutify, giving them another chance to a triple overtime here, Aserai. But, you know, they really love that A side, but we haven't seen that much presence towards mid. Usually, we see them in the earlier rounds, around pistol or like the bonus rounds, but nothing they have to work with here. They just want to go on for a full execute and maybe try to catch the lurks one by one. But it seems like they're going for a B push here, and you can already see Mommy GGV on the way to her side already, but it seems like it's not going to be working well as Cutify able to spot out Ali G. The trades are going to be coming in for Team Ali G rather, but look at the damage that Cutify is just dealing for her team as well, and Tan Dot quick on the trigger as well with that trade, but look at Aleria once again, not going to be enough though as the plant comes in. Quen able to close it out for Team Cutify once again, bringing them to, I would love to believe, Aserai, match point.
There was something different that happened there, though. Was the push now on B rather than A? And we usually see, again, these teams get a lot more successful on their defending side. So this could be, at least from what I saw, right? This could be a precedence of what could come. And I gotta say, that adjustment from Team Cutify to just go for B was just, I think, the better of options, because LG, I think, was able to just lock down A side so effectively well on the offense. You saw how difficult it was for Team Cutify to find any form of opening. This time, that switch has definitely flipped, and this is the round, or this is the side, excuse me, that both teams play so well on.
Earlier, we were seeing like I think around 2 to 3 leads coming in from these teams, but it seems like it's working well as well for both of them, as you know, they're just dominating as well with their performance. But speaking of that, it's just going for trades in the post plan coming in from Chris Ray with that aim though, taking both Ali G and GGV out. However, back to a 2v3. Cutify able to convert. Will this be it? Will the first game for Breeze be over? Now it's all up to Aleria. Nothing much she can work with there, as the damage coming in already from Tan Dot, finally bringing Team Cutify for the win. 17 to 15 here, Aserai.
Absolutely perfect. That's what I wanted to point out as well, is that was the first time, or one of the times, where we actually saw in overtime that attacking sided team was able to get a round off. That was one of the, I think, the key to the successes for both of the teams, and Team Cutify was the first one to actually get a very convincing site take. Again, they had to just not go for the A side anymore, was go for the B, is as straight can be, and they were able to again get that. But look at the stats here, Corgi. Chris Ray, Cutify, 31-30, but Aleria, 39 kills. My goodness, she was almost banking up to 40.
Look at her ACS. Look at her ACS. It's 349. What is that ACS, Aleria? Insane performance as well. However, though, because of the dominating performance as well coming in from Chris Ray, Cutify, and the quick trades coming in from Kylie and her team as well, it's enough to bring them the win as well. And the aggression, or you know, the confidence coming in from Cutify as well, is able to, you know, convert and bring her team the win as well. You know, both of these teams absolutely played amazing here, Aserai. But regardless, this is the show match, and this is what's happening. It's crazy.
And we still have one more map to go as well. This is not the end. We still have, what map do we have after this? We have Bind, my man. We have Bind to look forward to on that one. So again, the action does not end, and we still have one more map to go for this show match before we go into the main event of the Adonis Cup. I gotta give it again to just how well both teams played. Team Cutify, Team Ali G. Gotta give them all the props in the world, man. They were just absolutely on fire.
I mean, buti na lang nagsando ko. buti na lang nagtanggap rin ako. It works kasi, like, imagine if I was wearing like my typical hoodie right now and I see these sweats onto the show match, I'd probably be burning up already.
Yeah, that's why we have the sander, so that we can not sweat, keep ourselves cool and stuff.
Definitely keep. Okay, man. definitely keep ourselves cool. Okay, I see what you're doing there. But regardless, that was already a first win coming in as well for Team Cutify. A really great performance as well. But we are going to be taking a little bit of a short break as well, and we're going to be seeing you guys for our map 2 at Bind as well for this show match coming in from Team Cutify and Team Ali G. So yeah, we'll see you guys then.
It's a new day. Ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, shake, shake. Move it to the beat now. Got the heat now. Deep down, we know. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
Nagbabalik muli ang Kweeendom Adonis Cup. Kasama nyo pa rin si Likeable and of course, si Yasumi. Grabe yung laban na yun, no? Show match lang naman yung usapan. Pero bakit naman ganun kaswerte yung kinalabasan, Yasumi?
Totoo, talagang we saw them. Si Allery, parang raid boss dun sa lobby. Parang, you need to get through me first. And then, yung team na Cutify naman, of course, hindi sila magpapatalo. We see Chris Ray making a lot of rounds matter. Team, sobrang dami talagang naging clutch situations doon. Akala na done and over point yung team Ali G, but still they answer back at hindi lang sobrang dami ng pasa-pasa ng overtime, sila pa yung nanalo. In the end, our breeze map goes to Team Cutify.
At sabi nga naman talaga nila Cutify dito kina Ali G, sabi, pinalamang lang kayo, gusto nyo pang manalo, hindi yun pwede. Pero mga notable moments din talaga kanina, katulad na lang nung clutch situation kanina ni Tanya or otherwise na Standot, na kung hindi niya na-clutch yun, tapos na rin sana yung laro kasi 12-10 na yung score nun. Ang ganda talaga nung ginawa niya yun. Pero it goes for the rest of the team na talagang lumaban sila para ma-close yung gap as well as matapos pa nga yung laro dito. Isa pang mga notable dito syempre si Chris Ray. Ang ganda nung lurk niya kanina, yung flank niya dun sa last round natin. And nung overtime tayo, ang ganda rin nung angle isolation na pinakita niya kung saan she really held on dun sa may half wall natin, dun sa likod ng box. At isa-isa niyang pinipitas yung mga kalaban. At ang ganda rin dun kasi backup din talaga kung backup yung team niya. Pero alam mo kung sino yung MVP natin dito? Isang tao lang.
Malaman.
Isang tao lang syempre. Yung pinaka-nerd sa lahat. Si Quen.
Oh, grabe.
0-35-69. MVP natin dito, Yasumi.
Talagang the average combat score, super rare. Only queens can get this. Only the MVP can get this one. For number 1. Talagang yung mga lineups niya nakaka-ace mag-isa. Our very own Queen. The MVP of the game.
Kahit gaano kalupit pa, kahit sobrang naganda pa si Quen sa lahat ng kanyang mga lineups, natalo pa rin siya ng Lil Homie ni Ali G kanina. Natalo siya dun sa wingman, di ba?
Oh, by the way, to clarify din, di ba, me and Kabol, we needed answers. We actually hopped into customs to confirm whether or not nagkakaroon ng damage si Wingman when it comes to mollies. And the good news is, ang answer ay oo. Wingman gets damage. So, still, in the end, pwede pa din yung lineups, pwede pa din yung molly and pulse plants. Kahit nakalutang pa siya sa air, siguro nahahagip yung niya, yung paa niyang hiniliit.
Basta, ang masasabi ko dyan, Yasumi, deserve na deserve yung MVP of the game ni Quinn. Napakalupit ng pinakita niya. Lineup after lineup, hold site kung hold site. At kahit wala siyang napatay at 35 times siyang namatay, with 69 assists naman siya doon. So nakinabang pa rin talaga yung mga kakampi niya. Kaya good job talaga on the side of Team Cutify. Pero ang susunod na mapa kasi natin ay Bind. Sa tingin mo ba, ito na yung moment para makabawi yung kabilang team?
Depende din siguro, but yes, of course, I believe na yung beautiful ladies natin on the other side, meron din silang moment to shine their spotlight. Although they did have their dun sa Breeze, the team Cutify decided to snatch away the show, but Bind, na-miss natin to teleport. Di pala ako sure kung lahat tayo na-miss yung Bind kasi baka yung iba, masaya sila na wala sa map pool yung Bind as of the moment. But I'm really excited, interested to see what they're gonna do, what plays are they gonna do, lalo na, of course, wala tong preparation. Pero sila yung nag-overtime, di ba? Yung may scream, rare.
Hindi lang basta scream. Isang overtime ilang beses talaga yun.
Oo, yung walang scream, sila yung nag-rank ng malala. Rank up game nilang lahat yun.
Grind talaga tong mga to. Kaya naman, hindi na namin patatagalin pa yung paghihintay ng mga viewers. Alam naman natin natuwa kayo dun sa napakarami nating overtime rounds from the ladies. So why don't we go ahead and go to map number 2, which is Bind, para simulan na yung laban. Casters, take it away.
Grabe naman yun. ACS 1. Grabe yung MVP natin. Syempre, we have to highlight our Commissioner Quen with an amazing stat line of KDA with 0, 35, and 69.
Nice.
With an average combat score of 1. Diba? But regardless, again, big congrats as well for Team Cutify, able to hold out coming from the comeback here, Asarai, for their first game on towards Breeze. But then we are gonna be coming in for the second map here for Bind. But again, we have to clarify, because of the previous matchup for the 7-15, we are gonna be running the sudden death matchup, so it's gonna be a race to 13 regardless of what happens. So there's not gonna be overtimes anymore here for Bind, as we are gonna be a little bit strict with our timeline here. So whoever hits 13 first wins the game.
Yeah, kaya nasa mo, as you mentioned, since this is still that show match, and we still have the main event, BT Dubs. Like we were feeling it already. This felt like a main event thing already, a main event match already that was already happening in front of us. So we gotta reel it back. Again, these are incredibly talented players in our show match. So, and they're very neck and neck. Again, I was kind of worried na it might be a little bit too overpowered on one side, because again, I wasn't truly sure of what the other can do. Pero now I am fully convinced that is very neck and neck talaga sa capabilities ng mga players natin.
Definitely. And I don't know about you, but like the performance coming in from Alerlia as well, that was just insane. Like the crisp, clean aim that she was able to display here for the first game was a little enough to bring them and fight for the overtime, but again, not enough for the dominating performance of the entire team of Team Cutify. The aim coming in from Cutify as well, Chris Ray, and as well as the coordination coming in from Kylie with, the initiator lineup as well, is just enough. It's just enough to compensate for their losses on the previous rounds, and they were able to just steal away that game. But it seems like we're gonna be seeing a Yoru coming in from Chris Ray. Are they gonna run all? They're running all duelists.
All of them are going good. Straight duelist comp, man. Yes, I want to see this.
This is
we
it.
Need to have it. We need to experience this in the Kweeendom. What better way to show dominance, to show how good you are, but showing how good you are as a duelist player. That's the fine metric of any Valorant, competitor.
Definitely, but it seems like the only difference from this matchup as well is that Chris Ray is going to be holding that Yoru with Ali G countering it with a Neon. So, you know, they're using all. Is this like a handshake thing? Like, did they talk about this? They probably talked about this.
They probably talked about it, man. They probably discussed what was gonna happen, what was up, and now we're gonna be just witnessing this and enjoying the show, my guy. We're just gonna be enjoying this. Okay, you're gonna do this. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna cast it.
Yeah, we're gonna cast it. We're gonna run the 5 duelists, you know. But yes, no more overtime. Don't worry. That was honestly insane though, coming in from the first game. But we are gonna be doing a 5 duelist lineup for both teams coming in already. But you know, the execute already coming in from Ali G as the attackers as well for a free B site. But look at this 5-man flank coming in from Team Cutify, as they might have an idea that nobody is working their way towards A. But look at Aleria straying away too far, not enough to trade for that frenzy though. But this gives Team Ali G another avenue to plant for B here. It seems like they're going to be playing a retake right here towards Garden, or rather Octagon, and they are halted a little bit with that curveball. Not going to be enough though, as GGV taking down Cutify. A little bit of the difference there for the Reyna. And Zeki Lu trading out Quinn as well. Seems like a good hold coming in from as well, and the taps from Stellar, and Zeki Lu just halting their push towards Hookah right there, giving them the first round win.
Giving the first round win, and just a bit of a disconnect with the retake from, I believe that was Team Cutify, as there was the pinch from B Long, but unfortunately I think it just took half a second longer than what Cutify was kind of hoping for, and she got easily picked off. In any case, great start for Team Ali G. They got their weapons already. You can see Yuna is rocking. Yeah, Ali G is rocking as the Neon. Oh, there you go. They passed him. Passed her, excuse me.
There you go. Quinn with that trigger discipline with the shorty. Nothing much that you can do there. Might be spotting them out a little bit, but look at this coming in. Not enough with the cloud burst as well, as she gets spotted out, but look at this aggression coming in already for Team Ali G. They know they're playing duelists, so there's nothing much that they can work with here, giving them a fast round win onto their sub buy rather for their bonus. It seems like they're gonna be going for an aggressive. I think this is one thing that we could expect here, Asarai, right? For an all duelist lineup, it's just W key.
Yes, of course. You don't need to think about it. Just full send it. You know, if you're gonna message someone that you like them, just click on send and hope for the best. That is what the duelist comp is about in texting terms. All right? That's
Ganun ba? Sige, wait.
Yes.
Teka, magsasend na ako.
Text it and send it.
Magsasend na ako.
Hindi nag-rhyme. hindi maganda pakinggan ang text it and then bring it back or recall it, diba? Text it and send it sounds so much better, pare.
Yeah, definitely. Text it and send it. But speaking of sending it, we already see Ali G trying to, you know, threaten them a little bit with that judge. However, though, Aleria quick on the trade as well for Kylie. But, you know, this buy already coming in for Team Cutify is enough to counter them. However, though, they did not spot Ezeki Lu a little bit straying away too far there onto that corner below Heaven. And the trades are just coming in for Team Cutify, but a little bit damaging on their economy. Now it's all up to Ali G with that judge not going to be connecting as well with those shots. A little bit of the whiff there, but a little bit damaging as well for Team Cutify and their economy.
Yeah, sobrang baba din. Very low in terms of the HP. They take, as you mentioned, that econ damage, but take the ground regardless. In any case, there was that bit of forward control of the site that I liked from Team Ali G that I don't think Team Cutify was able to kind of take account for, right? So they were dropping down and they were falling like flies, especially when they were dropping outside of Heaven, because they didn't expect somebody was going to be so near them underneath.
Definitely. They weren't able to spot out Hoofling, or rather Ezeki Lu, already pushed up towards site, and they were able to take down at least 2 of their remaining players who were trying to anchor them. But speaking of anchor them, here we go, Chris Ray spotting out half of the team of Team Allergy, forced to back away. Nothing much you can do there with a Yoru as well. Nope. And the run it back coming in already for Stellar. Try to fish out any type of aggression as much as she could. Not going to be connecting though, as Tandot taking down GGV as well. And the trades coming in from Chris Ray with that spray down 3K. Looking for another one with Quinn. Quick already onto that flank with that Bucky, just taking out Aleria, bringing it to a 2-2 score here, Asarai.
Chris Ray, respectable spray transfer all throughout. 5 kills already. She has the into the wait, not into the breach. That's a game. The dimensional drift. There you go.
Dimensional
there you go.
drift, yes.
Yeah, if she has the blades, she has the nice little effect thing with the mask. I like. Could be seeing,
yeah.
Diba? So we could be seeing another skin do that for other agents naman. I think they were trying to test it with Yoru. In any case, I'm going off on a tangent here. Solid holds all together for Team Cutify. They have a lot of firepower right now, but of course, duelist for duelist. Lots of ability, lots of aggression. And you are seeing, again, these teams trading blows ever so efficiently. Team Ali G, though, with the blades, open up the A site.
There you go. Speaking of opening up the A site, this is honestly a winnable retake because Team Cutify, you have to remember that she is still rocking the arena, so any type of reset is gonna be enough for her. But look at this aim, crisp, clean aim coming from Poofling. Izeki Lu with that Blade Storm able to connect, giving them another round win. That's insane. My Blade Storm can never do that.
Neither can mine. You know, I like Jet for everything but her blades. Like, it's good. It's nice that you have an extra ability that's a weapon, so you don't have to buy anything on a round. It's very economic, you know, especially in this economy. But if you can't hit those shots, it's useless. But of course, that's the opposite with Lu. She can hit her shots. It's not useless. It's very useful.
Definitely. And you know, we have to remember the time where you can have a reset with the right click of Jet. So that was honestly,
that was the golden age.
That was the golden age, especially, you know, that they get swarmed by Overwatch players. However, though, speaking of getting swarmed, Quinn just getting overwhelmed with the Jet right there as she's pushed accordingly as well. The flanks are going to be coming in from Chris Ray, but little did she know that she's awaited by crisp, clean lock Izeki Lu onto the corner right there. And Tandot, though, with the trade, spotting out Aleria with her back turned. 2v2, still completely winnable from both teams. Might be clearing out a little bit of their information here. Try to use their utilities to check their corners, but again, they haven't cleared U-Haul right here, and it's gonna be punishing as GGV! Dear God! Taking 2 from Team Cutify.
Dear God, indeed. Having that Neon over the Yoru, I think, at least in terms of abilities, is so strong because I think more than anything else, if I'm not mistaken, yeah, she's the only agent that actually has a concuss. Right?
From the duelist.
From the duelist role.
Yeah, definitely.
So being able to clear angles, slide for easy pickoffs after that relay bolt hits, so good here. If it's not LG that gets the kill, it's someone else. Right, so
it's someone else. Yeah,
it's still really good utility use. Like all duelist comps, you think it's again run and gun, which it kind of is, but at the same time, their utilities still work for a full comp. It's not as clear cut as others, but it still has a lot of value.
Definitely. Speaking of a lot of value, though, Kylie is able to utilize her run it back, taking out Stellar already with no abilities available. However, but we do see Quinn with this lurk coming at hand. Might be a little bit damaging for Team Allergy. They have to work fast here, but little did they know that there's 4 people waiting on towards their side. Zeki Lu not going to be hitting that flick as Chris Ray able to convert accordingly towards Hookah. Now they're able to pause a little bit, but oh, that one tap coming from Tandot, just knocking Aleria out of the picture. Now they're forced to rotate, but you know, you have to remember that Cutify, rather, with that Reyna and that Sheriff, you've seen her perform well. This could be a really great plan for her as well. But look at that one tap, giving it to GGV, and the judge run it down, coming in already for Team Cutify and giving them another win. What a great shot for them.
A great shot indeed, and having that flawless builds up such a huge economy right now for Team Cutify. And look at this. Again, they're gonna have the showstopper, they're gonna have the Empress, always good abilities to have, especially with, again, Cutify just looking so... I don't want to use the word stellar because there's a player called Stellar. Just looking so damn good on the last map. It's good. It's a really nice, at least, ability to utilize right now.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, considering that we are having 5 duelist lineups, any of these abilities can be damaging, and they're able to divide this according to the round that they're planning on going for. But Kylie, however, though, taking a little bit of the damage there for the curveball, not able to convert. A little bit of the mistake there. However, the trades already coming in from Ali G, knocking Chris Ray out of the picture with that Yoru. Not able to utilize it as much as we can. But we do have Tan Dot with the trade. We do have the Showstopper available as well. Opts to not use it as Ali G. Quick on the trigger as well, spotting out Tan Dot right there towards that generator. We do have Quen with the Blade Storm. Will she be able to mask Lu not hitting that right click? As Ali G seals the deal as well, and a little bit of the disrespect there coming in for our commissioner.
Get shut down. That's what we get there from Team Ali G. When not having the funnest of times in this one, Corgi. I mean, you saw how she wanted to become a smoke criminal even as the Jet, which was kind of nice, but the timing, ooh la la. If she can get at least that little bit more of, you know, good timing, she's gonna pop off. And we saw that when she was on that Viper. It just takes a little bit longer. I think we just need to get a little bit deeper into the second game, and we probably will be seeing that in just a little bit more here. Laria on the corner. Ooh, even with the nerfs and everything, still good damage from the Boombot. Corner swing. That's a double swing from Kaylee and teammate, though. That's not looking too hot. And here, as the wall tries to separate, it's a little bit confusing that Lear is so blinding to the rest of the onslaughting attackers. And Team LG is down 2-1.
Chris Ray!
LG herself, the swing, the slide, the trades, gonna be efficient. But on the other side for Team Cutify.
It's just gunfights after gunfights as soon as they start throwing out their utilities. You know, as you mentioned, that Lear is damaging for both teams as well. It's honestly blinding, as, you know, they're probably not going to be, you know, using their focus onto those Lears or all of the abilities because they want to take gunfights as much as they can. You know, you also have Neon's Highway, and there's nothing much that you can do there, as it's just literally a big wall right into the face of the site. And, you know, even if they've had a lot of their utilities like exhausted as well, the movement capabilities and the resets that you can get from the agents that you're using on a 5 duelist lineup is always something that you can always look out for.
Oh yeah, I highly agree with that one. Oh, wait, okay, that wasn't the Phoenix that was getting run over. I was on the other side. Oh, we got the XDR flash. All right, I see you. Kaylee's down. Donkers, or rather Chris Ray by herself, can still actually get away from this if she use either the TP or the ultimate in time, but that's not going to be the case. Quen finally finds that pick that we were looking for. It's on the big flank. It's on the huge flank. It's all down now to just Lu. Shuts down by Cutify. And the thing is, Lu did not have the spike all dropped out outside of a bat. And that equalizes Team Cutify.
Who cares about the spike? We're all duelists.
Yeah, fight. Get the round.
Yeah,
get the
fight.
kill.
Get the spike. You can't tell any of these players to take the spike for you, man. You can't. They're all duelists. No one has the responsibility to do so.
Wow, just because I'm a duelist. Wow, that's very, very
hey, man.
segmentive of you.
Hey man, you play first contact as a duelist. Obviously, the first thing that you want to do for it, right?
Yeah.
Clearing space and all of that. But it seems like it's gonna be working well for their entire team, as Cutify already getting that first frag onto Ali G, but traded, however, by Poofling, Ezeki Lu, and Stellar. Straying away too far from their corners right there, and the flash coming in from Donkers S. Chris Ray not able to convert, though. Tan Dot is forced to back away a little bit as the plant is going to be coming in. There's just so much utilities to work with as GGV spotting her out. Now they're forced to play for a 2v3 retake here, Asarai.
2v3 retake, good game V, able to shut down the Rays that had all of the utilities in hand, but Kaylee, good dinks, but not enough for a kill. There's the Empress. She knows someone's up right in front of her. There's going to be the flank, maybe all the way on the side of their spawn, but can they overwhelm Stellar first and foremost? That's the most important thing, because Kaylee right now is in a 2 versus 1 deficit. 8 bullets in a dream. Doesn't know that the flank is coming in here from Lu, but she can't really push out catch because she's 10 HP. But Kaylee doesn't know. She's going to go straight for the defuse, but the timing perfect from Lu here, and she saves the round 5-6.
10 HP left, and honestly, I feel like there's nothing much that Stellar could work with there, or rather, Kaylee could work with, because the time is already ticking, and even if you're able to take them down, there's nothing much out to work for or actually look out for, other than holding out to at least maybe 5 seconds onto the defuse, but nothing much you can do there. The time was ticking down, and a really great job from Lou to time it well and give them the round win.
Ooh. Okay, now this time maybe they can use their... Oh! No!
Nope!
Why would you try to go for the fake, Chris?
Not falling for
like
that,
this.
Chris!
Not falling for that, indeed. That's gonna be a man down. Woman down. I don't know how to go about this. All right, anyways, moving forward. They have all the map control, but Quen has just been a total demon with how she controls the map. Look at how far she got with that one. And she got circumvented, and she was able to bring the numbers back for Team Cutify.
She's just ratting it out. And speaking of bringing back the numbers, Kylie and Cutify able to convert that quickly as well. A really great hold from them as well, halting their push. And either way, I feel like they have nothing else to work with there, Asterai, as we do see Quen with a rat angle already staying rather behind enemy lines, and they had no clue where she was, able to take down Aleria even. So just bringing them, a teammate down.
Ooh, that's what you wanted to see. The equalizer, and we're still neck and neck, man. It hasn't changed at all. This was still the same thing that was happening on Breeze. If our tournament organizers did not think to just make this into a first to 13, we would possibly, like 90% would be looking at another overtime, if I'm being honest.
I agree with you though, because like I don't know, but like earlier they were straying away too far a little bit from the frags there, but regardless, Team Cutify and Team Ali were just able to fight out their battles 1-1, and they're able to take one of their trades, and it seems like it's not even like we saw one flawless out of the entire lineup. And speaking of flawless, look at this damage coming in from Cutify as well with the one tap towards Ezeki Lu. Bring it to a 2v2 here, Asterai. There's nothing much that we can talk about here, because the fights are just coming in 1-1. It's always just, trades for trades. And look at this. Stellar is going to get spotted out by Quen. Now it is all up to our dear Rays. Aleria still at the backside right there, trying to spot them out one by one. The one tap's coming in, and look at this aim. Spots out Quen there. Let's go. This commissioner, she wants to go for the knife, but the disrespect pushed away a little bit of timing there. And look at that, Aleria just with a 1v2 hold, able to clutch out, showing her aim prowess.
I wanted to see the knife battle, but unfortunately it wasn't meant to be. Quen wanted to win the round more than she wanted to win the ego fight. And we gotta respect that. 7-6 though. And again, Aleria always the one to bring the clutch into the hands of Team Ali G here. Looking mighty fine for that 6-7.
I would say that this would probably go to a 7-7, but again, you're dealing with duelists, so they could easily just ram down through the side. They can't really play much of their retake here, so I'd like to think it's gonna go 6-8, and then it's gonna go 7-8, and then it's gonna go 8-8.
That's the cycle of the rounds, no?
That's the cycle of the rounds. That's how it happens. I mean, that's what we saw onto the first half as well. Both of these teams just performing out of their minds as well. A little bit of the information coming in. Stellar just running in with that curveball. Not going to be spotting anyone out towards elbow there. But look at this corner that Aleria is playing out. I don't think she was able to spot them out, but look at this. What is this execution coming in from them? There's just one taps over one taps with the classic as well. This could be anyone's game, to be honest. Trades are coming in from Ali G as well, not looking out for their flank as well. And the trade from Poofling. Ezeki Lu and GGV able to coordinate as well with their retake, stopping them from their push. And like I said, 8-6. I'd like to think we're gonna see 7-8 here, Asarai. I'm sorry, man.
I know. It's totally fine, brother. It's totally fine. It's a good game. And, I mean, there still is, of course, Team Cutify's ability to always somehow manage to net the comeback. I think we saw this last map as well, where it was a 2-3 round advantage, and they were just able to bring it back. That was the time that they also pushed it into overtime too. So there is a definite possibility here for, that is a very shallow flash. But Lou, she only has the SMG. They can't really take these too long, too far fights because she will get a little bit blasted into things. In any case, here comes going to be the fight onto Showers, but somehow, okay, Allergy and the rest are pushing it back.
All right, it seems like, they're able to trade it out, though, towards that bathroom, or rather Showers, but it seems like the aggression coming in from Ali G a little bit too far. So much of the overheat, able to trade them out, giving Poofling and Ezeki Lu a little bit of the leeway there to get the gun, but now it's all up to Cutify. 1-1. Who is the better duelist, a Reyna versus a Jet? However, though, Cutify able to reset with that Devour. Has another one available. She does have a Leer at hand. Might not be able to use that, but the spike is all the way up towards the spawn there, right onto that corner or intersection of cave. But little did she know that Lu is actually wrapping her way up around short here. Might be giving a little bit of that information. Nothing much that Poofling or Lu can do here. Might be spotting out Cutify. She'd want to take this fight or maybe back away. 20 seconds left. Goes for that plant. Nothing much she can work with here. 46 HP against a Reyna that's overhealed. Big plant actually coming in from Cutify. She's already working her way towards U-Haul here. And the timing coming from both of these Asterai, it's making my butt clench. This is it.
All right, hang on. Let's see if we can finish off this round, because somebody from my courier is calling me right now, and that is going to be the straight clutch from Lu. Hang on.
No problem. Regardless, though, Poofling, Ezeki Lu with 46 HP, able to convert that clutch over Cutify. I feel like the information with the cut noise as well coming in from the play of Team Ali G, able to hold out the round, bringing it to a 6-9. A nice scoreline coming in already for our second half. But again, this could be anyone's game. Pretty outstanding performance coming in from both of these teams already. We've seen the outstanding performance as well coming from... Actually, I don't even have to mention any of these players, because all of them are performing out of their minds. They have a lot to show for here, rather. But look at this flank coming in from Ali G already. Not gonna be spotting out, Cutify. Ooh, there you go. Not clearing your corners. That's the importance of it. But however, though, Chris Ray setting up with that Yoru. Nothing much she can work with there with the Frenzy. Might be getting a little bit of that damage with the wall bang as well. GGV spotting them out. The nade is gonna be coming, but at least she was able to back away with that Yoru. And now the trades are going to be coming in as well. They want to take the shower fight, but it's not looking well for Team Cutify, as Stellar is able to just take them out one by one. And the trade for GGV, bringing Team Ali G to a 6-10. I believe I was wrong here, Asterai, for the comeback. Seems like Ali G is working well.
You are correct with that.
Not the other one.
Yeah, admitting you're wrong is fine. Sorry, I wasn't there because I was...
It's all good, all good.
You know what? I'm going to have a good night. I'm enjoying these games. I got my order. It's already downstairs. This is going to be a fantabulous night, brother. But this is, I think, where at least my analytical brain and valor can never turn off. So I think one of the things that is making Cutify tend to struggle here, Team Cutify in general tends to struggle, is I think they're starting to fight a little bit too hard inside the utility shuffle of Team Ali G, right? They throw the nades, they're willing to fight through that. They throw the flash, they're willing to fight through the flash rather than rotating a whole lot more and inspecting it. And all right, the fights are going in the favor of Team Cutify, and if they can do this, if they can do it in this current order, this is good. Oof. But if next round it still goes in the favor of Team Ali G, of course they're starting to get a little bit closer to danger, because that's going to be 11-6.
And that's the thing, that I think most of the problem for, especially if you're running a duelist lineup, some people tend to tunnel vision. Admittedly, even other pro players have that type of tendency. But regardless, I do agree with what you said. I think they're forgetting the fact that there are so many abilities of duelists that can be exhausted. And once they're done, there's nothing much that they can work with. There's a lot of, we have like a little bit of the movement coming in from Raze, but nothing much you can work with as soon as the satchel and the execution are going to be coming in. So they could literally just bait out all of their utilities, go for another rotate, take fairer fights, take less 1v1s and trade for trades, because regardless, it's just going to be aim duels from now on. And it seems like it's working well for Team Allergy onto the aim duels rather for Team Cutify. But speaking of aim duels, they did halt the momentum of Team Allergy, finally bringing them back on the board 7-10.
That's
right
what
here in
we
the second
wanted to
half.
see. That's what we wanted to see, absolutely, from Team Cutify here. It's if they're not gonna, respect the utility shuffle, might as well not go for the 5-man push or the 5-person push, right? Because one of the biggest things I think was they were, again, because they don't respect the nade too much, all of them take damage. And Valorant is a game where 5-man pushes just doesn't work, because a lot of the entryways is good for at least or at most 3, maybe 4 people. 5 is just a little bit too much.
Definitely. And not to mention that a lot of their utilities are based on AoE. So, the damage can just snowball from any of your members as well. But speaking of snowballing, the conversion coming in from Lu as well, taking down, Cutify, not clearing their corners not clearing their corners properly with her position as well with the operator. But now this is the rotation we were talking about earlier, Asarai, but they are going to be greeted by GGV here. This could work out well for them, but however, if she's able to convert with one person and go for that reset, she could back away, but it seems like she is going to be traded out by our Commissioner Quen as well, bringing it to 2v3. Nothing much to work with here. Aleria, though, is still creeping up along the corner, taking her fights 1v1. She knows the pattern that they're going for, taking the fights into another fair draw right here. Quen, a little bit clueless on what's happening. The showstopper is going to be coming out as well. She is probably scared to her bones. And oh, the showstopper just misses. It's not going to connect as well, but the flash and the satchel. There you go. I mean, even if the showstopper didn't connect their ass, right, the satchel was enough. She was pretty low.
Oh, I see the TikTok Yoru coming out on the chat there too. That is also the dueling power of a Raze, right? People might think that, her satchel is used for always just the double satchel mobility. No, you can use it to boop your opponent, bamboozle or mess up their recoil, and win the fight in that particular way. It's very strong. Also, it does, I think, 35 damage without it being fully wound, and then 70 damage when it's fully wound. That's like the change that they did a couple of months ago, if not like a few years ago.
I remember your Raze. I remember your Raze, Asarai.
The Raze, my Raze days? Yeah.
Your Raze days.
I've defaulted to a Jet right now because I haven't played Valorant consistently anymore. So whenever I have the time, I just screw it, I'm just gonna go Jet. It's not bad though.
Not bad, of course. I mean, again, there's a lot of good things that you can get from like mobility agents, and I think it would fit well for anyone who would probably go for a Raze or a Jet. With the aggression that they're going for, there's a lot of things that you don't have to be punished for as well with your movement. But speaking of that, Lu, a little bit damaging with that operator, going to be a threat for Team Cutify here. The Lear is going to be coming out for her team as well, but it's not going to be connecting as GGV able to take down Cutify regardless of that Empress advantage though. But look at Tandot just going for that pick as well as Lu pulls out her Blade Storm. Might be spotting out Tandot though, but not quick enough from the left flick, as Tandot finally brings another clutch win with the 3K for Team Cutify.
Huge pickup here from Tandot. Is that enough to break the economy from Team Allergy? Absolutely. Poofling, rather, Lu will have enough money to buy up into the rifle. I was thinking maybe she has the blades, but no, it's the other one that will have that. Electric Fingers from Ali G with the Neon. Good game. V, of course, doesn't want to miss the opportunity to utilize her Empress, even though she will be just utilizing that Spectre. Any case, Team Ali G knows that they have the round advantage, so they got a couple of moves to just give up to Team Cutify to build up their lead once again. The timing on the TP, though, is not going to phase out Lu here, and she is just reacting very quickly into things, but she got booped. Oh! she still was able to jump back into cover. They're gonna be able to clear her out. Maybe she gets a kill, not gonna happen, but look at the nades from
Oh my god, the nades!
Valeria. That is huge. That is just deletes the HP bars of Team Cutify. And there's the flank coming in from the TP. One more to go, and it's a 1 versus 4.
Definitely, it seems like Kylie has nothing much to work with. There was a lot of fights happening there, Asarai. I mean, there's nothing much that you can do, especially with the relay bolt at hand. I think that was great coordination coming as well from them, but look at the speed coming in already for Yuna right here, or rather Ali G. But, you know, Kylie might be well aware the sound cues are going to be up for them as well. 1v2, still heavily winnable. However, there is an operator available. The Satchel might be giving a little bit of a warning there for Kylie. A little bit of that sound cue is enough to show that she is probably in that corner. But again, another Satchel getting thrown out as well. This is almost winnable for Kylie. However, the timing pulls out her ability as GGV able to connect, bringing them finally to a match point.
Finally into that match point. This is rough, brother, for Team Cutify. They just can't find that rhythm. They're seeing value in some of these picks, but I mean, lose defense, right? Hold there on Hookah was honestly absolutely darn good. Because the thing is, even though she wasn't getting the kills, a lot of the utility was being expended towards her. And then the focus of Team Cutify was just to shut down Lou. And then everybody else followed up from her team and basically punish Team Cutify for that aggression. Kaylee will be starting things off with an aggressive run back through the showers. Ali G, though, might be in trouble here with that TP. But no, she has the Odin. Oh, this is just going horribly wrong for the offense. But hold on. Short is still there. Baby, never mind. Good game. V gets 1 kill, though. Follows
she's
up
just
onto
going.
Kaylee. No, we're down to Tandot. 2.
There you go.
Gets shut down. ...
Well, I mean, Ali G and the hold coming in from Poofling Ezekiel Lu as well, you know, and I don't know, I guess Bobby GGV just decided, you know, screw it, I'm Reyna, I'm just running in, I don't care. She didn't even have Empress at hand, but look at this ACS as well coming in from Poofling or Ezekiel Lu. By the way, one of our panelists and hosts right here for Kweeendom, showing dominance 26-12 right here for Bind. She had insane flicks here. That was actually crazy.
Even with the blades too, right? She was just able to find so much value when Ali G's team was struggling in terms of the economy, in terms of stringing those rounds. Because I think it was either Lou or Illyria that actually started the 2-round advantage. And because of that, that was absolutely, I think, pivotal to just keep that momentum rolling. And you saw it with that one. 8-13 was really much given with the efforts of, Lou.
And I definitely agree with that, Astray. But I mean, we also have to give credit for the hold coming in for Team Cutify. However, though, I feel like they didn't have that much of an idea on how to deal with the amount of execution. And I guess maybe the relay bolt coming in from Yuna, or rather Ali G, was also a daring factor for their team, as it clears so much space. And obviously, when you're concussed with that relay bolt, there's nothing much that you can do rather than aim for the head. But again, the daze and confusion coming in from that concussion is not really going to be enough for you to try and secure that kill compared to a perfectly stable running agent. And then we also have to mention that I think one of the mistakes that they had to deal with is that they didn't account for the damage of the utilities of Raze. You did see Kylie earlier, who was just taking all of the utilities coming in from from Aleria, and it just gave them away. And I think not much we can do with a Phoenix, especially with the blind. We did see some of the flashes earlier, but nothing much they can work with compared to a Reyna Lear, which is just blinding for the entire team regardless. And because they do have the jet, they're able to convert accordingly. But I guess Lou's jet is just absolutely a menace for the entire team, or rather the opposing team as well. But yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
True enough. All right, I believe we are going to be passing it on to Quen, or to Kitty, to host the giveaway right now for our giveaway here at the Kweeendom Adonis Cup. Once again, my name is Asura. With me is Dancing Corgi, whipping your casters for the show match. See you guys on the next one. It's going to be, I believe, Fluffy and Black and Blue for the finals.
Hi everybody, it's Kitty here, and of course, I will be your insider for today. Pero I will not be interviewing anyone since syempre, nag-enjoy naman tayong lahat dun sa show match natin between Team Ali G and Team... Wait, I forgot the name of the other team. Pero basta two teams of super wonderful women na talagang pinakita nila. O Team Cutify, thank you so much for that. Team Cutify and Team Ali G, thank you so much para sa last minute na show match na yun kasi meron tayong mga problema na nangyari. Pero don't worry kasi ang best of 5 natin is coming up in just a little bit. Kaya, bago tayo magsimula dun sa best of 5 natin, we will be doing a little giveaway para sa ating mga viewers ngayon. And we will be giving away a GameSense Radar Mousepad courtesy of Hobby Dynamics. So you know the drill. You just have to type in chat yung code na ibibigay sa atin ni Quinn para makasali kayo dun sa giveaway. Pero syempre, kailangan natin malaman kung ano yung code na yon. And I'm sure lahat kayo ay super excited to win a mousepad. Again, that is a GameSense Radar Mousepad courtesy of Hobby Dynamics. So, i-type in yun na sa chat. Yung code natin, it's Queen MVP. So, syempre, kailangan i-highlight natin the Queen herself. Kasi, syempre, MVP siya kanina with 0 kills, 35 deaths, and 69 assists. Diba? Saan ka pa, diba? Only the Queen herself can pull off something like that. Again, type in chat the code Queen MVP. Para makapasok kayo, that will serve as your entry para sa ating raffle today. Again, we will be giving away a GameSense Radar Mousepad courtesy of Hobby Dynamics. Tapos mamaya naman magpapamigay pa tayo ng isa pang Glorious O mouse courtesy of Rotobox PH. Tapos, I'm sure, hindi ko alam if confirmed na to o hindi, pero I will spill the beans na din sa inyo. Kung sino man yung makakakuha ng ace dun sa finals, I believe they will win tickets to Conquest. Pero, if walang makaka-ace during the finals, mapupunta siya sa viewers. Tama ba? Please confirm or deny or whatever. Basta, it will be a 3-day pass to Conquest. Okay? So, ipag-pray nyo na walang makaka-ace dun sa players natin para mapunta ito sa mga viewers natin. Ayun. Again, magpapabigay muna tayo nung pinakaunang giveaway muna natin for today. It is a GameSense Radar Mousepad. Again, courtesy of Hobby Dynamics. Maraming salamat sa ating mga sponsors for today for making all of these giveaways possible because without you, mapapagastos talaga si Quinn at siya yung maglalabas ng pera para sa mga giveaway niya sa ating mga viewers. So again, thank you so much to Hobby Dynamics, to Rotobox PH, and of course, dun sa organizers ng Conquest because we will be giving away a 3-day pass kung walang makaka-ace during the finals. Ayan. So, ready na ba tayo to spin the wheel of fortune? I think we should be ready, right? Alright, let's spin. And the winner for a GameSense Radar Mousepad courtesy of Hobby Dynamics is... Again, you have to be in chat to claim your prize, okay? Sana ako. Oh my God! Look, joke lang. No, we have to re-roll kasi part ng prod team si Martian tapos hindi siya eligible to win. Sayang. So we will be re-rolling again. Mananalo ng isang GameSense Radar Mousepad courtesy of Hobby Dynamics. Gabi, swerte naman ng Martian na yon. Sino ba yon? Congratulations to Noxem! So, you need to be in chat. We will be giving you 1 minute and 30 seconds to claim your prize. That is 120 seconds para maklaim ang iyong prize. Because if you are not present in chat, then you will not be eligible. Ayan, nakuha na agad. Congratulations, Noxem, for winning a GameSense Radar mousepad courtesy of Hobby Dynamics. Grabe, ang dami nating mga swerte today. And sino pa kaya yung isa pang? Well, isa pa yung sure na saswertehin because again, we'll be giving away a Glorious O wireless mouse courtesy of Rotobox PH. At syempre, kung wala man na makaka-ace mamaya dun sa finals natin, edi mapupunta sa viewers natin yung 3-day pass to Conquest. Ayan. So, congratulations again to Noxem for winning that mousepad. And I guess we are ready to throw it back to our panel now to get things rolling, shall we? Back to you guys.
Grabe yung mga pag-giveaway dito. Parang di ko gusto. Bakit si Martian pa yung lumabas na pangalan kanina? Yung mga apport ni Quen, laging lumalabas yung pangalan. Pero congratulations, Noxem. Ikaw pa nga ang nanalo sa ating mousepad. Napakalupet. Dito naman, kasama na ulit natin sa panel, of course, ang isa sa mga naglaro dun sa show match kanina. Lu, kamusta naman yung experience na nakalaro silang lahat?
Medyo disappointed ako sa sarili ko kasi hindi ko nasaksak si Quen eh. Humarap siya. Isang daan sa ano.
Sayang. Focus lang sana sa goal, no? Kung ikaw ba, Yasumi, sa tingin mo, masasaksak mo si Quen kung ikaw nasa lugar ni Lu?
Feeling ko baka gayahin ko yung style ni Chris Ray, pero si Chris Ray kasi ang galing mag-spray. Siguro yung pagka Chris Ray ko, magtitipi lang ako, flash, tas mananaksak na lang ako.
Try lang hanggang magawa.
Masyadong mataas yung level ni Chris Ray para sa akin. Tamang ano lang ako doon. Magtitry na lang maka 100 pesos.
Yun, sayang. Alam ko nagkaroon na ng mga usap-usapin kanina. Pero matanong lang kita, Lu, ano nangyayari kanina? Yung comp nyo pa lang sa first game, medyo kakaiba na. Tapos moving over sa Vine, all duelist na yung buong lobby eh. So, run through mo naman kami sa nangyari doon. Siyempre parang interview na rin.
Sabi kasi namin kanina, all ini daw. Tapos biglang nagpanic si Stellar na papick siya ng Brim. Kasi hindi ko alam ano pipick ko. And then yung next match naman namin is sinabi sa amin ng prod team na mag-duel kami lahat. So, na wala na raw OT kasi baka OT na naman daw. pagod na daw sila lahat. Ayun, nag-all duel na nga lang. Tapos sabi naman namin, ang condition namin, sige, mag-duel kami lahat. Basta si Quen yung mag-jet. Yun. Tumayag naman siya.
Kaya pala, naging insta-lock jet pala yung...
Yun pala yung nangyayari doon. Pero ikaw, Yasumi, may mga nakita ka bang highlights kanina na baka gusto mong i-bring up ngayon? Lalong-lalo na, baka gusto mong purihin etong si Lu. Baka sumama na yung loob.
Oo nga. Pero kita nga naman natin kanina si Lu talagang hindi nagpatalo, 'di ba? Sayang hindi nilabas yung Odin. Akala ko talaga
Nag-Odin ako once, pero wala nangyari. Hindi kasing galing nung Odin ni Toby.
Talagang wala na sa
May
tournament,
special mention.
bumabalik pa din talaga.
Hindi ko
Pero
kasi
kita nga
kaya
naman natin kanina, pati Blade Storm Zulu talagang nagko-connect, may magnet. A lot of the players din kanina, actually all of them, lahat sila, they had their moments, Chris Ray had their moment, talagang, lalo na nung going into bind, I think they were more comfortable na din at that point, unlike the first map, we did see that a lot of them are having fun, but at the same time, still fragging out, kung pwede ganyan lang lagi tayo sa rank, diba? We're having fun, but also fragging out, and I really loved watching that so much, super nakaka-enjoy seeing these ladies perform and even outperform. Akala mo talaga nag-tournament din sila kahit troll yung comp, pero the way that they play, pwede talaga silang ipasok sa Adonis Cup.
Nakaka-enjoy rin talaga kasi makikita mo kanina yung mga nangyari na lang dun sa Vine. It was a lot of aim duels talaga. Ilang beses natin nakita na puro 1v1, v1, v1 na lang yung nangyayari dun sa lobby. Pero mararamdaman mo naman na nag-e-enjoy sila. And I think yun din yung reason kung bakit may kanya-kanyang spotlight moments etong mga to. Pero napakalupet, palakpakan natin lahat ng mga nag-participate dun sa show match natin kanina, guys. Andito pa rin yung tiny hands ko, papalakpak din sila. Hindi ko alam kung nasa tama to. Yan. So, ano naman ang upcoming game natin ay yung magiging Grand Finals matchup natin. So, wag na wag yung palalampasin yan, guys. Pero as a buffer, para makachill muna kayo, makakuha kayo ng mga pagkain, inumin, at kung ano-ano pang bagay na kailangan nyo in order to enjoy the game, nandirito ang isang special performance by Vernet Ann for our viewing pleasure. Pakinggan natin to.
Still a fan even though I'm salty. Need to see you with some other bro, know you're happy. Need to see you happy if I'm not the one driving. I'm so mature, I'm so mature, I'm so mature. Got me a therapist to tell me no something, man. I don't want none, I just want you. If I can't have you, no one should. I might kill my ex, not the best idea. He's your girlfriend's next out. I get here. I might kill my ex. I still love him though. Rather be in jail than alone. I get the sense that it's a lost cause. I get the sense that you might really love her. This text got me evidence. This text is evidence. I try to rush it with you, no murders or crime or passion, but damn, you was out of reach. You was at the farmer's market with your perfect peach. Now I'm in amazement. I didn't hold me patient. Now you're laying face down, got me saying over a beat. I'm so mature, I'm so mature. Got me a therapist to tell me there's other men I don't want none. I just want you. If I can't have you, no one will. I might kill my ex. Not the best idea. These new girlfriends next. How'd I get here? I might kill my ex. I still love him though. Rather be in jail than alone. Did all for love? Did all no drugs? Did all of this sober? Did all for us? Oh, did all for love? Did all this on no drugs? Did all of this sober? Don't you know I did it all for us? Oh, I just killed my ex. Not the best idea. Kill this girlfriend next. How'd I get here? I just killed my ex. I still love him though. Rather be in hell than alone. Hi everyone. Before I sing my next song, I just want to say thank you to Queen and the prod team for thinking of me and inviting me to this event. Again, I'm always it's always a pleasure for me to sing for you guys. Yeah, I hope everyone who's watching enjoys the event, and for those who are playing, hope they have fun in the competition. Yeah, the next song would be Flowers by Miley Cyrus. Yeah, let's go. We were good, we were gold, kind of dream that can't be sold. We were right till we weren't. Build a home and watch it burn. I didn't wanna leave you, I didn't wanna lie. Started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, say things you don't understand. I can take myself started to cry, but then remembered I can buy myself flowers, write my name in the sand, talk to myself for hours, yeah, say things you don't understand. I can take myself dancing, and I can hold my hand, yeah, I can be better than, said I can be better than you can. And love me better, and love me better, baby. And love me better, and love me better, baby. And love me better,
Yeah. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Vernet Ann, sa napakagandang performance mo dyan. No one can love me better than I can nga ang tema natin this year. Kasi love yourself naman lagi ang pinapakita natin dito. Lalong-lalo na dito sa Kweeendom, lagi naman nagpapatunay na empowerment ang theme ng mga tournament natin dito. Pero dito sa panel, nagbabalik muli si Likeable, Yasumi, and of course, si Iseki Lu, na nakita nating naglaro. Pero ngayon, girls, papunta na tayo sa napakainit na labanan dahil it is time for the Grand Finals. Ang maglalaban for our Grand Finals is none other than Playboys versus 69ers. And very familiar tayo dito sa dalawang to, pero unahin ko na sa'yo, Lu, dito kasi nakita na natin kung paano nga ba kumaldag etong si Super MJ. Ano yung thoughts mo doon?
Well, this will actually be a rematch for Playboys and 69ers, to which 69ers had it easy kasi na-traffic kasi Super MJ nung araw na yon. They had to play 4v5. Pero nakita naman natin kahapon kung paano nag-press W yung mga Playboys. Super proactive ng team na to. They are very quick with making the right decisions. Aggression is their forte, pero syempre, that alone did not bring them to the Grand Finals. They still played it with discipline, and kitang-kita naman natin kahapon na they were really enjoying it. On the side of 69ers naman, I think dealing with aggression will not be a problem for them because they really do play smart as a team. They clearly know their strengths. That's why they did so well on how to play around that, and they utilize the advantages that each individual provide for their team. They take their time and wait for that winning opportunity, and when that comes, they almost never fail to take it and win it. So I expect this series to be very close and intense. The question is, will they be able to maintain those plays, stamina, and overall teamwork na na-build up nila yesterday?
Yes, talagang this will actually be the rematch that we need, 'di ba? Kasi it's going to be 69ers versus Playboys. They played 5v4 at the very start of this tournament. So now it will be judgment day for both of them, as it will finally be a 5v5 team versus team. We're going to see what's going to happen in this best of 5.
Mainit na mainit ang usap-usapin na to, pero paiinitin pa natin as we introduce the first team that is stepping up to the plate. None other than the 69ers. Ayan na nga, nakita na naman natin ang paborito ni Yasumi, ang Jessie Batch ng Pinas in the form of Morwill. Pag pinag-uusapan natin tong team na to, sanay na tayong nakikita na ito sila Lloyd Dream, laging nag-iinit kahit shy type daw siya. Etong si E-Joink, si Ryul, si Rem, maganda talaga yung chemistry ng team nila. Pero aside from that, Yasumi, ano pa ba yung mga bagay na dapat nating abangan when it comes to the 69ers?
Well, when it comes to the 69ers, sabi mo nga, Lord Dream may be a shy person, but he does not shy away from being top frag. He does not shy away from getting those impact kills for his team. And I'm really looking forward to more of their plays kasi nakikita ko nga, as you can see doon sa 69ers, pag na-scan ni Morville, wala na. It's endgame for that player, for that round. And as soon as they hit, basta magkaroon sila ng information, they don't shy away, they don't back away, they hold W, they get that site. And this is going to be, for me, one of the grand finals in datingan kasi Lloyd Dream also heavily holds W and we all know how Playboys will play.
Ano na lang natin si Lloyd Dream, no? Kung mamimaintain niya yung performance niya hapon kasi sobrang ganda eh.
Natatawa lang talaga ako dito kay Lloyd Dream eh. Pag ini-interview, kala mo napakabait. Pero kapag naglalaro na, turbo man din talaga tong taong to. Kung ano-anong pinaggagawa inside the lobby. Kaya abangan na lang natin kung ano yung mga ipupul niya na tricks up from his sleeves. Ang magiging challenge naman, or ang challenger rather, ay yung magiging kalaban nila dito dahil this is a revenge story in the making. Natalo sila dito nung 4v5 dahil nga sabi nyo, medyo napatagal sa traffic etong si Super MJ. Pero ngayon na kumpleto na sila, gusto nilang i-rewrite yung history na yon. So kilalanin na natin on the side of the enemy team, it's the Playboys. On the side of Playboys naman, ang makikilala nating members dito ay si Super MJ, Skylar Von, Hinok, Kaizen at si Avarisha. Si Super MJ, makakalaban niya pa nga yung mismong teammate niya si Morwill mula sa kadiliman, di ba? Itong dalawang to. Pero dito naman, Isekilu, nakita na natin kung gaano ka-aggro etong si Skylar Von na kahit papano nagagawa ni Super MJ na umatras ng onte at maging mapunta dun sa refrag na position. And so far, I think it has really been doing well. Don't you think so?
Siguro kasi nag-clash yung same aggression nung dalawa. So parang nag-giveaway na si Super MJ na, sige, ikaw magwala ako. Medyo chill ako kasi mag-IGL din ako eh.
And yun nga, dun sa pag-IGL niya nga, kailangan hindi siya yung nauuna sa site kasi ang hirap eh. Para makapag-calls ka, kailangan mo rin ng maraming information para makapag-decide ka kung ano yung kailangan gawin ng team nyo moving forward or in taking side or kung ano man yung position na kailangan yung gampanan dyan. Pero dito, Yasumi, may mga moments talaga na kahit dun sa 4v5 nila na may shining moments etong sila Skylar Von talaga. Sa tingin mo ba, do they have what it takes ngayon na kompleto na sila na patumbahin at makabawi pa nga against 69ers?
I actually believe that they do kasi parang makikita natin Skylar Von could be the right hand of MJ in the crucial moments of the fight, especially because we know that MJ is IGLing for the team. Skylar Von, he's more focused on those frags. He's more focused on taking a lot of space for his team. Parang nagbibigay siya, nagregalo siya ng sight to his team a lot of times into the match. And talagang both of them are known for their aggression. Both of them have made it this far. They ate, they left no crumbs in their tracks, and now talagang ito na, face to face, both of them with W keyboards, and we'll see kaninong keyboard yung matitira na nakapress pa din yung W.
Yan na nga yung big question mark natin dyan. I am expecting either double duelists from either of the team kasi naging trend na rin yan dito sa tournament. But we will have to wait and see. Ang unang question na masasagot natin on the other hand though ay kung saang mapa nga ba tayo mapupunta. Pero to tell that story is gonna be our amazing casters for the Grand Final Series. Ipapasa ko na kayo kay Black and Blue and Fluffy02.
And there you have it, folks. We are the finals. I'm Fluffy02 and I'm joined with my inspiration, Black and Blue.
Anong sabi mo? We are the finals?
It is the finals show.
It is ba talaga? Okay. Hello guys, I'm Fluffy01. Kasama ko ngayon si Fluffy02. Nandito naman tayo sa ating Grand Finals of the Adonis Cup at napaka-hype ng laban natin because this time, hopefully, finally, 5v5 na.
Yeah, last time unfortunately we had that 4v5 and I think the map was Ascent for that. So as we move on to the map selection soon, I wonder which is the battlefield we're going to go because this is a best of 5 after all, so we might go the distance.
Yeah, I mean, alam naman natin pag getting sa best of 5, it really comes down to teams that can adjust midway through that series and obviously have like the stamina para talagang ma-retain nila dito ang heat retention really going deep into it. But I believe map veto is what we're going to be starting off with. Fluffy, nakita ko kanina parang naglalaro sila ng Breeze. I'm not sure if we're going to stick with the competitive map rotation here, actually.
I mean, that is one of the possibilities, but talking about the maps that are in that competitive map rotation, there's a lot of staples here for most teams. I mean, I mentioned a bit earlier that last time they did play that Ascent map. Unfortunately, it was 4v5, but you know, it's still one of those fundamental maps that every team is fine with. And I'm sure, especially because Super MJ and Morwell are teammates, that they know how each other plays. And generally speaking, you mentioned that heat retention. I think both of these teams really rely on a lot of momentum. So whoever gets a lot of these maps early on can really push that momentum and take the entire thing.
Well, you touched upon the captains. Let's introduce the teams here on Playboys. You got Super MJ, Skylar Vaughn, Chinook, Kaizen, and Avarita. For the 69ers, it's Lloyd Dream, E-Joinks, Morwell, Rum, and Riuls. So, I know as casters, it's not our say to be the ones doing the prediction. That's a panel. But who you got, Fluff?
Me? I think I'm gonna go with the Playboys. You know, they already have a bunny. I like bunnies.
Whoa.
So I'm a fluffy bunny, you know?
What a leak.
Gotta go with the theme. Super MJ always a crack duelist. Last time he played also, he carried a lot of the momentum. We always talk about that heat retention. And I think he's one of those players that he's known for his raise and how explosive that already is. So you put him in a team like this and he can really shine.
You like bunnies?
Fluffy bunnies.
That explains the costume in your
My
closet.
logo is a rabbit. No.
Ah, okay. I thought no. Isn't your logo the?
It's a rabbit.
The gorilla? No, not that.
No.
Okay.
Huh?
Moving on. Map number 1, Lotus here for the Playboys opening pick. Haven following suit. Icebox on the 3rd. Ascent is where we rise, and Fracture is where we could cut it.
Now, speaking of cut it very short here. As the 5 maps, I'm surprised that Pearl and Split are already removed. Pearl, I think, is a map that not a lot of teams can really master, especially in B side. And Split always swings really heavily for that defense. So it's kind of understandable. Lotus being the first map choice, though, very bold move.
Oh, bold. Map number 1, you talked about that Lotus and Haven here. Both of these maps having 3 sites, yes, but they also have tig 5 letters dun sa pangalan nila, diba? Lotus.
Oh I'm learning so many things with Black and Blue. Kaya ka analyst eh. Kahit yung letters, bilang.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We go on to it. Map number 1 here on Lotus. Tingin mo, Fluffy, you know, I know you are the award-winning analyst himself. What do you... As I can see, your cat is walking through the screen. What do you think of Lotus as a map coming into this for the opener?
It's big. That's all you need to know. Bigger, better. Bigger, better, more tactics, more options. That's why it's better. It also has a lot more different dynamics because every site really plays very differently compared to how other maps have a very similar theme for the entire map. So a lot of agents are very viable. And speaking of agents, Super MJ may be going, I'm not sure if they're hovering, if they're locking in that, but that's a Gecko.
Gecko. Ooh. Already into play here. Something we haven't really seen much of in the past. We look at the last maps that they did play. As you said, they played on Ascent the last time around in the best of 1, really. So there wasn't much of a chance for them to come on back, but we have yet to really see Lotus come out from either of these teams. The only Lotus we've seen is from that Strip Kings and Wild Stallions team. And I want to see how, in contrast, they play this Lloyd Dream on the Rays.
Very interesting. I'm still stuck on the Super MJ point a bit because we know he's that crack duelist that really wants that explosive firepower, but putting him on something like this Gecko will allow them to use a lot more utility early, which means that you trade util better at the start of the game, especially with a really big map like this. But combine that with the breach as well. There's just so much you can peek off and flash off that it's going to be very hard to play a lot of these contact things, especially when you look at 69ers lineup. They have that Killjoy, which relies a lot on the vision that you can get from the turret for control. But the Harbor, I think, is going to play a bigger role than people might expect because of the slow from a lot of the util.
Well, it's something that we have seen put into great effect, right, in the pro scene, but we're here at the Adonis Cup, so I expect even better. Kaizen, lock in, brother. There he goes with the Killjoy. Kind of like the most, I guess, default pick you would go for a Sentinel in this case, the most meta bounding. But I think the Gecko is what I really want to see here come from Super MJ and how they play this out. As we start with map number 1, round number 1 here on the pistol. You got them on the defensive side here, rather on the attacking side, the Playboys. And on the defense, it's the 69ers.
The 69ers on the defense. Nice. And here we're already watching Morwell as well as his teammate on the opposite end. Mr. Super MJ already tried to position themselves to take this attacking side to the C site. We have the wingman, so it's going to be very interesting because it can plant on the second floor if they choose to do so, but they have to clear out the backside. He's going for it. It's going to stick the spike planting already, but they're going to try to go for more delays here with the aftershock.
Yeah, no immediate deny here coming in on that plant. They're trying to play that post plant towards the mound. That is where they planted for anyways. You can see them trying to take that back pillar. Scalvaron, he's able to get the opening pick here. A second goes his way, and he's winning every fight here going towards the Playboys. It's all down to Ram, who simply can remember how to bring this back as a 4K goes towards the Jet, and they take the opening pistol.
It says on the screen that Scalvaron's so bad, but it looks like he's so good, already opening up game with a clean 4K, able to get the space that he needs. That's what you want for your duelist, Super MJ, getting an assist of his own, and with that, he's able to buy up to that Vandal here on the second round. It's a very important round for them because not only do this their better buy, but because they're upgrading and investing so much in this Vandal, it has to be worth it. 4 kills, that means you almost have knives, you have the rifle compared to everyone else, and you also already have the full armor.
4 kills, 1 more, that's 5. Quick math. All 5 players here going
Facts.
towards that single C side. The quick rush here, Fluffy. It's going to be an immediate brawl. Actually, as they get stalled, realizing, hey, there might be a bit too much on the C site, they fall back instead.
They must have heard your analysis because of that, a quick little pause here. The high tides rise, then fall. But are they going to go for the rehit or are they going to go to the A site? There's no presence anywhere else in the map. I don't think it's going to be a very well sold fake if they're going to try to go again because now all the players are stacked up onto C.
They're waiting. Here comes on in the push. Are they aware of the amount of presence here the 69ers have on this defensive side? Avarita gets the opening pick, but everything is still going Playboy's way as they just have so much more firepower in their hands. A second flawless clean round goes to their side.
It's so hard to tank that kind of entry. You're already gonna deal with the concuss coming up from the aftershocks as well as the breach, and you also have to deal with a lot of the util coming out from Gecko because not only are they don't have to lose a player to plant the spike because of the wingman, but because they don't flash their teammates, they can swing with the Gecko flash as well. So it's just so much util that they have to deal with. I feel like at that range, even if they had rifles or different weapons, I think it would have ended relatively the same. But moving on to this round already, it is the buy round, very important for the defenders. It looks like they're going to give up some C presence, go for a retake instead because the first 2 rounds have really not gone their way on that C side. Instead, they're going to bolster A as well as B. And Sky is just going to jiggle for some info, hopefully get something. He still has a lot of util left in the bank, but with 1 minute and 20 seconds, it also gives a lot of time for these attackers to really roam around.
It's nice to have a lot in the bank, as Fluffy knows, so much so. Moving on forward, Playboys here. On this attacking side, if they can split the defense and really hit the site that they know is the weak side of the map, then they can win this bonus on out. They're keeping the defense guessing. 69ers, they have that turret towards tree when the entrance has come, but you can see them holding the cross here more well. But as he's the breach, he won't be able to give the utility that somebody else might need. Fault line on out, allows them to push.
They are low on info, but the contacts are going to be made with the alarm bar. Going to hold back on site. Going to stay as well as the wingman. Will he go for the plant though? He might be able to stick it. They don't have the angle. They will eventually take wingman out. Oh, poor little guy. But that means that the spike is dropped in a very awkward situation. The attacker's scrambling to get some, but a double kill, triple kill is coming out, and Silverdawn again on the Jet going huge. Able to get 3, able to get control, 4 even. Will they get the last player? It's on a 1v2 right now. Harbor alone has a rifle though, but 33 HP, and the Gecko abilities are just going to be able to recharge. He still has dash as well, and I think that they have the info. Look, wingman, he's alive yet again, able to clear out the tree, which means that he has to either come from heaven or here from the A side or A main side. Super MJ Already has some contact. They might go for the double swing here. The dash already popped from Jet. Do they have the time though? Because he has to make a move really soon. He does get one. That gives the info though. The dash still there. Is able to get the ace on the grand finals.
My goodness. Third round on in. Hit a 4K a while ago here on this and gets the ace right on after. Nothing really stopping here. Skylar Vaughn rather, getting himself going early on in the Playboys. They seem out for vengeance. They lost that opening matchup between them and 69ers due to some maybe unfortunate events, but it's keeping it pretty straight this time around.
Yeah, the Playboys playing to win right now. Skylar Vaughn already with the 9 kills. Secured them a very important and pivotal round. Getting the buy round off of that defensive side means that you just extend your lead even further. They're really using the wingman to the best of the abilities, even smoking, using a cloudburst for it as the aggression doesn't stop from Skylar Vaughn. Eventually though, he's halted for a bit, but the spike lands. It's going to be Chinook who's going to be able to take out one from the sky, but the rest of the defensive side is going to flood in. The Bucky in hand. Will it be enough for more will? But the flash comes in, and it's going to blind him for just enough time. He's not going to be able to see in Super MJ with a clean sweep at the end. Just going to be able to sweep that round up. A very quick round for the attacking side.
That's a 4-0. Great stuff on here coming from the Playboys. And because of that ace here, Fluffy, because Skylar Vaughn did so well in that one round, he has just won a 3-day pass to Conquest this year. Congratulations, sir.
Yo, Conquest? The 3-day pass?
Sana all.
Sana all. Sana all pwede mag-ace. Whereas a 3-day
Grabe.
pass ng Conquest. But it will be something that they're going to have to conquer because if they get more rounds here, the lead that they're building also builds up their ult economy as well. They already have the knives. So it looks like they're going to fall back to their old strategy for the first 2 rounds, which is just to get C. But this time, they have a lurker though.
They're waiting, trying to make sure that this hit is actually going to come. You can see them kind of not as necessarily too sure, but here they come on in, make that noise, and he splits that defense. Look at this, Skylar Vaughn, he is absolutely on the tear. A second goes his way, and Roger copy that. He knows.
Oh, he knows exactly where they are, I think. His teammate also behind him. Oh, he doesn't see that spot though, but he quickly gets traded by Super MJ. Now it's 2v4. The rocket's already gonna land, but it's not gonna actually confirm anything. This is a great flash coming in from Super MJ. You get the info as well as the pings out, but it's not enough. The firepower is still coming from the waterfall side. Allows them to secure 3. Now it's 2v1. They have to play the post plant though. The Killjoy ultimate is down. They know where it's 1v1 where it's going to be, but the lockdown gets destroyed eventually. He just has to play for time. All into this KJ's hands, and it's going to be enough delay for them to get another round yet again.
Played super well there by Kaizen at the end. 5-0. No real problem. Wouldn't be a bad time to call a timeout, wouldn't you say?
If I was a coach, if you were an analyst, these are the things that we would say for sure. But sadly, we are not. So it's up to them, honestly. I think momentum-wise, obviously, you want to cut it just so that you get the mental back. But also, maybe you have a strat in mind that you want to and save the attack for later. I think a lot of these things are valid, to be honest.
Talaga?
Of course.
Yun ba yun? You saved the timeout. Eco on the timeout. Let's see if it goes on in. Round here, coming to pass. The Playboys, another heavy economical and firepower advantage coming into the A site this time. They're looking to hold on to the tree, 69ers. Reckoning, Rolling Thunder, Seekers, all high impact, all available for the 69ers defense.
No, for the attacking side, though, I noticed that Super MJ really likes taking these orbs, and it's so good on Gecko because you can essentially use the ultimate twice if you get enough. Speaking of Gecko utility, though, Wingman's going to be the MVP again, planting the spike, allowing his team to still free up a lot of space because they can hold out the rifles and defend that spike planter. It's going to be Skylar Vaughn again, going for the aggressive push here. Gets punished this time. It drops the rifle in front of the defenders, giving them a fighting chance. The Rolling Thunder is still available in use if they do choose to use it, but there's so much util flooding the small space that it's hard to play the contact off it. The Rolling Thunder rolls, but no one's going to be able to swing off it. They're going to go for the tap here, and maybe it's going to be enough to make it get a half. They do get the half, I believe, but the sprays are going to come down. Now it's forcing the 2v2. The Sheriff lands another one, a clear 1v1, and it's going to be finally a round for the defensive side. It's a great retake, considering that was their eco as well.
Yeah, luckily they had all those ultimates to throw on out, and we talked about it. It did come to pass. Rolling Thunder, especially high impact on that retake. They didn't even have to pop the Reckoning, which is a pretty strong ultimate on a side like that on B. And yet, they just are able to make it work on out. You can see the Flood coming in here from that link position. It was more than enough to overwhelm that post-plant hold here from the Playboys.
It's a little overwhelming, especially with all that util. But going back to the gunplay, the gun advantage is still going to be on this side for the Playboys. They didn't lose that round, but they still have the buy up. These early pressures not going to matter as the knives from the sky is going to take out Morwell, immediately upgrading himself to the Vandal as well.
Okay. I see you, Skylar. Not losing any momentum, even after losing a round here. They've made that noise towards C in the defense. It responds accordingly. You can see them pull in towards that C site, leaving A lot less defended than it otherwise would be, but seems like it's the B site they really want to hit here. That's what they're prepped for. Nobody there, an alarm bot will give it away, but won't keep him at bay.
Yeah, the attacking side conditioning them with that C pressure makes the over-rotation so easy for them. The alarm bot spot them out, unless they're able to maybe smoke or star this. Oh, does it not spot out the wingman?
Well, it's a wingman usually has to spot out for you. And Roger, he copies that once more. He understands the situation, his task. Skylar Vaughn follows up there on the frag by Kaizen. But it's all down once more here to the harbor of Rem. And he remembers being in this spot a while ago. Can he find the one? No, he doesn't even. Avarita gets the 6th here for the Playboys.
The Playboys keeping that momentum up. No time to play for games. They're playing for the win. And on the opposite side, though, the 69ers, they do use their ultimates very well. They round off that Rolling Thunder 2 rounds ago. But now this time, another great ultimate in their pocket is that Lockdown, which they actually can't destroy for the Playboys size. At least with indirect fire, they have to really peak it. So it's going to be very strong. Playboys, though, they have that Cosmic Divide and Rolling Thunder of their own. So that might play a pivotal role, especially in the post-plan. You get these a lot of situations, there's just so much utility that they have, especially because you can even recharge all of the ones from Gecko.
The Gecko, alam mo, ang Gecko, parang ano lang yan, parang butike, parang tuko. Alam mong nandun siya, pero wala kang magagawa. You can't force him out, and he's always going to be annoying just by presence alone. I don't hate lizards, just they are what they are. The plant trying to go down, can't deny it. He gets a spike. Thank you, Wingman.
Thank you indeed, but also Chinook, thank you, says his team. He is able to get one, but unfortunately the trades don't work out for them. The defender's still struggling. All up to Morwell. Has an angle, has to wait, he has to make a move, has to try to get something because they're just gonna wait for the tap. And Super MJ even gonna try to go for the detain. Oh, they go for the detain, but they don't go for the BM knife though. Respect.
Maybe if he had a wingman of his own, would have been able to coerce him. Go, man, make a move. What's the worst that could happen? 7-1.
Wow.
Oh. You, Fluffy, kamusta? You are, I think, a great wingman, you know?
Thanks. Thanks, man. All right.
It's a compliment. Is there something wrong? Yeah.
Who doesn't want to be a wingman?
Do you need one? Never mind. Moving on. 7-1.
Moving on.
Rolling Thunder. Cosmic Divide.
Divided we stand. But together, they might fall if they hit this in the wrong place, the wrong time, because there's a lot of explosive on the other side of the C side for the defense. They already have the paint shells. Dash does come through, but where's he going to throw the paint shells? He's going to choose to go for that water, and the boom bot as well is going to get some damage. But is it enough to stop the push? It's enough to drop the low, though. He just flies away, gets himself out of that sticky situation. Morbo is going to try to keep the pressure on, but somehow he gets taken out. Jet's not stopping at all. Skylar Vaughn is just not putting any breaks to this. It just feels like the defense has always tried to retake, but because they don't have the util or the positioning at the correct time, they give so many 1v1s that Playboys is just able to isolate a lot of their fights.
It seems like on these rounds, they try to win it, but they don't.
Facts.
That's a breakdown here. The 69ers, for the real talk, they're not winning.
Therefore, they're losing.
Therefore, they're losing.
Real.
Therefore, the law of... What do you call it? One leads to another. There. Playboys, they're winning, is what's happening. And they seem to be out with a vengeance. did lose to some unfortunate events the last time around, but this time playing no games, no monkey business, no apes to be escaped. Skylar Vaughn pushing. He wants to go towards that CT. Realizes, hey, let's wait for the lockdown. You can see that's how Sao from Loitering, but it doesn't work out. But Roger, a double for him. Okay, denies a plant, but they should get the spike down anyways.
Going for Ace, but they're going gorillas here. 3v3 already, and they have the spike planted, so the time is on their side. Even this molly is just going to be enough delay from the C push to... They have to wait for another cycle of the door, actually, to get out of there. So it's actually so much time that they're burning. Skylar Vaughn makes his way to go for the rotate just because of that. And because of the combination of Kaizen as well as Skylar Vaughn, the delay was enough to funnel all the attack defenders from going for that retake.
Nano Swarm there at the end. Perfectly timed there. Coming in from Kai, you can see it perfectly delaying, and as you said, they had to wait for another rotation, another cycle of that door as it closes upon them. You know, automatic doors, they can be convenient, but they can also be very annoying.
True, when the door opens, another one closes. Sadly,
Whoa.
it closed in front of their face, didn't allow them to go for the timing that they really wanted. Really separated a lot of their team, but now look at how big the gap is in the score. 1-9. The defender is trying to do something very aggressive, but he can't see anything. He has to push through the molly. He gets one, and the ultimate already started. This is huge. The Tame's gonna land on 2. This is essentially 2 free kills. The Gecko utility coming in very strong, and he can even pick that up again. And because of that, they don't even have to waste a member to plant the spike. The spike's gonna go down. A Super MJ is gonna get more value out of that wingman, and it's a 5v1 situation.
9-1, looking potentially to get the 10th round in a row without the fuss. Another flawless could be coming on here for the Playboys. Roger, at this point, if you're the 69ers, what do you even do, Fluffy? Do you call a timeout? Do you just let it happen? Do you take it in the cheek and accept it?
I think the first thing you do is you save that rifle. Not sure of the economy, of how exact it is, but I'm pretty sure that it's a very hard situation to win, especially because the spike was already planted, but they're not going to stop going for that hunt. Roger, they have the location, at least a good hunch of where he might be. He's able to dodge a lot of these bullets, though, and hasn't made a sound yet, so maybe a little over-aggression and the wrong timing. Oh, he got spotted out, and because of that gets punished. Flying too close to the sun, eventually he swatted down Roger with another frag, but is it enough? Is that a rifle enough to turn the tides?
Roger, affirmative. 10-4, can confirm. Any way you want to spin it, this is not turning the way of the 69ers anytime soon. Maybe unless they can get this second round for their sake at the end of the half and continue that streak or momentum somehow into that second half, but it's not a good sign for things to come. The Playboys in every hefty advantage. The big Odin ni Skylar Vaughn come to pull out.
They're pulling out all the big ones right now, and they have those Odin spams. It's gonna be a blast, at least for as they go and take the backside already. So many bullets. You can't actually hide. Man, a trooper is just not being punished. He gets the free plant all the time here. How will they even peek into this? They get the wall bang damage through one. The Rolling Thunder lands very early, but is there anyone who can capitalize on this? They have to wait for the rotating door, actually. It's just so many bullets, too much util, and too much time burned from this. The angles that the defensive side are taking are just not enough for them to really get the space that they want. The knives from Skylar Vaughn trying to land between the storm of bullets, but a storm of swords is not enough. At that 1v3, he does get one for his trouble. Picks up the Odin. Will he be able to get one? Maybe a second even. Turn it into a 1v1, but he is stunned. Doesn't have to reload now. He has the Cove to give him some protection. Might be able to have this. The Aftershock already used. It's being spammed, but because of the reload from Avarita, will he have enough time? He does get the angle, though, and that's enough for them to secure the round. A very good try from the defensive side, in fairness.
He gets forced off of it at the end there, Rem. Maybe if he stuck it, could have been a bit different, but it never came to pass. Bygones be bygones. 11-1. Puro 1 sa scoreline.
That's like a sale already, but unfortunately, it looks like the only one who can't buy is gonna be the defensive or attacking side now. If they lose another round, it's not the best start for a half for them, to be super honest, but it's always winnable, especially if they have the mental. Win pistol, win game. That's what it has to go right now. Win pistol, win by, but start one round at a time. 69ers, the pressure is on them, and they have to make the attacking side work just as hard as the Playboys. Because if they can do it, you have to believe you can do it too.
Fluffy, the master in working hard here. Push towards his C site. as the rest of the push comes. Sky, he has a lot to fend on off. Gets tagged by the Trailblazer. Kinagat ng aso. Can he fall back? He barely escapes even with a Gecko blasting in his face.
Wow. That's a great wrap.
Bars ba? Di pa
Bars.
Di pa.
Wala pa.
Di pa yung the bar. Ito na nga, retake. Fluff.
Ito na, retake. There goes
Aray.
2. 3 even. Kai getting the double kill, and double kill
No.
also. Okay, now it's enough time for him. Not enough time, not enough life. Super MJ is going to be able to get that. And with that, they have a very important round. I think this is probably one of the best scores you can get in Valorant. 112 means that if you win, since you win the pistol, you get the biggest economy advantage. It means the opposing side is forced to force. They can maybe get something out of it, but they even go for the no greed. This time, Skylar won. When they won the first pistol, he went for the Vandal. Knowing they can only go to half armor, he's just going to go and send it with the Phantom. Very smart move, actually.
Look at what they've got though here running for the 69ers on that force buy. Sometimes you have no choice when put in that situation. They're gonna have to go with the SMGs at all. That's the most they can fight with in this case. Skylar Vaughn pressing the issue. Quick push towards C, but it's B site where they want to go. Trying to run on over. Kai here gets the one off of the Nano Swarm as well.
Gonna go for more pressure. Smart move, taking that B side. The close quarter combat's gonna benefit. Guy's gonna get one though. Super MJ another, and that's all on to Killjoy. It's only up to Roger, but that's an affirmative
My
for this
goodness.
to end.
Grabe.
Congratulations to the Playboys. Victory.
Playboys ang kanilang pangalan, but it doesn't seem like they're taking any games or playing any games here, Fluff. Diretso all the way to the win. A minor hump, a minor bump in the road, but they're still on track. Nothing stopping them as they're absolutely cracked in every single round we saw them. Puro flawless. How many flawless rounds did we see in that game? Tignan mo nga yung KDA nila. 24-6, 16-5. The most deaths on their side has been 9, and that is very impressive here coming in from their side.
Yeah, Super MJ also on that Gecko, showing his flexibility. He's not just that raise. He's also an initiator. Play a lot of these roles, support his team. And look, if you can support your team well, you can enable a lot of your players. Between the Breach and Gecko utility, Skylar Vaughn is just playing like in the range. Everyone is stunned. Everyone is flashed. If you have the aim and your team can back you up, it does so much value for them.
I'm wondering here, paano kaya makakabawi dito ang 69ers? Pero at the very least, Fluffy, I'm sure you know this by heart na parang relasyon lang yan, di ba? Pag mabilis siyang matapos agad, mabilis lang ding mabitawan. And if it's a long-lasting one, then that's the one that hurts the most at the end. So at the very least, they can let this go quick and move on to the next.
That's very true.
Yeah, thanks for confirming.
Yep.
From experience ba?
Anyway, so guys, I hope you enjoyed the first game.
Thank you for enjoying the first game. If not, then you definitely should. I think we have quite a bit more as we're going to throw over to the panel. Yes, right after this in a very short moment. But, I mean, how do you even break that map down? Gecko, nice. Super MJ on the IGL. Forgo the duelist, and he just went like, guys, let's go win map 1. Yeah.
It works, it works.
Grabe talaga yung pinapakitang lakas nitong mga Playboys. Sinabi talaga nila na, alam nyo guys, last time na nagkita tayo, kulang lang kami ng manpower at kulang din kami sa IGL. Sayang kasi hindi agad nagpakita si MJ nun. Pero nakabawi naman na siya sa atin kasi nga sumayaw na siya para sa ating lahat. Pero bawing-bawi na rin siya ngayon. Sumi dito sa mga teammates niya. Kasi nung pinili niya pa lang tong si Gecko, wala na. Sure na siya. Ang ganda ng mga plants niya and ang ganda rin ng paggamit niya dun sa ultimate. Sulit na sulit every single time.
Yes, what I loved about it is even though he picked Gecko, he really opted for that support role. Like time and time again, we've seen him backing up his teammates. Although we have known him to be that entry fragger, we have known him to be that aggressive player, but he really did show na yung adjustment niya ngayon ng role, hindi na scam. Kasi kahapon, adjust ng role pero agent lang. But this time around, he really did show up for his team and supported his team. And Lotus, we now see why they picked this map. It's because this is their playground. Playboys have their playgrounds and apparently it's Lotus.
May pocket pick naman pala to si Super MJ. Si Wingman na lang yung pinag-press W niya. So, I don't know what happened with the 69ers if na-miss lang ba nila yung jet ni Lloyd or what. they can't just keep up on how fast the Playboy executes every play.
Isang bagay din na dapat kinonsider nila is yung comfort nila for either of the sides. This has been an ongoing trend for a lot of the tournaments then outside of Kweeendom na nagka-thrive yung mga teams when it comes on the attack pagdating sa Lotus. Kaya kita naman natin pag napaplant na nila MJ etong spike, hirap na hirap etong 69ers na i-retake yung site and just to have control of the map overall. So sayang lang talaga, alam naman natin na grabe rin yung potential ng team na to pero doon talaga nagkukulang. It was just, I guess, the preparation for going into Lotus kasi marami pa ring unknown factors on how to actually play this especially with a new team like them, 'di ba? Ilang weeks pa lang sila magkakasama. So good try till the very end. Pero ang upcoming matchup natin or ang upcoming map naman natin is gonna be Haven and this is the 69ers pick. So hopefully with a little bit more comfort and I'm sure na scrim na rin nila to kahit papano, mas maganda yung magiging turnout nung laban nila dito. And as I say that, we are gonna be going off to a quick break. Pero huwag kayong aalis dahil may pag-giveaway na naman pala tayo coming your way. So abangan nyo yan guys. Kweeendom Adonis Cup, we'll be right back.
It's a new day. Ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, shake, shake. Move it to the beat now. Got the heat now. Deep down, we know. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Dive right in, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
Hi everyone, it's Kitty here, and of course, kakatapos lang ng ating Game 1 between the Playboys and 69ers. Congratulations to the Playboys for that landslide of a win. Grabe. 13-1, wala akong masabi. Talagang pinractice sila yung naging strat nila for Lotus. So we still have at least 2 more games kung masweep nila to. Pero this is a best of 5 series. So malalaman natin kung aabot ba tayo sa Game 5. Makakabawi ba ang 69ers dun sa panalo nung Playboys? But before we get into Game 2, we will be doing another giveaway. Syempre, hindi na natin mapapag-giveaway yung 3-day pass to Conquest kasi may naka-ace kanina. So unfortunately, mapupunta yon dun sa naka-ace. Pero we will be giving away a glorious Model O wireless mouse courtesy of Rotobox PH. Kaya all you have to do is type in chat kung ano yung ating code word ngayon. It is going to be KWDM Adonis Finals. Yun yung magiging code natin para makasali kayo sa ating giveaway. Siyempre, kailangan natin sumali kasi who doesn't want a glorious Model O wireless mouse courtesy of Rotobox PH? Ayan. So, we will be giving you at least 30 seconds to type in chat para makasama kayo sa ating giveaway. Again, that's KWDM Adonis Finals. Again, 30 seconds bago tayo mag-start ng ating roll para malaman natin kung sino ang mananalo ng mouse na ito. Again, thank you so much sa ating mga sponsors for making all of this possible. At syempre, batiin na rin natin yung ibang sponsors natin as well. We have Corazon, Rotobox PH, 103.5 K-Lite, Neolite, Crystal Gale, Narrative, Hobby Dynamics, Chief Heroes Travel Cup, Ghost of Gaming Gears, Rainfall, Pansit Canton, Roberi, Betelgeuse, Tension _XI, Jitunes 5, Happy Doggo, si Ilak _V, and si King Courage BD. I don't know if I said that right, pero hopefully I did dahil sila ang ating mga sponsors natin. And sila yung dahilan why everything is all possible. Again, congratulations kay Quinn for making Adonis Cup a huge success. And syempre sa ating mga prod team naman, hindi magiging successful itong 3-day event na to without them. So palakpakan naman natin ang ating prod team. Clap, 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 clap. Okay, I think 60 seconds na yun. Well, more than 60 seconds na yun. So, I guess it is time to see kung sino ang mananalo ng isang Glorious Model O wireless mouse courtesy of Rotobox PH. Sana ako. Grabe, we will see. Again, you have to be in chat to claim your prize, okay? Because if you are not, we will be doing another role para mapunta ito to someone who is actually in chat. Ayan, so Step Bro Shawnee, if you are present in chat right now, magparamdam ka, give us a sign because you potentially have won a Glorious Model O wireless mouse courtesy of Rotobox. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds on the clock before we actually re-roll and give it to someone else. So mag-spam kayo in chat kung nandito si Step Bro Shawnee para sa kanya mapunta yung mouse, or paki-disconnect na siya ngayon so that we can give it away to someone else. No, I'm just kidding. Let's be fair naman dito, no? And is he here? You have 90 more seconds. $65 seconds left. Step Bro Shawnee, if you are here, please give us a sign. Oh no, 30 seconds on the clock, Step Bro Shawnee. Magparamdam ka. Or else, your Glorious Model O wireless mouse will go to someone else. At ayan na nga! He is here, alive and well accounted for. Congratulations, Step Bro Shawnee, for winning that Glorious Model O wireless mouse courtesy of Rotobox PH. Just send your details to Exner or to anyone on the prod team and we will gladly send it over to you. Congratulations sa lahat ng winners natin today. Unfortunately, hindi natin mapapamigay again yung 3-day pass to Conquest kasi may naka-ace kanina. Sayang. But don't worry, it is still going to be a wild best of 5 series between the 69ers and the Playboys. Makakabawi ba ang 69ers dun sa talo nila sa first map? Best of 5 series so maraming pang pwedeng mangyari. But before we get into our game 2 on, I don't know which map it was kasi I wasn't paying attention, meron akong ginagawa kanina. Let's head it over to our 3 beautiful panelists. We have Likeable, Yasumi, and Isekilu. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, the very beautiful Kitty as well, for tossing it back to us. And congratulations, of course, kay Step Bro Shawnee for winning your mouse courtesy of Rotobox. Shoutout sa'yo, Sir Stephen. Back here on the panel, it's still Likeable, Yasumi, and Isekilu. At ito na nga, mapupunta tayo sa map number 2. Lu, sa tingin mo, when we go into Haven, ano ba yung mga bagay na kailangan ingatan netong dalawang teams na to?
Well, both teams naman, they played Haven and they both did a great job. So, feel ko ang watch out na lang sa aggression pa rin ng course nila Super MJ kasi malay nyo baka mag-switch ulit na baka yung Super MJ. I feel ko baka kailangan ko na ulit maging or pick, and sana dun naman sa team nila Lloyd Dream, well, maayos nila yung naging parang shake kasi sila kanina eh.
Yes, and also we have seen 69ers. This is their map pick, and we have seen them play Haven. Yesterday, we know that they have good executes actually when picking a site. So they pick a site A, B, or C, and once they lock it down, talagang their visions are locked down na talaga. The way that Morwell would dart, the way his information is very vital, and at the same time, I love how his teammates is using those information gathered to their advantage. And although makikita din natin the Playboys are of course will try their best and to counter of course the plays. I think this is gonna be a good matchup kasi I believe we have seen both of them play Haven. So both of them seeing one another play, they should have a good idea on how they will gauge this match.
Yes, and speaking of this map and the matchup, kahapon nung nakausap natin etong mga members ng 69ers, ang sabi nila nung pumasok sila dun sa Fracture, aksidente lang yung pag-pick nila. Hopefully naman yung pag-pick nila this time sa Haven hindi na aksidente and very intentional na. Kasi kailangan nila 1-0 na yung score in favor of their enemy. So they really need to bounce back in order to win our grand prize. Pero either way naman, both of these teams for sure may maiuuwi na mula sa ating prize pool. So at the very least, goods na rin yun. Si Skylar Von, meron pang 3-day pass sa Conquest. So, ayan guys, abangan natin kung paano nga ba ang magiging resulta nito. Kung meron bang makaka-ace, kung meron bang makakatondo gaming, alamin natin yan kasama ulit si Black and Blue at si Fluffy.
Hello guys, welcome back here. Nandito naman tayo going into map number 2. I am Cup, kasama ko si Adonis, and we are moving over to the second map of this series.
Ang saya na ito. And the second map, meaning that we're going to move on to another and the only other 3-side map here that we have on the Valorant game. And I think this is a very interesting choice for them to go from one 3-map site to another 3-map site. You already have a similar experience, at least some lessons that you can learn from the first map of how the attackers, especially the team for the 69ers, really have a struggling when their defense is so spread out. And it's possible that can happen like in a similar way this time. And whenever Super MJ and his team is attacking, that death ball is very hard to stop, and they might be exploiting a lot of the things that they learned in the first map as they move on to the second.
Oh, parang it's like they're zerging them, overwhelming them with the numbers advantage and just being such an unstoppable force. Nakita natin doon during Lotus, and much like Lotus, as you talked about here, Fluffy, it's another 3-site map.
Insane!
And they both have 5 letters. Who knows? Maybe in the future, A, B, C, D, yung mga site, may I pa.
Sana ganun kadami para at least pag nag-plant yung wingman, di mo na alam kung saan. There are some games with 4 sites, Those are great games.
Naging Battlefield. Naging Call of Duty. Mami.
Well, if we take a look at the battlefields that we have set for this best of 5, we're gonna this game. Surely we will be moving on. Icebox after Ascent and Fracture is a TBD depending how this goes, and it's a very pivotal map, especially for the 69ers, because they have to get momentum starting again. Like on the panel was talking about how these 2 teams really have a lot of explosivity, and you mentioned previously about that heat retention, and if teams don't overheat, which I don't think they did that much on the first map to be fair, but it was just enough to carry them through it. 13-1 especially for the Playboys, but I think for Haven it can be a really similar story because it's a very similar structure for the map.
Of course. And dahil nga kanina nag-start sila, 'di ba, yung mga Playboys dun sa attacking side, alam naman natin it is favored on Lotus. At katulad ng Haven, ganoon din naman, same thing, it is favored on Haven, especially since that defense is a little more spread out on a map like Haven and a map like Lotus. Any map with 3 sites or long rotations, that means that there's just so much more for the defenders to worry about. So the defense is a bit more spread out, mas magalayo sila, and that is just more prone to being rushed down, katulad ng nakita natin kanina dun sa opening half ng map 1.
I mean, nakita naman din natin na pag defense yung 69ers, nahihirapan talaga sila kasi they're so spread thin, and just the advantage from the Zerg that you mentioned that Playboys oftentimes do or opts to do really has been one of the key successes that they have. So this adaptation, especially now it's a new map, you have to have the mental where it's a new map, it's a new round, you can reset, and you have to be very, very mindful of which agents you select as we move on to this.
Well, opening here, seems like Agent Select, hindi pa sila makapili. But there we go, Lloyd Dream. Binati ko kasi. He goes with that opening jet, as is quite typical here on a map like Haven. Probably one of the most high-value duelists you can get because of the gap close that you can have with it. But the Breach plus Sova and the Killjoy filling up here for the 69ers.
Yeah, 69ers, a very standard, a very well-rounded roster. Lloyd Dream on the jet, like you mentioned, so flexible because you can use that dash offensive or defensively. You can even turn that to your operator on the defensive side when it's not time for it to rush in for the attack. And of course, the support for the long-range jet with the Breach and Omen is a very classic combination, especially with Morwill. Again, on another initiator role. This time, though, not on the Breach, as we saw on the first map. Gonna be running that Sova. Maybe we get some lineups here and there, but Super MJ going very big and very aggressive on that Reyna. It is the Kweeendom, and it might be the time for the Queen to appear, as well as Skylar Vaughn returning on that jet.
Ayun na pala yung big boy eh. Yun yung tipong big boy pick. Pipili ng Reyna pagdating sa map number 2, pagdating sa Haven. And Super MJ, sabi niya kanina siguro, sige, okay, I'll help you guys. Mag-initiate ako. We'll pull out the Gecko, but now they've gotten that opening round advantage. At tinesting nila, syempre, yung Waters kung ganong ka-komportable sila with this team. It seems like they're pretty comfortable. So the Reyna, complete comfort pick coming here from Super MJ. Omen lang on either side. Wala masyadong super convoluted, wala masyadong super intricate coming on out here. It's a Breach really that is the most utility heavy part of this team for either side. And we're going into map number 2 with this time the 69ers. Sila naman ang nasa defense na naman.
They're gonna see a lot of the same strategies and same struggles. This time, though, a little util for the side because they don't have that Breach and they don't have that Gecko. Similar to Gecko, the Reyna Lear is actually one of those flashes that's very underrated, especially after the buffs that allows you to get that Lear debuff at any range. Really benefits a map like Haven, where it's so big, you can flash the back of C, get the entire defense, and it looks like the attackers are posturing to take that A lobby control. More default style of play, but I'm sure later on they're going to group up and do something spectacular. On the defensive side, though, the KJ setup already going to be prepared onto that A site, leaving Garage open, where we normally see another variation of that Killjoy setup. Instead, there's already a Breach there. Really play off a lot of the contact from Doris, and most of the players from the defensive side will be already starting on that C side.
Well, we're gonna get this going. Map number 2 here, dito ng Adonis Cup. You guys are watching, and thank you for watching. Make sure to keep the stream going as well, as we have a bit more to go on forward. Map number 2, will it be finally the 69ers able to get a score as the opening pistol opens up? Super MJ gets the opening kill. Kills falling either way, but for the most part, the Playboys, they stand up top. Morwill, though, with a double. Okay, 3v2 now, and they stand with a man advantage. It's all on Shinnok, but he can't fly his way out of this. A 4K for Morwill to open up the game.
Sabi ni Morwill, kung kaya ni Super MJ game, bring out the Sova, but not just cracked with the lineups, with the darts, also landing the shots to the dome. Enabling his team to actually go for the buy now that they won that first round. Great momentum, especially compared to the first map. The quick little mental reset that they had and a little break was just enough for him to get this better buy.
Okay, konting break lang, konting pahinga, pero patuloy pa din dito for the 69ers on this defensive side. Bulldog ang inilabas naman ni Morwill para siguradong mas may firepower advantage sila coming into a round like this. They know that the Playboys, even on an eco, are more formidable than might seem.
Especially if they choose to group up, but now they have to play a bit more scared, a bit more defaulting with only the pistols to work with it. Mostly it's going to be the ones with the Sheriff, Super MJ, as well as Skylar Vaughn to be the vanguard for this attacking side, getting the space that they need. They put some pressure outside of Garage, doesn't necessarily force any rotations because, but the first kill already drops. Super MJ, like his namesake, maybe a little too fast on that one. Boys tries goes for more, just gets a spam. Upgrades his weapon though, but he's such in a tricky position. A quick pre-fire could end it all, but he lands the headshots. Skylar Vaughn is able to stabilize the round somehow, giving Playboys a fighting chance, and another one is gonna drop. 69ers, they had it in their hands already, but the scrappy fight is turning into the round that Playboys is dreaming of. The recon dart, so much util, pressuring him out of position, and now it's a 1v3.
1v3, they stand, and Playboys, oh no, Kai, he's looking for it. Gusto niyang manaksak, gusto niyang manondo. Gives himself away at the end, but at least they get the kill and the round, importantly, here on the eco. The Playboys, pinaglalaroan. Grabe. Dafe. Are you here, my friend? Parang hindi. So I will continue for the meantime. The Playboys pressing on forward, guns abound. And this is what we were talking about nung simula nga, diba? 69ers, they buy that Bulldog to have the firepower advantage. Pero Playboys, kahit naka-eco yan, talagang formidable pa din. Able to use their man advantage when they do gain the picks to try and win every trade at the very least, or keep the man count equalized. And we see that come into effect, and you can tell they're confident coming into this game by the mere fact they have a Reyna in the first place. As the execute comes on in, Roger cannot find his way out. Super MJ cleans him up. Skylar Vaughn pressing the issue. That's a double for him. Lord Dream shuts him down, but look at the damage already done. It's all on the Rem.
This is it. Super MJ. He's going to continue the pressure. He eventually gets slowed down, humbled a bit. Another of his teammates falls. Now in this 1v2, he will be able to upgrade to the rifle though, but time is ticking for Rem. Will he have enough time for this? He got spot out for the drone with 61 HP. It's only 3 bullets to the chest, and with the nanoswarm falling down, even though he still has to pop it, still a lot of time. Bird, the shock dart, going to be enough just to take him out. With that, the attackers win another round. What started with a map that had the 69ers get the first blow and strike the first point here on Haven. It's quickly turning back into that same story we had on the first map, where Playboys is just able to win a lot of these individual gunfights, able to stack together and able to create that pressure. And because 69ers is playing a bit, maybe even too disciplined, the map control that they have, especially reliant on this Killjoy, is just not enough. And because they don't rotate or they don't give up the side, it gives them a pseudo man advantage for the attacking side every time that they go for that entry. Go on to see though, Ryan's gonna get the first blood here as Lloyd falls on the jet. Tyler Vaughn gonna get the off angle, falls down, drops down, able to get one still while flashed. His teammates does trade him out, but the 69ers yet left alone. This is their buy round this time. He's gonna have the rifles. Orbel's able to get one though, but forced into 1v3 pistol round. But now with all these rifles in hand, it's gonna be very difficult. The drone gonna come in for Sova as well as he re-clears Garage, and Avarita just behind Super MJ in case he does need to trade. Does he need to expect the angle though? He has to check Garage. Morwell looking the wrong way, wrong place, wrong time, but Super MJ is gonna take out his teammate right there as they secure another round, 1-3.
All right, rounds abound for the Playboys. Quick and clean, a bit too easy, I might even say. Attacking side, as we do know, is really where they do kind of cause a lot of problems for the defense of the 69ers. We saw that on Lotus, because once again, they can overrun. And when you have a Reyna, it can be very hard to trade that initial contact when the Playboys have got themselves going like a locomotive. So they have a breach to maybe try and halt them on these pushes, but they have to be on point when that fault line connects into flashes.
That's very true. I mean, it's so slippery when you have the Reyna as well as the Jet always have an out every time they kill. Between that tailwind or the dismiss, there's just too much for them. It's very easy for them to get a lot. The aggression really has to stop. But I got put down really fast that round. As Mr. Breach tells Super MJ it's actually time to stop this round. They get the plant though. The space was taken. Average are able to stabilize the round somewhat, but now as players fall, Tyler Vaughn is gonna try to hold down the site. Breach still has one flash though. Flash does come in. It's gonna be enough for them to connect, but Skyler Vaughn still somehow is living through all the chaos, just feeding. And he has to know that he's up there, but eventually the enemy Jet, Loy, is gonna be able to shut him down.
It's time to stop. As they're continuing on, and a stop cannot be found here by the 69ers. They got a buy round coming to this. But as you said, napakadulas, napaka-slippery dito ng attacking side of the Playboys because they always have that out. They have a disengage tool, and that can be super, super potent. You have the Omen as well, who has some of that potential too, if in case he does find himself in somewhat of a committed position here on the Playboy side. And that is never something you can really disregard when the 69ers are looking to trade. They just realize that, hey, that guy, he's not there anymore.
Yeah, not there anymore, but he's back, and I'm back as well, because for such a tense situation, the smoke's already falling onto the A side. Outburst as well. Avery just gonna go for the and try to get even more space that they need, but the spike has to go down very soon. A bit of delays from the nano swarms, but will it be enough? The paranoia already coming out. Morwell, it's not the right position. Skylar Vaughn actually still getting 2 somehow. 3v2. The Hunter's Fury is active, but the retake is just too much. The waterfall from defenders and the crossfires that they set up has really paid off towards the end of the round.
Okay, finally here, a round being won. 69ers in return, in retaliation. They finally get something going for them here. Just when they needed to get that stop, and it allows Lord Dream to pull out the operator coming into this round. Maybe, Fluffy, this could be that edge they need.
That's very true. I mean, the thing about the Lear is, aside from it being destroyable, it's the only flash that they have with that long range angle, and it's actually a lot easier to dodge if you flash like in the wrong direction. So the operator value, especially with how the paces of everything can go, can really deny a lot of that escapability and looseness that they have normally when playing that Jet and Reyna combination with kill with and dismiss. Just a good way to shut them down and slow down the pace of the game, especially if they can keep keeping it into the hands of this Jet who can get away herself. But it's going to be the mid pressure for the attacking side as they try to take this control, but the alarm bot for the defense already there to spot them out if they push a bit too close, but they are aware of that. KDM, Super MJ is just holding out the side as Breach is already there to make contact if need be. The shot does come out, but it doesn't land, but the reswing coming from the teammate, such a smart decision. The Paranoia is going to push off the defenders for quite a bit, just a bit, give them some time to breathe. The lockdown going to push them even further from this location, but Morwell does pop that Hunter's Fury to try to destroy it. Eventually it does fall, but it still accomplishes its job. It's able to get the space for the attackers, provide them the post plant that they need. The drone is going to spot out Skylar Vaughn, but between the pings, he's going to try to go for more. The double swing's not even needed, but the Playboys are starting to fall like dominoes as it's a 4v2 situation. It's already being set up. Avarita gets one though, now forcing this into a 2v2, 2v1, 1v1, and it's all up to Lloyd. It's half HP.
Oh, he has Hunter's Fury to deny that defuse from coming in, and he connects with the opener from the chopper. Chinook delivers the round, and Playboys, they hold on to it. We thought the op could be the difference maker, but we still get the same result. The Playboys continue on.
I mean, I like the play that they had in mind. Playing that C-Link side, looking into B, was able to get him a very cheeky angle, and it's not one of the normal operator angles. He can probably get away with it. Unfortunately, though, he misses the shot, but his teammate was very good on that close re-swing, still able to get the job done. But it's just such a heavy investment, and because it didn't work out, the gap economically from these two teams are just being pushed further and further as Morbill only has that Sheriff to work with here on, as they try to take a lobby control.
Well, Stinger up close here. Difficult thing to try and press when you do get tagged quite a bit there. They have a crossfire. Kai on the trade immediately. They're falling back because of that. But look at the shot here on the retreat. They're connecting on it. Still, though, the Playboys come out on top. They know the lockdown will buy them some time here, 69ers, but can they even retrieve these guns? Roger, he could be good for one.
I mean, he does get that one. You have to play the unexpected angle, especially when you're down like this. He's able to upgrade himself to a rifle also, so there could be a make or break difference, especially because they have to spend so much time clearing sight by giving the 1v1 that he needs. Skylar Vaughn's going to spot him out, but it's not going to be enough. They know where one player is at least. They know where the second is, though. Will he expect the flank already? KDM, Super MJ just hopping around, thinking he's still on that raise, but actually it's Omen who comes up on top and gets the rifle. But time's not on his side, and will he have enough time to actually do anything with this?
Coming on in here, 69ers in the 1v2. It's all onto his hands. Chinook, another clutch situation, but this time with an accomplice. They spot out where Rem is due to that drone. He has a smoke, not throwing it out, and allows Skylar Vaughn from that heaven to shut him down from up above. 6-2, and the Playboys, this is starting to be reminiscent of what we saw a while ago. If they win this round, this could be an avalanche.
I mean, 69ers, they had the great opening for this game, but again, it's like the similar story. The same song is being played on repeat as the first map. They just seem to struggle on these larger maps with dealing with the pressure that Playboys can bring, especially now that they're pivoted to the double duelists. I think on the panel they were discussing that they'd probably do on a bigger map like this. They're right. They're able to just maneuver themselves because the control is lacking on the defense. They have to be able to stand their ground here. And it looks like Rem's gonna try to do something. The paranoia comes through. He's able to get one. He gets a great positioning angle though. He's able to get another one for his trouble. That's a 3v3 situation at the moment. The Rolling Thunder is still active, but he's not gonna go for it. He checks the wrong side. Skylar Vaughn's gonna be able to get one, protect his teammate, and put them in the advantage. They have to get the spike though. Get the info that he's last on CT, and all they have to do is play time. He has no smokes to deal with. It's only more with the drone and the one shock dart. The recon dart's gonna come up very soon, but they're baiting already. They give the 1v1. Is it enough to give Marble a fighting chance though? The shock dart's coming 62 HP. It's only 2 bullets. 3 bullets in the chamber is gonna be enough. The recon dart's gonna buy him enough breathing room to maybe go for something. Use all the bullets, but because of that, Skylar Vaughn has the ability to peek him on that reload.
Jiggle at the end and keeps him guessing. Recognizing there he didn't have the advantage, and so let me just play the time. Yes, I had a partner, I had an accomplice, 2v1. He gets taken down. High chance Morwell is low, so why not as well apply more pressure by letting that time tick just a bit down. And the Playboys, because of just how dominant they are, 69ers, they're once again in a bad economic situation. Looking for a mixed buy at most. Maybe the Hero Vandal here from the breach, but that's all about here. You can see him saluting because at this point, what can you do?
I mean, a salute to the resilience of the mental of the 69ers as they have to go for another retake here on the A side. This time around, though, they're going to choose to fight for a bit, but it's not going to be fast enough. Super MJ actually too fast for the defensive side. He does leave one in the gap, though. Chinook eventually saves him from taking out Morwell, but it's going to be Loy with that Stinger. Going to take out Super MJ and able to upgrade himself a weapon.
Well, 4v3 on the retake, but that's quickly swindled away. Avaritia gets the 2 kills at the end and leaves Rem stand all alone. Pushes that nano swarm of his own teammate Skylar Vaughn, and another swift 8-2 they've achieved here in the second game.
I mean, it's still the pressure from Playboys that they haven't been able to solve. The formula is just out of their reach, and they don't know exactly what to do. What adaptations can they bring? If you look at their comp, they have so much util though. They have the KJ for the slows. They have the Paranoia, which in a way is a slow. They also have delay off that breach, but somehow it doesn't stop Playboys from entering any site they just shoot enter.
They try to play the retake, doesn't work on out. They try and anchor down, they simply get overwhelmed. And when you're lacking options, you seem to get desperate in these moments. Smoke going out to try and buy him space, but through the smoke, Kai connects anyways.
I guess it doesn't matter, but everyone's mad. Even the Hyundai series already popped for Morwell. He's gonna get some damage there, maybe some info of where they are not, but even the Rolling Thunder committed. Yet Roger, as well as Breach, still able to get 2 out of it, so it does stabilize them for a sense, but maybe this is some over-aggression.
Oh
No, it's not. The stuns are gonna be enough. They wanted to do something. They didn't want to go for the retake. They want to make the active play, and they are rewarded. It's gonna be joints for the 4K for this breach.
All right. That's a bit more of what we want to see from the 69ers. Utilize that breach. Give them a bit more to throw. Give them a bit more to deal with on the attacking side. And should allow them to pincer and rather collapse on the defenders that are caught out by that utility, by a flash, by a stun, that fault line. It will allow them to have a bit more staying power on in here. Good opening find there by Kai, but an even better recovery by 69ers on the defense. They're looking towards this B mid push. And contact once again made by Rem. Paranoia connecting the scan. It gets him, but he's able to back off.
Oh, he's able to back off, but the rest of his team swings out, and it's just enough to convert it into 3 kills for Mr. Skylar Vaughn. Lost the one. They gave another ace to him. Does he win more tickets? Is that how that works?
May +1 na ba siya?
May +1 na siya. It's a date.
Grab, it's a date off of getting an ace in a tournament. 24-7, my goodness.
My God, this Jet just doesn't want to stop at all. At this point, he might as well bring his Holberg out to Conquest if he keeps doing this, because it doesn't seem like he's planning to stop anytime soon.
Yeah, this man's at like what, a 3.3 KDA at this point. Incredible stuff we're seeing already from Skylar Vaughn. And from the rest of the Playboys, they're benefiting off of this. So I want to see how their defense holds up. We know composition-wise, of course, on paper, looks better on the attacking side. The map is attackers favored, but will that continue that success still here in the second half? Kaya na parang, 69ers, they have the benefit of really hammering in with that breach.
Cover going
mean, the breach is going to play a pivotal role for sure. And yes, it is attacker-sided. The attackers this time are going to swing onto that C side, but the delay is going to come in just enough. But Chinook is able to still get one off of this. He gets traded out eventually, and now it's that 4v4, but the blast in the backside is just not going to stop. The party is still going. Avarita gets taken out in the smoke because breach is still going, and eventually it's going to be all up to Skylar Vaughn and Super MJ, the duelist that we were talking about. But the dismiss out is able to still survive. 32 HP, but this is Arena. No more Leers, no more dismisses, no more Devours. It's all gunplay right now. That smoke's gonna buy them so much pivotal time at that range. Even the turret's still active yet again, but it's no need because it's gonna be Omen taking her out. Super MJ falls, and another pistol round win. Normally when you win both pistol rounds, it means you have the advantage towards the game, but somehow the 69ers are lacking at this one.
Well, it seems like they're like, statistics be damned. We're going to make things our way here, the Playboys, even on Eco. But great stuff from the 69ers to start off that game. Dismiss. It buys MJ a second chance, but ultimately only delays the inevitable. See sight once again by the 69ers, looking to be pushed as the entirety of the Playboys stack the A.
Oh, that's going to be so free for them. If the moment they realize this, after they go for the dash up draft on the backside, that it's all clear. The util, just to make sure that no one's there, is fine, but it's just so much space for them. They gamble on the A side, and that's why we don't gamble, because sometimes it doesn't pay off. The shorties are not going to be very effective here on the retake. Super MJ gets his teammate to smoke off the turret, so maybe he gets some out of value from this. I don't know if anyone's actually checking behind. They're over-reliant on this turret. Not sure if they heard the Omen smoke, but it's going to be dark cover that gives the dark passage for him to make the play that he needs. Multiple players actually on the retake. It's actually doing a lot better than I think it is.
Well, they at least get into another 4v4, and we saw during that opening pistol round right after, they were able to win that eco. It seems it could be replicating itself once more here. Kadaliman, rather Super MJ, both players from that Kadaliman side chiming in on the fight here. Avaritia left alone, but the opposing Omen shuts him down. The 69ers keeping this at very least a closer game than what we saw for map 1.
I mean, Rem was able to get himself out of that round, but the rest of his teammates, either by dying to a lot of the players on Playboys or because of the spike when it exploded, was still a lot of value. You remove, what, 4 players to keep your buy? I think overall that's a good eagle, considering you already lost the pistol. It's a lot of value, not only for your economy, but also for your ultimate economy, for your overall team. Now we look at the buys, and the team that just won, the 69ers, are on that lower buy. So many players died that they have to force something, which looks more like a half buy or an eco, because the gun advantage is just so much more massive than what I think they were expecting. The drone, though, can be clearing out a lot of control off and push off the defenders here on the A side.
Opening fight here. Super MJ wins that bout. Rifles all around their side. So these long-range engagements not going to be too ideal for the 69ers on their attacking side. You can see him crawling toward this garage, and Avaritia shuts down Lordream, who's trying to look for another opening to try and bail 69ers out.
They're going to try their best. It's already 3v5. A lot of util already used the drone, even going to punish and get the positioning off the teammate, but it actually baits him into the crosshair of Rem. They still have the info of where this Omen is into window, but they're just going to play a bit more discipline, not going to go for the over-aggression. They're going to hold this angle, but they know the paranoia is going to give them enough space. Will it be enough time, though? Even the stuns are going to come through, but it's not going to be enough. As Skylar Vaughn just runs past them and drifts through the entire team, rolling and running them down. 5-10 is the scoreline at the moment, and Skylar Vaughn is almost at that 30, bro.
Need a drum.
Well, they're trying their best that they can. A bonus like that, not one you're necessarily expected to win in any case. Doesn't come to pass for the meantime. Sheriff only here, or rather a Spectre, maybe an SMG. Stinger is what he eventually ends up with for the breach. The 69ers, they have to try and stop. Oh, no. Who goes back to it? Pinalikan. Grabe. Rem connecting dito. Na all pa rin. And Kai is able to get that one in the trade in retaliation. Skylar Vaughn, another follow-up here as Lloyd Dream goes down. The big spear blunted immediately here for the 69ers. And this map it's starting to turn sour.
Sour is not the flavor that they want today. They need something sweet. They need to get something juicy out of this round, but they're slowly getting punished. The EV4 already, they are at that lower side. They're able to remove Super MJ from the equation, but what more can they do? Rem, though, he has the rifle in hand already from the upgrade. Teammate about to flash through, but with the angle, will he be able to spot? No, actually he's able to not get blinded. Avarita getting more value for his life. 2v3 now, still very winnable for the 69ers, especially now that they've got a lot of these rifles off from the bodies that they got from the early picks, but now they have to wait for the CT pressure, knowing that the flank's already in place, and hunt for Skylar Vaughn, the hunter, now becoming the hunted.
30 seconds left.
The Hunters. Tingnan natin if they're going to be able to find their prey this time around. 69ers. 2v3 situation they're placed in. No smokes to cut down those sight lines, but they still got utility. Fault line should be active in a bit. That should allow them to get themselves going a bit more. There it is. They don't have the turret up online here on that attacking side for their flank watch, and so maybe in this type of case, you do kind of want to have somebody play aggressive. You want to maybe see that Killjoy on Roger push forward, get that kill before they fall back and play the 2v2.
Very hard for them to play the crossfire. The turret not even gonna spot out the player off of long, but it's enough for them to still get the kill. It enables the Rolling Thunder. So possible play. They know where both of the players is, but they're gonna play discipline. They're gonna wait for time instead. As time ticks, the pressure is on the Playboys for the retake, and they're not gonna be able to land the shots because Roger, there goes the round. As both of them still able to convert it somehow. A great round by them, pushing that score ever so closer.
Nicely played here from the 69ers. Making sure that was huge. The fact that they were able to shut down Skylar Vaughn on that flank from A main allowed them to even have potential to throw that Rolling Thunder out towards the CT and push it and take a bit more control of the situation. Otherwise, it could have been another Playboys round. So, Playboys not able to hold on to it here. They got the blades up for Skylar Vaughn, and we've seen him be such a menace when he's got those going.
We know what he can do. He has the most aces this entire grand final so far. He's gonna be able to maybe even bring another person to conquest at this rate. He's able to land these knives. One for each of his enemies is all he needs in the dome, and he's going to be still aggressively peeking this A long side, getting control. And it's so much because if you can control A lobby, it unlocks that part of the map for your team, allows you on the defensive side to relieve some of that pressure because your teammates can rotate and handle the other parts of the map by just getting the info off of that A lobby. And as I say that, it looks like that grass area and then everything in front of the B or C side is going to be where the attackers are already going to posture for the hit.
Well, they're touching grass, looking to split this C site, but they have the Jet on the lurk in this case. Opening kill here coming in from the 69ers side, and that is huge. Avarita dodging the recon, but he still gets found by Morwill, and the 69ers looking a lot more impressive here on this attacking side on the second map than a while ago. It's all on a Skylar Vaughn, who's in a difficult situation. He's gonna need to pull out another ace para may plus 2 siya sa Conquest.
Tama. Pero ngayon, mag-isa lang siya kasi 1v5. Paano na yun? Ang daming utility pa ng 69ers and time is not on his side. He still has to find the angle to his frag. He's able to get out with one though. Will he get the second? He has to play anti-flash. Just bombarding him at this point, and it's not going to be enough. Breach again, securing another multi-kill. The initiators are doing so much work and so much value. The gap that was so far the start of this half is now 7 to 10. 3 rounds separate both teams, and that might be enough to put the difference because the gas, that heat retention that you mentioned from the Playboys, seems like they're going a bit cold.
Oh man, 9-3 curse ba to ng 69ers? Baka pwede. It's in their name, it's in their blood, it's in their game. They're looking to make it happen here. Only 3 rounds, as you said here, Fluffy. Playboys, the only round they've won in the second half was their gun round against the bonus ng 69ers, but every other round after that, we can see that attacking side benefiting, really, whichever team is on that side of the floor. We know an attacker side map like this can really be turned that way, and Lloyd Dream gets an opening pick here against Eco from Playboys.
Yeah, the KJ util just spread so thin on that B and C side. The garage is so open, and Lloyd is able still stay alive and fight somehow here. They're able to push them back onto the C side. The swing with that weapon is still able to play that close range effectively. The Marshall as well as the Stinger are doing so much work for the teams, forcing it back into a 2v3. They might even be able to pick up some rifles on the way, but the Marshall in the hands of them, and Avaritas might be. They're going to go for the quick retake. Is this going to push out? Depends. He's still able to get one and stabilize the kills, though. Now they're going to go for the backside swing. Aloy is still able to get one. They know the last player is, but he gets swatted down. And that was too close for comfort for the 69ers, but at the end of it, they do pull up on top.
Puntikan pa. They brought it down to the 1v1 though, and that should tag up the economy a bit of 69ers. Although, they're really ready to still keep on buying here. Have at least another buy to go with. The Playboys, they're the ones who need to stop the bleeding here. Otherwise, their deficit that they've built upon throughout that first half in the 9-3, it could be washed away, as it almost is as of the moment. 69ers rinsing their hands before some dirty business ensues.
They've only won the third round of this half, and other than that, it's been Niners reverse attacking half for the second half of the game. Like both teams actually not really finding the key to defense, whether if that's not being able to retake or not getting enough pressure. That balance that you need in these larger maps is something that these teams need to work on if they're going to keep playing them. But that being said, though, let's get the attackers going to go for the simple play. They're just going to go, take as much space as possible. They go for some default, they pull some rotations, but ultimately they're going to stack up and hit the side.
Well, push on here coming from the attacking 69ers side. You can see him playing for that retake as Kai gets a pick. He's trying to fall on back, but there's so much pressure after shotgun. The kill follows up on it. Chinook gets that trade. He has the Hunter's Fury here to try and make that plant even more problematic.
The problems seem to not be stopping, is because after this plant on their long side, it's going to be very difficult for them to retake. Avarita, no smoke yet available. Super MJ's going to flash for Jet already, going to go try to enter the business that they're doing. They do get the backside player, but now it's all up to... Well, nope, it's actually over. It's 3-1, now 3-0. That clutch, just not enough. There's, between all those gaps, I don't think KJ had a lot of options there. And because of that, 8-11, 1 point away for at least securing the match point round.
And that's what they have to do. That's how they have to play here. If you're the Playboys, play to their strengths. They know they have a Reyna. They're not going to be able to out-util the 69ers, but they can out-manpower them if they stick together and play those retakes as hard as we saw them there a while ago, knowing that once that spike at the top of the spike comes, they can simply just rush in through with a Leer to aid them and overwhelm that attacking side.
Very true, and overwhelming that attacking side is something that they've kind of not been able to do here. They have not much to slow them down, especially without that breach. Oh, they get the timing though, but does he see? No, I don't think he was able to spot him out, and instead it's going to be Loy going to be able to creep up close here onto the B side, dashes up, because it's not going to be enough space, but the push already is going to come in from A, and the pincer maneuver from the defense side is already coming flooding in. They do lose the sight, but Super MJ from just outside and Skylar Vaughn's going to create enough chaos that they might be able to get so much more value out of it. The Empress popped also, the Queen alive yet again, but it's going to be Morwill shutting them down from no, even escaping from that lockdown, forcing them now in this 2v1 with Kai on the disadvantage.
And they're running towards that A site. Spike should go down. It's going to be difficult. Rolling Thunder and Hunter's Fury both online, both active here for the 69ers. Although they're walking towards his way, they don't know that Kai is here. He should be able to get something, but it doesn't come. Morwill quicker than he was. The timing not working out there for the Killjoy as Kai looks the wrong way. Timing great here though for 69ers as they get 9-11.
We talk about how Skylar Vaughn has been such an amazing Jet. Already 32 kills here on the scoreboard for just this map alone. But on the other side, Morwill and able to have that combination where the util enables the rest of their team to really move and shuts down a lot of the plays that Skylar Vaughn wants to make. He just has to deal with so much in his face between the paranoia, drone tagging, the recon dart, the flashes, the aftershock, everything. And this time they tried to sneak Amarita back into the backside, and he does get two with that judge. Somehow still gets traded, but it does get that value from the weapon, playing the close range, and now the recon are going to be pushing that guy out of the backside as they try to kind of calm down a lot of the waters and take that seaside a bit more cleanly.
69ers advantage in terms of man count. Maybe not in their side, but weapons sure still are. As long as they can deny some of these being picked up by the Playboys, and they can use that to try and get this plant on down. Nano Swarms pop tagging them up, making these sheriffs even more potent in this case. spike should be placed. Lockdown to get them in. Kai gets the one, but the trades are coming on in as it settles a 2v2.
So the lockdown is gonna push them out, but Chinook still gonna use his
Spike planted.
push through, get some info. It distracts Skyler enough for Spawn to get a kill with a cloudburst. He's gonna have the little sidestep, the little dance, little maneuver, a bit, 2 steps to the left before you fire. It's gonna give them that extra momentum. I don't think that was expected. And crosshair placement of his opponent must have been so hard.
He hit him with a Euro step there at the end, catching him off guard. 34 kills on a Skylar Vaughn. If that doesn't deserve a +2, I don't know what would.
True. But I guess we'll have to see. As it is match point yet again, the pressure even greater. They lost the first map. They're on the verge of losing the second, or it could be the start of their comeback, depending on how this round goes. The economy looking pretty decent for both teams. It's not the best, but it's still enough to give you more than a fighting chance. They also have so much more utility in terms of their ultimate economy. They have the From the Shadows, they have the Hyundai's Fury, the Rolling Thunder as well in the pocket of the Niners. All they have to do is survive the initial push coming in, but that initial push already starts out when it's Super MJ able to get that initial frag and Rem playing so close, gotten them even more control here. I'm not sure if they expect the repeat coming in from Super MJ, but if he does win, he is able to heal out. That's the power of the Reina right there, able to get even another from it. This is not how you want to be playing the round. You have so much utility in your pocket. Eventually, Super MJ does fall. Morwill able to stabilize the situation, but the 69ers are just left with everything in their hands, and they drop the ball as Kai is able to secure the second map for the Playboys with that double kill.
Well, at the end there, the 69ers not able to hold up to really the amount of pressure that, even on the defensive side can be put up by the Playboys, finally regaining a bit more consciousness in what they were doing and playing as a team, slipping a bit at the end there because the 69ers are really playing well in their post-plan situations. They're 2v1s, always making sure they don't give that advantage up, but ultimately still wasn't enough. We go 2-0.
2-0, such a great start and a great way. Only one map is all they need to secure that grand final winner spot for Playboys. And for 69ers to win this, it's going to be a long road ahead. I feel like Laika was right when they mentioned on the panel how this is a revenge story. They played that 4v5 earlier on the tournament. It dropped them down to that lower bracket. And ever since they were in lowers, they had to climb their way out of that step by step. And now they meet again with a full 5-on-5. And they're not going to stop. No breaks anymore as they try to get the revenge.
Oh yeah, just incredible performance once more here. Coming in from the Playboys, we saw that confidence pick. It came a bit closer here between them compared to map number 1 at the very least. So nice, valiant effort coming in dito galing sa 69ers, but ultimately they still have to win another map before the show is done for the Playboys. 69ers may chance pang bumawi at bibigyan natin ng chance magsalita ang ating mga hosts and panel. So guys, ladies rather, how you doing?
Big boy buff is real nga naman para sa side ng Playboys as they continue this Grand Final Series 2-0 against 69ers. Nakita natin kung gaano ka-aggressive mag-approach etong si Skylar Vaughn coming into any site dito sa Haven. But the good news is, kayang-kaya talaga ng teammates niya na mag-keep up dito sa speed na pinapakita niya dito. And I think Yasumi pagdating dito kay MJ din, parang jive na jive talaga sila ni Skylar Vaughn. Kasi feeling ko kung ibang teammate yung kasama niya, may iisip ng mga tao na ang asim-asim maglaro nito ni Skylar Vaughn. Pero parang dahil jive yung playstyle nilang dalawa ni MJ, hindi ganun yung kinakalabasan ng mga games nila.
Yes, talagang MJ being the IGL, being the one who supports his team on the backlines, and Skylar Vaughn, just the MVP, of course, 34, 14, 4. We do see an average combat score of 409. It speaks for itself, but at the same time, we did see how hard he tried to carry his team out of that map easily. But at the same time, we can't really contribute everything to him as the team had his back. They were opening up a lot of angles for him. All those utilities thrown just to support him as he dashes into side. Talagang those frags were not him and him alone, but his team was behind him.
Di kasi kinaya nung binansagan ni Yasumi ng Jessie Bash ng Pinas eh. Yung mga playboys natin, I think it took so long for 69ers to figure out how to retake. Skylar Vaughn on Jet is unstoppable along with the support of his teammates. He landed 30 frags that game also with that second ace. He is really feeling it today.
He really is feeling it today. And yun nga yung sinabi ko. The good news is, his teammates are willing to support him all the way sa kung ano mang approach yung gusto nila together with the team na i-take talaga yung side. Pero tama kayo dyan, there were very good attempts on the side of 69ers na i-retake yung side, bawiin kung ano yung mga kinakalugi nila every round. They were really trying to put the adjustments in. And I think at certain times, yung aggression netong Playboys, napapunish din talaga nila. It's just that kaya pa rin bandang dulo na naka-recover pa rin tong Playboys at nabawi nila ng tuluyan kung yung mga bagay na nagkukulang din sila, which is a very good adjustment on their end. Pero, ang susunod na mapa natin is gonna be Icebox. Yasumi, alam ko, excited ka dito, pero I am a little bit worried, especially on the side of 69ers, because once again, this is a Playboys map pick.
Yes, and also aside on this is their do or die scenario. Playboys can play a little bit more, can try an experiment on plays at Icebox, but unfortunately 69ers are not provided that space any longer. Wala na sila options to lose maps because this could be the last map that they would ever play in this tournament. So 69ers, they need to step up, they need to make that magic happen, not just in their number but in their plays. So for Icebox to land in their favor.
Well, Playboys is just one match away from taking the win. I hope naman yung Dream di sila mawala ng pag-asa. They just have bring back those di sila magra-rush, maggiget lang ng picks, and wait for that window of opportunity para mas makuon nila yung site. Sana ging match natin. We'll see if this is going to be the last one.
Well, wag nating i-discredit na sa pangalan pa lang, mahilig na sa baliktaran tong mga to. Possible pa rin ang comeback dyan at nag-cheer talaga yung mga fans nila dyan. Lalong-lalo na yung mga mahilig sa 69 tulad na lang ni Cool Shader. Shoutout nga pala sa'yo, tropa. Tinatry nilang i-boost yung moral netong team na to kasi umaasa pa rin sila na baka kaya pang bawiin to. So, abangan na lang natin yan. Pero before we even head on over to Icebox, we are gonna be going off to a quick break. So, kita-kits sa pagbalik ng Adonis Cup.
It's a new day, ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, 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 move it to the beat now. Got the heat now, deep down, we know. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in the flow. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in the flow. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
Double kick music. Double kick music.
Muli na namang nagbabalik ang Kweeendom Adonis Cup kung saan ang score natin ay 2-0 in favor of the Playboys. Pupunta na tayo dito sa Icebox. Napakalamig, parang siya lang. Pero, Lou, dahil alam kong ikaw yung mahilig humugot, ikaw na rin ang tatanungin ko para dito. Sa tingin mo ba, with the existing meta sa competitive scene natin na lumalabas na yung mga Harbor, are these guys dito sa ating Adonis Cup tournament ballsy enough na ilabas din tong Harbor agent natin?
I don't think so. I think they will stick with their comfort pick na double duel. Tapos, ano pa ba? Pero sana makita natin si Gecko ulit kasi namimiss ko na si kanina ko
si
na
Lil Homie.
Yeah, baka ilabas ulit ni Super MJ yung kanyang pocket pick. We'll see.
Yeah, talagang, ako naman, I still believe that they will pick their comforts. Kasi when you try something outside of the box, especially in a tournament setup where 100% sure tayo may comms on the other team as well, and this is not a ranked game, so 100% when you try to suddenly pick out something na out of the box, it could be something to your advantage, but at the same time, it is a double-edged sword. It could be against you, especially because it would require more coordination than you could possibly need, especially in a setup where hindi pa kayo sanay. Usually kasi when it's a scenario where these are your usual teammates, kahit hindi yan mag-comms, alam mo na, mahilig to magpunta ng mid, mahilig to pumunta ng ganto, you already know how to support them. So in this setup, I think they're gonna stick to what's working for them, and that's the aggression, and that's less utility, more firepower.
Excited na akong makita yan. Especially dahil na-mention mo yung magiging comms nila dito. Nai-imagine ko kung paano na naman nakikipag-communicate si MJ sa kanyang mga teammates. Alam naman natin, trash talker tong si MJ behind the scenes. Pero no foul naman sa way na kung paano siya mang-trash talk, kumbaga. It's more of the moral boost na ino-offer niya for the rest of his team. Pero so far, so good on the side of Playboy. So all eyes are gonna be on the 69ers. Do they have what it takes to clutch this game and turn the match around? Alamin natin with the help of Fluffy02 and Black and Blue once again.
Disclaimer, I don't rap, but this is for Queen, and I hope you like it. Yeah. They say I just got a buck, get into it, yeah. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yeah. If you go to church, I say get into it, yeah. She ain't got a butt, I fucking get into it, yeah. I just got a buck, get into it, yeah. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yeah. If you go to church, get into it, yeah. If she ain't got a butt, I fucking get into it, yeah, yeah, yeah. You just wanna party, you just wanna lap dance, you just wanna pop up all these guns like you're the Batman. You just wanna ball out and designer with your best friends. You don't wanna talk no more about it in the past tense. Get me out my zone, I'm just talking comfort, shawty. I ain't giving you nothing, you can come for shawty. I got plenty things you make a run for, shawty. Call him S, you need in love with my body. I just got a bar, get into it, yeah. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yeah. If you go to church, I said get into it, yeah. If she ain't got a butt, now fucking get into it, yeah. I just got a bar, get into it, yeah. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yeah. If you go to church, get into it, yeah. She ain't got a butt, now fucking get into it, yeah. Y'all need to get into the drip like a piranha. Y'all need to get into my drip like y'all need water. I mean, it's only at the Balenciaga. I mean, yo bitches better yell like Ariana. If they ever tryna knock her, put my foot up in your cock. I call your mama and your papa like I'm finna take your daughter. Turn that bitch into a soccer ball and rocker. Get into it like a suit and fuck a stuck up like a rocker. I just got a bar, get into it, yeah. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yeah. If you go to church, get into it, yeah. She ain't got a butt, now fucking get into it, yeah. I just got a bar, get into it, yeah. Pop out with a truck, get into it, yeah. If you go to church, get into it, yeah. She ain't got a butt, now fucking get into it, yeah. got that big rocket launcher. Sheesh. Alright, I'm done.
Fireball. 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 Fireball.
And what is up, guys? We are back again. I am Fluffy. Joining me today is my Operation Black and Blue for the third game for this best of 5.
Do not believe him. He is not inspired by me. I am only his master. That is
Okay,
where
that's
the
kinda
line is wrong.
intense.
Do not believe him as well. Dahil hindi talagang malambot si Fluffy, kundi isa siyang matigas. He is Fluffy
That's,
only in name, not in personality. Personality.
Okay, that's a weird segue. But also, speaking of masters, the masters so far for this tournament is the attacking side of our teams currently at the 2-0 lead. The bane of the 69ers.
Yes, the Playboys so far. Pretty dominant map number 1. Looking good on the first half ng map number 2 dun sa attacking side, and we swapped on over sa second half at bumabawi naman dito, to be fair, ang 69ers on that advantageous attacking side. But now we go into Icebox. Isa na namang attacker-sided map dito. And it could be more of the same, and they can literally run the same exact comp na nakita natin kanina, maybe with just a Viper instead of the Omen, and it could work anyways.
That's very true. I mean, Icebox has traditionally been one of those maps that's very individual reliant, where you have to win those duels because the amount of time you have to land those shots and the amount of angles that you have to be clear is really this map really showcases your individual strength. And yes, we know how cracked the Playboys are when they're trying to go for a lot of these entries between Super MJ as well as normally we've seen their Jet as well pop off. The utility seems a bit lacking from the 69ers, but I'd have to agree with you. This slightly attacking-sided map really, I think, the momentum of this third map will really, really matter if who starts on attacking. But one thing to keep in mind is it's the first map we're going to see that's not that 3-site map. So maybe if this time when 69ers is on the defense, since they're not going to be as split up, they'll have a lot more support and might be enough to really be that immovable object when faced with the unstoppable force that so far has been the Playboys.
Icebox, katulad pala ng nilalaro ng Team Pinas ngayon dito. Yung winagawayway ang bandita. But moving on forward, we're moving into this third map. And as you said, a lot of times you see that attacking side team, whoever starts on the attacking side, they're the ones who are able to build momentum. And I think if you're a 69ers right now, you kind of want that to go your way. You don't want to have to always play on the comeback, even though they'd win the pistol rounds. We saw that in map number 2. They won both pistol rounds, but the bonuses and the rounds right after subsequently just wasn't as fortunate for them.
It's very true. Does that make you a 69er yourself, or are you more of a playboy?
I like the 69.
You like the 69ers? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, hopefully they make a comeback, because this is going to be their last chance. If they fail this map, it's already going to be the win for this entire event for the Playboys. And instantly, you see the duelist locked in, but this time the Jet is going to be in the hands of Super MJ. First map, we saw him on the Gecko. Second, we saw him kind of move over to a duelist in Reyna, but still with that supportive flashing. But this time, he says, no, I'm going to be the main duelist. And duelist is all I see, because 69ers are going to go for that approach that the Playboys did the previous map on Haven. They're just going to go on that double duelist setup, going to get the frags that they need, get the 2 elusive ones as well, because between Reyna as well as Jet, we talked about it a bit earlier of how these are so elusive. They have the ability to use that Trailblazer out as well as the Dismiss, and to strengthen their core a bit, they always have the ever stable Sage as well as Viper. But the second Reyna coming on for Skylar Vaughn as well. That means there's going to be a lot of double duelists, and because normally Sova's going to be the last pick for the 69ers, and Playboys just picked up Sova, it's a very high chance that they have a very similar comp depending on which probably Sentinel that they're going to lock in for the side of Playboys.
Map number 3 coming on here, and well, confidence abound. You got that Reyna, and whenever you see that Reyna, it goes to show that they are feeling it. They want to be like, hey, it's my turn, I'm gonna do something. Super MJ and Skylar Vaughn, they swap around who's playing what. We saw the opposite play, the Jet, and Skylar play that Jet on map number 2, but MJ who takes that Helm this time around. And the mirror comp, as you did say, they got the Sage. No Killjoys, no true Sentinels coming in this case, because they want to take things to a more active control. And we got a mirror matchup here for potentially the final map. It is tournament championship point here for the Playboys, and they could make it into a 3-0 finish.
3-0 finish, very, very possible. Playboys this time around, though, finally side, so it's going to be the time for 69ers to really showcase their attack. They're postured on that B hit, very uncommon for that first round to just rush in, but with the power of the double duelist, the Viper and the Sage wall, they just play simple effective, and as long as it works out, it works out. Nothing really to stop them to get this plant. It buys them a lot of time and space, because the defenders still have to posture themselves and re-clear a lot of the angles. Very deep Sage wall is going to come out too, so that might be one of the hindrances, especially if Loy can get a kill like this, playing so deep on that Jet. Might be able to still find another one, but it depends on how they're going to go for the rotate here. The time is still ticking. They've pinned him down in the corner, but it's going to be Rem who's going to land one shot and still defend against the flankers here. Super MJ falls as well, and a clean round from 69ers for the first round.
Well, luckily for the 69ers, they're the ones to start on the attacking side this time, and we've seen them be pretty efficient at winning these pistol rounds, but can they continue that momentum moving forward? The bonuses, it's been pretty 50-50, rather the ecos here, the Playboys have had to play. It's been pretty 50-50 for the 69ers to win, because we've seen the Playboys win these type of rounds with pistols, classics, sheriffs abound. Doesn't seem to keep them too much of a problem. And it could be once more here again.
Looks like they're going to go for that same strategy. It's only going to be Stage holding his with the Sheriff in hand, waiting for the peak, spots out one, falls back, but already gets spotted out. The damage is going to be done, but and gets away with his life. The decay can slow him for a bit, but the heal's going to bring him up and top him back to full. That's a great delay. Still has the Sage wall for retake as well as Recon Dart.
0-1. That could change here as the picks are coming on in for the defensive Playboys. They're making this a difficult plant attempt, and Avarilia, third one rather, goes his way. They're really finding such fortune in this attempt to deny the plant even in the first place. Morwill gets it too. Skylar Vaughn gets that one in return. 3v1, it's all in the Morwill. And as much as he wants to will this into a win, there's just more going on for the Playboys as they tie up the game 1-1.
More wills than ways to win that round. Fortunately for the Playboys, they're able to land the shots that they need, especially Amarita on that Sage. He got the first frag, backed up, went on top of the wall, got the second, went even higher on top the second floor of the B site and is able to get the third. His team just was able to sweep up after that because of how well he held that. And because of that, like you mentioned, the ecos are always so potent, especially between both of these teams. This happened as well on Haven when the 69ers was able to win a round, but the Playboys just struck back. Now it's supposed to be an awkward buy, and it looks like the early aggression is going to spot out, but the damage is going to be done.
What flash?
He's pre-fires, and now it's 20 HP on Super MJ.
They have to be ready for this. They could get flushed out as the site hit does come. And there it is. They flush out Kai and then that corner. And to play such a command position can be very dangerous. Lear on out here coming from Skylar Vaughn. Trying to dip back into the fight for the 69ers. It doesn't find that opening just yet. Lord Dream here on the Lord. Great catch on Avaridia.
Going to be abusing the fact that they don't have that anti-flank on either team to just get the space that they need, create the perceived pressure that they're taking A and just back off and get that pre-rotate. Chinook's going to try to walk in, but it's actually a crossfire coming in that converts another not rifle, but a weapon at least for their side.
2v4. Seems like the 69ers looking to return the favor on these type of rounds. They catch Skylar Vaughn. It leaves Super MJ to fend for his entire team. He's got a rifle in hand. They retrieved some of their own here. The post plant, a hold. Gonna be difficult for him to dismantle. And it might not be too bad of a decision to go for a save at this point.
Still gonna go for the peaks though. Still holding the angle in case someone push, but it looks like he's not gonna have enough time. He gets spotted out by the drone too. That's surely gonna push him back at least to save the rifle. He's not sure where the other players are. They could be wrapping around him, and the dance comes through, but eventually he comes up on top. Still, the over-aggression is being punished as Super MJ seems to be able to save this rifle for his team. Very important, as you are to a very awkward buy. Normally, a 2-1 scoreline is fine if you lose the pistol round because you have the full rifle round for your team. But because you won the second round instead of normally the third, what happens is actually you have an awkward broken buy for both teams, and then whoever wins that, the economy depends on how many guns you save. With one rifle still being saved by Super MJ, it allows his team to still buy up significantly with only Kai left with that sheriff.
Well, they're able to win that important round that they needed here. 69ers not letting this snowball that we've seen, especially during map 1, continue once more. Much better fight they're putting up in these last two maps. Navaridia has a good spot here to really cause some chaos. The recon comes on out, but not before he gets a kill. He gets a kill before the trade comes.
Still able to get value out of the position. The scan matter. Gonna be holding the second floor. He's gonna spot out two players. If he gets this, maybe even the resurrection. They go for the pre-fire, but it's get away with his life. Now a 3v2, 2v2, 2v3 actually, and they are forced off the spike. They're not playing the correct angle. 2 HP and a dream. Loy is trying to make as much value as possible, but Super MJ quickly shuts that down. The nightmare is gonna be apparent again as Super MJ just strikes from the sky, shutting down the dreams of another round for the 69ers.
And they tie up the game once more. No team giving up any ground here. Back and forth. One round after the other. 69ers this time. They concede the round as the Playboys on their kind of mixed by awkward situation economically. They force 69ers this time around into that awkward spot once more. Let's see if this trend continues, Fluffy. We haven't seen a team win 2 rounds in a row just yet. Maybe the Playboys can change that coming into this.
Just trading blow for blow, punch for punch, and it seems like that everything is just going back and forth between these teams. Now they have the eco though, but you didn't rang true that the eco buys are very, very potent, especially between both of these teams. This time around though, gonna get the first kill. Super MJ not gonna stop any pace, getting the aggression very early, expecting even more to fight and challenge this rifle as they are that lower buy, but he's abusing the range factor of the Vandal, not even having the confidence, not even to shoot the eye, going for that Lear instead. You see, he already spots out the entire team, has to back off, finally gets punished for it, but the damage has already been done. Now a dismiss away is not gonna be enough, but they've just dismissed this round from the game, and finally another lead for Playboys.
Well, Chinook there at the end. Gang Playboys, their first consecutive round. And a 3-2, they go on up. To get like 5 rounds in defense is already pretty good here on Icebox. And so they can continue this forward, get 2 more rounds in this half, and They should be on pace to potentially start closing out in that second half, but the 69ers are not giving up just yet. Hunter's Fury bound the Empress here, looking to put a crown in this and keep it away from the Playboys' hands.
Surely one of the teams have to go for that adaptation because they did finally, like you mentioned, get that second or first consecutive round, but will they be able to string another? Super MJ is going super fast just to take that orb and back off. He does have the resurrection available on their team. They might be able to use it if they can re-clear it, but just having Loy in this pesky position gives so much space to the attacking side because they have to deal with this very pesky flank. But the timing doesn't work out for him as Skylar Vaughn's able to get one. Now it's 4v3. The resurrection again still available for the Playboys, so they might be able to leverage this even further. But the quick rotate's going to provide at least the plan for the 69ers.
There's a res you're talking about. Quick shutdown here on Super MJ as he comes on in, and Kai also is taken on down 3v3. Luckily they got that res to give them something to work with, but they didn't wait for the rest of their team, and they paid the price for it. Two kills found unanswered. The scan comes in true. Avaridia on the spam, doesn't connect on the pre-fire just yet with the information. Skylar Vaughn coming in from that flank on the hold. They're pushing the rafters, but Roger and the Reyna both going absolutely huge here. It's all on a Skylar Vaughn, who can't even find a single kill as the 69ers retaliate and tie up the game again.
This is E-Joinks on that Reyna. Even the rifling, so putting him onto an agent like this really showcases how much firepower the team of the 69ers really possesses. 3-3 again, we stabilize, but finally some ultimates built up. The Hunter's Fury as well as Viper's Pit, one of the two more impactful ones out of all the agents that we have here, able to deny so much area and space or even keep it for your team. The post-plant ability as well. The Hunter's Fury is just so valuable, so they're gonna fight quickly early just to get enough space on the A side.
That space, they love taking it for themselves here. They're trying to run it down towards that A site, as you talked about. Hunter's Fury available for the post plant to deny that defuse. Yeah, the tag on the drone is huge. So much damage done because of that information given. Skylar Vaughn, good for the one, drops the Viper's Pit immediately. Doesn't even pop the dismiss. The frags are going the Playboys' way as they stand with a man count here. 2v1. It's all now on to Lloyd Dream for the 69ers.
It's 2v1. They have every advantage that they need. It's all the Lloyd. Set up a good crossfire here. They have the wall and everything. In 57 HP only. Yeah, has to really think about a way to get an isolated angle. If they play together like this, it's going to be almost impossible. Only 40 seconds on the clock. He has to find something. They're already expecting to rotate to mid. How will Jet take the spike? Is he just going to go for the save instead? Re-clearing kitchen and walking all the way back to CT. Might be able to find the timing onto one though, but I'm sure they're already expecting this. Are they expecting it this deep though? Yes, they are. Kai already watching the angle, securing a 4K for himself and securing another round for the Playboys. What they gave him away a round, but they just take it back.
Yeah, it's been a back and forth. The most amount of rounds we've seen at this point, one in a row, is only 2, and that only happened once, and we're coming into round 8 already. So you can see just how tightly contested this Icebox map is. Either side really being able to find that edge round after round after round to continue to keep this a close game, a much more competitive game than the ones a while ago. And I'm wondering to see if this will continue on all the way till the end, or will we start to see some team pull away, as the A side once more is the option here for the 69ers to push.
They do pop the Viper Spit though, so it's going to give them a lot more control. Like just like that, the decay, just enough to get Skylar Vaughn another easy. Has to fall back. Super MJ strikes hard also into Morwell. That creates him the opportunity. He gets traded by Rem, but still, they still have a great fighting chance for this. But the Viper Spit is such a hindrance for them. They just decide to go above it though, but is it going to be enough? Oh, the sprays come through, and now they're in a tricky situation.
A bit of recklessness there for the Playboys. They get punished for it. Now they're putting in 2v2. Their man advantage quickly swindled away. Now they have to play this retake without much economy, much utility rather, coming into it. They have the Hunter's Fury at most. Yeah, but can they even work that out? Now he's in a 1v2. They don't have that Viper's Wall anymore. They don't have the man advantage at all.
What are they going to do now? He has that ult we were talking about, but he's going to be so vulnerable if he balling. Also one play, but the two players on the opposite side happen to be their controller as well as their duelist. Prepared to fight the other one with the lineups and already the wall. The gas so hard to push, especially without that recon dart that he used very early. It might honestly be a save at this point, but surely Chinook's gonna still try to isolate as many fights as he can. Taps the spike. They know exactly where it is. He goes for the flick, but it's not gonna connect. It's gonna be 69ers securing another round, and that give and take, still the same theme throughout the game.
69ers, as you said, it's been a give and take here, Fluff. Back and forth, a pendulum that has never really found its equilibrium just yet. We're tied up once more. Marshall out of bound for Skylar Vaughn. Another eco round to come on in for one of the other sides, and just Fury available on either side, and a bit of that overzealousness, overheating. When they had the advantage here for the Playboys, they pay a hefty price for it, losing a round they certainly shouldn't have.
Surely one of the teams on Icebox has to be able to cool down with everything. But the snow falling, the scoreline doesn't seem to move at all. 4-4 at the moment, but opening already very explosively. Loy and Rem already getting the two that they need. This off of the defensive side, the initiator as well, falling down onto Viper, but Kai's able to land the double. How does he do that? He has to fall back. He gives Avarita the chance to breathe, but unfortunately, Moore was just going to not allow him to get any grasp of air. The timing was there for him, but the quick on the trigger Morwill was just too fast.
Yeah, Avaritia could have had that timing if maybe he swung out wider just a bit and checked it before his teammate there, Kai, went down, but still, okay, 69ers doing good on the attacking side. The Playboys aren't too shabby on their defense either. We talked about, attackers sided map this Icebox can be much akin to the last two previously we saw. But the operator now comes in from Playboys, and we see when you pull out the big stick, this is when you get the big stick energy.
Well, hopefully they have the big stick energy, because it's going to be posted up already onto the A site, which it might get even just pushed out by this drone. They don't spawn out the operator though, but they do know that they are running close. Not sure if Super MJ is aware that they backed up from this position. It's a very risky thing also to move the operator, as we already have that B control with Sage. The attackers though, going to try to go for the rotate. This is a full rotate as well. No one really going for here, so the B pressure is going to be immense. It's all up to Avarita right now to make first contact. He gets the timing to back off, but that means he's not sure if anyone's crossed or not. The wall comes out, so surely there is one, but the late Hunter's Fury might not be enough to do enough damage. He does give Avarita the opportunity to pick one off though, and the wall's gonna come back. Oh, does he expect the angle? No, he doesn't actually. Able to get the top white player. The slow behind also is gonna buy them a lot of time here. 3v4, all they have to do is defuse a spike, because they have so many players fighting, and the operator coming into play as well. It's all into the hands of Morwill, but it's not gonna be enough hands to catch all of these dreams, because the bullets and the teamwork coming in from the Playboys has really succeeded over the 69ers for this round.
Yeah, nice retake here coming from the Playboys. Pretty clean, all things considered. They still have the op as well coming into this round, and just so much more to work with compared to what their earlier stages of this half was. Being able to save up for that op is going to give them the type of at least round closers and half closers that you'd want to expect on a map like Icebox. Long range angles to contest, and that op can really try and equalize the odds on a map that can sometimes be that much more attacker favored.
Yeah, and the only counter that they have for this operator, outside of maybe scanning with the recon dart or drone, is to really use the Leer to really get him out of the angle. But the problem with that is sometimes if you get the Leer in the wrong position, you don't flash anyone, and just like that, the over-aggression is already punished, as Super MJ is able to fall back with the operator. They lose one of their players though, so the advantage towards 69ers, but they quickly gets, I was going to say equalized, but another one drops there. And the resurrection is going to bring that deficit even greater. The shots, though, from Super MJ is going to land. Avarita getting one as well. So now we're in this very scrappy situation where it's all in the hands of Super MJ.
Oh, it doesn't connect as well. He had a free kill there to bring it to a 1v1 to avenge his teammates who were taken down after the res, but it doesn't come. 69ers hold on to the lead here. Do not rescind control to the Playboys side. They're looking pretty good so far in the opening half.
They could take this to their advantage, bring that 7-5, or possibly it could be 5-6. I mean 6-6, equalizing it for the Playboys. They don't have enough money though for this economy because they did force out that operator previously. Now they only have a stinger in one of their players, but still so effective. Now here going for the quick stack, but it's gonna be Super MJ with a very, very early contact. Gonna be able to get one and dash out with his life as well. Gonna go for more. He's gonna be able to get two. Trying to go for even more to spray down, almost even getting the ace. Super MJ's going big with 4. They know where Morwell is, the last player alive on the side of 69ers, and the Playboys don't want to stop the pressure. It's going to be Kai securing the deal for them, and it's going to be 6-6. Equalize such a quick round because of the aggressiveness of Super MJ.
Wow. Grabe naman dito. No team really giving up any ground, Fluffy. And much akin to what we've been seeing the entire half, we end things equalize, normalize, no real problem. And just the amount of willpower here by either side to not give up any ground, especially the 69ers, putting a lot of grit into these rounds, into that opening half, to really turn this game a lot more winnable than what we saw map number 1 and map number 2, where this could be where 69ers, you know, finally take a map if we can continue to win like another pistol round here.
Hopefully they do, because they need it to keep their dream alive. The 69ers to somewhat get something. It's better than the other half so far from their previous maps that you mentioned, but still, they have to dream bigger than this. And with that, we're gonna go really deep as they try to get the frag here, but Super MJ somehow manages to get Sage, still goes for some fights. Lloyd has to back off, but the trade's finally coming in. The pistol shot's not landing for the attacking team. The defenders sweeping them up, and it's all up to Sage. It's all up to Avrita. We've seen him play so well before, but the crossfire is not gonna be enough in that scrap. It's gonna be 69ers on top.
6-7. The 69ers. Another pistol round. That's most of the pistol rounds now in this series that they've been able to win here. 4 now in these last 2 maps. So they're winning everything in terms of those pistols, but it's about continuing what they build upon early and reaping what they sow. That has been a bigger problem for the 69ers later in the game. The Playboys here so far, another Sheriff, another eco round, but we've seen these be thrown for a loop, so I'm not even going to call them thrifties at this point. I'm just going to call them NT rounds. If you lose, nice try. If you win, even better.
Very, very true, especially when you have players like Super MJ. He already popped the dash from so far away. It's going to expire if he doesn't use it really quick. But his teammates already crawled up. Unfortunately, though, their mid presence already gets taken out, and the Viper Toxins actually delay a lot of the pushes from the A. They have the read, they know possibly are. The Viper wall is already set up by both of the teams on the A side, so without that mid pressure, they're basically corralled in it. They're trying to get as many kills as they can, but the shots don't land. Reina as well as Viper be able to sweep that up. Gonna even go and go for the double dismiss for Style. Oh, speaking of Style, Avarita still able to get one.
Hey, Avarita.
Damn.
Not able to find any more. Lord Dream shuts him down. 6-8. 69ers with the lead. But the bonus is the question here. Can they convert these rounds on the defense? If they do, if they win this round, 6-9, first of all, nice. Second of all,
brand.
We could be looking at map 4. You're right.
That's very, very true. Especially because it seems like as long as they avoid these bigger maps, which in fairness, played both 3 map sites once, they are doing pretty stable work right now. It's actually Playboys who's struggling in converting a lot of these opening frags. But is it enough for them to actually secure anything afterwards?
You're always enough, Fluffy. Don't talk about this negativity.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about this game. Super MJ, quick on the push, but he gets in an awkward spot. He had the judge up close, still could not find the kills. 69ers overrunning the Playboys on their gun round, and the flawless as they're all shut down. Talk about awkward.
Talk about awkward indeed, but because of that, they are on that 6-9 round on brand for the 69ers. It is getting that match point for their own team. They're able to get this onto a game 4, but to focus on the rounds at hand. It's going to be Super MJ and the Playboys again forced back onto that eco. We've seen how deadly they can be, but it's all reliant on how 69ers react. If they react properly, they can easily neutralize a lot of these attempts with these ecos, but you never know with a team like this because they also might have the Bladestorm in hand depending on how everything goes. You're going to start off with a very early recon dart just to get a few cheeky kills here and there, maybe some opportunities to get some damage, to get the angle, but Super MJ has to back off.
Oh, they're starting to struggle here. The Playboys on this attacking side of theirs on map number 3. They've had so much more momentum in those opening 2 maps. It seems to have been thrown for a loop, thrown in their faces. And just look at this. Just salutes to Avarilia as he's taken down. Morwell following up. Not looking good for the Playboys. The 69ers, they are on fire as of the moment. Super MJ, great opening shot though for a trade.
Will they be able to convert this though? 3v4, the damage. These little chips eventually gonna be enough. For MJ actually lands still low. Loy's gonna be able to get 2, and now it's an impossible situation as he goes flying high and soaring. He's able to get another round again for 69ers.
Yeah, E-Joinks on that Reyna has been such a big problem here for the Playboys time and time on over, dipping in and out of the fight, untradeable it seems, and undistinguishable from a true demon. Playboys, medyo nahirapan sila dito even on the attacking side, pero tignan natin, this is their gun round. I dare say, losing this next round probably means map number 4.
Probably does, because that advantage, that small gap in the wall has slowly been going wider and wider, and so far they haven't been able to really seal anything, and they have to figure out what to do. They're breaking the walls down right now. They know one player is on yellow, but Roger is actually going to land the shot. He's going to be able to get one, the vulnerable, making that that Phantom even more deadly, and Loy still going to go for the pre-fire, but Kai somehow manages to get 2.
How does he get 2 kills off of that? The fact that there are 4 players on the defense here for the B side on 69ers means they just had such a good read of the situation of this round and of what the Playboys were going to want to do in this case. They haven't trapped here towards that B long. They can still go for the execute. I wager they're waiting for that wall to gain a bit more gas before they put it up, and then they try and go for an attempt.
They have to attempt to do something though. 50 seconds are remaining. They have Viper choose to use it. It might be enough to actually secure the round. There's a couple of Viper spits that you can use. Even play one off of that the side where you have it like closer to white that way, but he's gonna go for a deeper Viper spit here. Gonna plant in a somewhat off angle so he doesn't get spammed. Very smart, because if he didn't, it might be the death of him. Loy spots out one, manages to get one off the Cloudburst too, but the spray downs, it doesn't matter. It's like they don't even need to see.
My goodness. 69ers answering back, and you have to believe a team like this, they're not going to go down 3-0. No, they're going to give us at least one map before ultimately things are decided, and the 69ers, they're looking to decide this by their own hand. Map number 4 at the cusp here, unless Playboys can give us a hell of a run on the comeback.
Might be able to. This could be the start. We talked about how these explosive teams ride on momentum, and it looks like where Playboys is slipping. It's 69ers who's really sliding in to take that place as Super MJ flies higher for himself but gets swatted down, just like the bird that he has, flying, soaring even. He's able to push this into a 3v3, 6-11. The flashes come out. There's so much util. They really don't want to give up this mid control. Save as many rifles as they can too.
Save what they may, but can they save this round here? The Playboys looking to hit that A site. Defense split on up. You have to make sure they don't get picked off for free on this attempt. Rem trying to play that maze. Give them a puzzle
there
for the Playboys to try and dismantle. 2 of them on here. You can see the Reyna right up close. They could stifle this attempt here. E-Joinks if he's able to get a kill off of Rem.
Oh my god, still able to get one, but now Force isn't doing. Last player is Chinook only has the Sheriff in hand. Will he be able to land 2 bullets in the chamber? But Rogers able to just take him out like that. The superior weapon advantage pushes them to match point.
Very weird way they choose to go for that. They cut the noise and they simply could have played the contact, maybe perhaps tried and jiggle. or actually go for a proper hit. But it seems like when they did, it's awkward things being done there. Chinook just hopping on over like a bunny. Well, he's found as a fox does a hare. 69ers, 6 rounds up above, defensive side with an operator. This is looking almost assuredly a point for them in the series.
It has to be. They have the operator, they have the knives as well. They even have the Hunter's Fury if need be. The 69ers has all the tools, all they have to do. Execution. Speaking of execution, though, it's going to be the Playboys entering very, very quickly to get the backside player as well. He jumps in. Maybe he's going to be able to take out that solo. Smart move for Super MJ. Still going for more. Even though he falls, he does get the information and does the damage. Now this operator, which we said was so good, might not be the best on the retake.
Nice try there from 69ers, but Super MJ, knowing that he was kind of just fed up with this, he was like, all right, let's end this, let's just go at it. And Skylar Vaughn on the Reyna on the follow-up. I'd wager maybe they were even better a while ago when they had Super MJ on the Reyna. It was Skylar Vaughn on the Jet instead.
Very, very true. Especially, I think Super MJ that round made a great decision. First kill, it's okay. I think most Jets would have gone for the second, but instead of fighting, he just straight went for a beeline and went for the Hunter's Fury, going for that Cloudburst. I think even the defense doesn't expect it, so he gets away with a bit of the movement, even though he gets tagged up a bit. But removing that Hunter's Fury immediately and even doing some damage onto that generator player was enough info and space, and that's what you need in your duelist when they're not on that rifle.
Certainly what they have to bring into the court here. 69ers. Good read on the situation to try and play most of their defense here on this A side. There's a lot for the Playboys to dismantle as a hit does come on in. They've got some players within that site. If E-Joinks is able to get the kill, he can dismiss back out to the safety of the screens. Avarilia gets the one, but the trades are coming on in. Rem finding them, dismiss out as you said, but they've equalized the odds. 2v2 right now. Empress buys him some space and information. Lear out coming here. Kai knows he's got the big situation to deal with. 1v2. It's all on the Kai. He gets the one kill. He knows the other is on top of the rafter. There is Mr. Roger delivering the final lesson. 7-13. 69ers get a point in the series.
And just like that, the dream is still alive. 69ers breathe long series, able to strike back, get their first map. We look at a table that we see on screen right now. The table shows Super MJ. He struggled a bit at times, but he still ends up as that top frag for the team. But the rest of the 69ers are not far behind, especially their double duelists. This time, the more proactive version has really paid off for them.
Yeah. A lot better done here from the 69ers, and you're seeing some moments where maybe, as I was talking about, maybe MJ being on the Reyna was a bit more comfortable, could be a lot better for them. Not that he's not great as a Jet, but when we saw him be the second in instead of the first in a lot of time, they're able to utilize his firepower for him to be the guy to trade on in and make things happen later in the game. So nicely done here by the 69ers, and we go on over to map 4, which I believe should be Ascent. And when we go over to Ascent, maybe that is where, they can kind of start to hold things down on the defense, because I think looking at the Vito here, it's the only defender-sided map we've got.
Yeah, but then again, Ascent is so 50-50 that even though it's a bit more defensive-sided, it doesn't mean that the attack side can't work greatly if you're very strong with these fundamentals. And a fundamentally strong map, very OG map for Valorant itself. I'm sure everyone is very used to it, especially this team. They have a lot of memories here, as this is the map that they played on previously in that 4v5. So at least they have a taste of how they play on this specific map, which can play a big part as they go for the rematch.
Well, the Playboys have got a score to settle, but they're not going to let it go without much of a fight here. We're going to throw it over to our hosts, lovely ladies. I'm sure they've got a lot to say about our tightly contested series so far.
Ito ba yung tama or ito? Ito ata yung mukhang 69. Tama ba ako, guys?
Actually, parang nakuha mo na.
Parang tama na sa
Nakuha mo
wakas. Natama ko din. Ayan, tribute to para sa mga nanalo sa ating map number 3, which was Icebox, none other than the 69ers themselves. Napakaganda nung pinakita nila kanina. And I think at this point, I can confidently say na Lloyd Dream is back. Ito yung Lloyd Dream na hinahanap natin in the first 2 games and finally nagising na ulit siya dito. Pero gusto ko malaman, in terms of roles, Yasumi, ano ba yung thoughts mo na medyo nag-switch up naman ng role ngayon si MJ, pati itong si Skylar Vaughn na nakita natin sa Icebox?
One of the main reasons I believe that happened is because Icebox is a large map, and being the structure of Icebox, kumbaga paghihimay-himayin natin yan, it will always most of the time boil down to aim. It means unlike other maps where you need a lot of different kind of comms, different kind of setups, in Icebox, your aim is majority of the time is what matters. And we all know that MJ, when put in roles that he can really shine, such as Jet, Raze, fast-paced as he is, he really does shine. And we do see na nandun siya with Skylar at the back as his second fragger as of this map. So makikita nga natin na medyo siguro nag-struggle sila because 69ers, they're also good in Icebox. Parang hindi talaga magpapatalo yung 69ers. As you have said, mahilig sila mambaliktad, and this could be the start of dangerous waters going further into this tournament.
Feel ko, nagre-recharge pa si Skylar Vaughn kaya nag-jet muna si Super MJ. Having flashbacks of 69ers on Fracture wherein they didn't rush and just decided to get picks, wait for that window of opportunity, the right timing to execute.
Pagdating nga sa execution, meron bang mga kakaiba na napansin mo when it comes to the rotation or the map control na itong 69ers? Because it seems, especially dun sa second half natin, na they were in control for most of the time, Lou.
Well, we'll see sa next. Pero I think with their performance on Icebox, there is a big chance na maging reverse sweep pa nga. But the pressure is still on kasi with the Playboys being away from being the champions, if Playboys can recover from this.
Yes. Talagang 69ers, they take this space, they take this map control, and they refuse to give it back to Playboys. They know how much Playboys love to play around on those map sites, on those map controls, especially if you give them the space. So one of the things that they did is they limited the space where they can move. They made sure, try to take our space, and we'll take it back right this instant away from you. And medyo nag-struggle nga dun yung Playboys natin, as we can see. But again, it's not the end for both of the teams, but still 69ers hanging on the edge still at the moment. But minsan talaga kapag nasa gilid na, pag nasa dangerous waters na, dun sila na-activate, and maybe that's what's happening for 69ers.
That is very possible. Kumbaga, yung pressure pa yung nagtutulak sa kanila na gumising na talaga, tulad nga ng pinakita ni Lloyd Dream. Pero yun nga, yung tulad ng point mo kanina, may mga times na napapansin ko kahit si Super MJ, nag-overheat at nag-overextend na. Something that they should really be cautious of moving forward sa ating next map, which is gonna be Ascent. And we'll deep dive into that conversation right after this break, so don't go anywhere. Kweeendom, Adonis Cup, we'll be right back.
It's a new day, ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, 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 move it to the beat now. Got the heat now, deep down, we know. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toes. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
muli na namang nagbabalik ang Kweeendom Adonis Cup at kasama nyo pa rin si Likeable, Yasumi at Isekelu. And just for a quick recap sa mga nanonood ngayon, the score is now 2-1 wherein in Lotus and Haven, nakuha ito ng Playboy samantalang yung previous game natin over at Icebox ang 69ers ay starting to clap back. Pero ngayon naman, Lou, papunta naman tayong Ascent and I do wanna know what your thoughts are when it comes to Playboys kasi ito yung isa sa mga mapa na paulit-ulit nilang pinakita sa atin.
I think Playboys will be very confident in this map since pang-apat na nila to, and I think they will stick with their two dual comp, the Reyna and the Jet, and with the aggressive playstyle na lagi naman nilang ginagawa sa lahat ng games nila, and feel ko i-enjoy na lang din nila tong game na to.
Yes, well, actually, the good news is we know that Ascent is one of the strongest maps of Playboys, but the bad news is they've seen it too. 69ers have also seen how Playboys play, how aggressive they can be, and yes, as Laika has said earlier, that one of the meron talagang few times where we do see Playboys overextend. So this is a map where overextending can easily be punished, but at the same time, it can also be rewarding in a way na hindi mo i-expect na suddenly nandito na agad sila. They're already way deeper than you could have imagined because again, it's Ascent. It's a small map that requires more defaults, but at the same time, more spots could be a little bit parang medyo bulag kayo dun sa corners na yun.
And speaking of defaults nga, no, I am gonna be expecting a longer game as I always do when it comes to Ascent. Dahil, yun nga, tulad ng sinabi mo, a lot of default heavy plays, talagang mangangapa sila to get that information going. But do you think, Yasumi, for either of the teams, ano yung mga bagay na kailangan ingatan nila sa mismong team talaga nila, bukod pa dun sa overextension na nakikita natin kanina sa Playboys?
Aside from overextension, I really want to see more of the discipline plays, especially in Ascent. You see in Icebox, yes, you can overextend, yes, you can hold those Ws, and you could also just keep peeking. Also in Lotus, actually, and in Haven, since these are three sites, it would require you to pick or try to meet each other first before executing. But in terms of Ascent, this is more of a map that rewards discipline instead of those instant wide peaks, instead of those angles na bigla mo nalang basa-basa kukunin. So, this game, I expect more discipline, lalo na sa post-plan situations, lalo na sa executions, because again, anything can happen in Ascent. Ascent is those map na again, medyo expert na tayo lahat. We already know what to expect, when to expect it, and it could be good news or bad news for either teams.
I agree with you, Asumi. Aggression without discipline is very dangerous pagdating sa ating Playboys. I hope na ma-workout nila yon. On the side of the 69ers naman, I think they can pretty much deal with the aggression and it will not be a problem for them since they play really smart. I'm just so excited for this fourth game incoming.
Ako, excited na rin talaga ako, Lu, kasi magkakaalaman kung aabot nga ba tayo sa game number 5 or will Playboys truly shut down the dreams of moving further or moving to the very end for the side of 69ers dito sa ating Kweeendom Adonis Cup Tournament. Pero para ikwento kung ano nga ba yung mga pangyayari, ibabalik na namin kayo sa casters natin na napaka-pogi, walang iba kundi si Black and Blue at si Fluffy02.
Wow! Nakapa-pogi daw. What?
Kaya mo yan.
Kaya mo yan. Yeah, Tagalog caster, by the way. But welcome back. My name is Fluffy02, and I'm joined again with Black and Blue, and this is possibly another match point. Finally, we've seen the 69ers get their first point and their first map onto the series, which brings them back to life. But it's been the consistency of the other team, the Playboys, that have really shined through. And will that continue on now or not? It all depends. But what we have learned from this entire series, though, is that map-wise, at least, outside of those bigger maps, they have played very well for the side of the 69ers.
Well, the 69ers so far are showing they have absolute grit and mental fortitude para bumawi dito. Kami nga pala ang mga Konyo casters, mga kaibigan. So, if ever may mga dulas kami sa aming Tagalog, edi, pasensya na, Lods. But Ascent is where we're going to be going over. Moving to the next map.
Yeah, and I have to agree with what Legables said that where Ascent,
Pogi
one of
tayo,
those
I agree.
maps
For you.
where, well, yun din. Pero yung parang medyo matagal yung games pag Ascent, you know?
Totoo. Defender side, a lot of times, one of the most defender-sided map. Actually, as of locking, it was the most defender-sided map that we have in the competitive rotation. Pero, tingnan natin. Malay natin. Baka, at the end, of course, the more important thing is comfortability. At kung sinong team ngayon, komportable, kung nasaan sila, kung anong sitwasyon nila, they have a good chance of, either taking this next map or closing out the series, or taking this next map and bringing us to the fifth and final one.
Yeah, either can go, and I'd like to see Fracture as much as possible. It's always interesting to see. It's very different from Ascent, where in Fracture, so much explosiveness from both teams, but on Ascent, a bit more on that stability side, a bit more on that reliability, but it's all up to how much adaptability either of these teams opt to choose.
Opt to choose on a pistol round? You can't buy an op just yet, Fluffy.
Oops.
You should know that, analyst. Economy. Rounds.
Economy.
Wow. We're economists
Uy.
na pala. Raise on Ascent. What are your thoughts?
Well, because it's Super MJ, go. Just go.
Pwede.
W key gamer. Pwede. Pero sa
Pwede,
69ers
pwede.
naman, yung Reyna and Jet ulit ang duelist nila. On Loy and the same players as well. Skylar Vaughn defaulting back onto that main duelist role. Maybe they take some advice from you, our special analyst, last time, saying that he should go back to the Jet so that Super MJ can also be that more duelist that relies on that longevity, able to have someone to trade off of instead of being the one being traded. And with that, they're gonna be playing a bit more defaulty, but they have the Brimstone, which, although it's a pretty good controller, doesn't give your team a lot of options. It's very limiting just in having these three smokes in hand. Also not able to really use a lot of his utility in that global setting instead of like an Omen or an Astra. It could bait a lot of the rotations for the Playboys, maybe even make them overcommit at times.
Well, I know you sure Fluff could attest that overcommitting could be difficult kung hindi pa naman sureball. And because of that, they want to make sure na sureball nila dito ang fourth map. Morwill goes for the Gecko. Try and throw things for a loop here. Something that can be really effective. It's their solo initiator though, so I wonder how they're gonna play with a bit less info than maybe the other side.
That's very true, but you never can really know what can go the distance, especially on something like this. Ascent, you look, the Gecko finally having some utility to trade off of, and the global presence coming from Omen is always important because range is far, mahirap talaga pag LDR.
Grabe. You would know. Long travels, long fight, and we're probably in for a long night here. Reels on the Killjoy, we got most of the same for the most part, although there's still a big contrast, of course, when you got that Brim compared to the Omen. I'm looking at the composition here for the 69ers. It's really about that hard hit. They have so much paranoia, so much initiating presence, like having that paranoia just be available is already pressure posed upon the other side. You have the Gecko, which has so much really annoying utility to throw at you time after time. The Wingman, the Flash, the Molly, and then comes an ult, everything just to really throw a wrench into the spokes here. Playboys, we're playing a bit more of a standard comp, so at the very least, that gives the Playboys a different kind of utility, information gathering on that Sova, yes, but they have just a more well-rounded comp, and this begs the question, what is more effective here? Do you go for a toolbox with many different tools for many situations, but not really the best at either? Or do you go for a specific comp like in the 69ers that is a bit less generalist and a bit more of a specialist?
I think that what really matters is what's the most effective for your team. If you can really pull it off, and the 69ers, they're very confident in running this composition, having a strong entry. Imagine facing a team like this where their composition allows them to really run the Leer, as well as the Wingman, the Gecko Flash, and the Paranoia at you. It's so much space for them that they can get for free, and their duelists can just slip and slide out of any dangerous situation, especially if they get some kill.
Well, it seems like you're gonna have to look at our faces, mine unfortunately, but Fluffy's, at least he is absolute eye candy. And he is, as his name might suggest, on his alt account, ASMR for people to look at.
That is not my account, just to make it very clear. That's my mods. Shout out to Franzi, by the way. But also, thank you for bringing that up, Black and Blue.
You know, Fluff, I know you like to just be on that, you know, down to earth shit, just be, you know, super humble. Pero you are eye candy, pare. So do not deny what is true to the eye.
Oh, I think it depends on the eye of the
Beholder.
the beholder.
Eye of the tiger.
Oh yeah, of course. But then depends.
Pwede rin. Depende. Sinong gumangat-ngat. We were looking to reset this lobby. Para naman maayos. Para naman we have a game. A proper game. A
Proper
map
game
number 4
would be
game.
very nice. I think this map number 4, though, when you think about it, like we're talking about it for a bit for the agents, so like having that gecko. I think this is one of those maps that you can really see a lot of the strengths of gecko. There's not much angles actually to clear here compared to other maps. And if you take, let's say, A main or B main, you'd see teams in the past use a boombot or use a flash just to get early control, especially on the attacking side. This is something you can do in a similar fashion as gecko, but the difference is when you flash and they smoke off the choke, instead of trading util for util, with gecko at least you have the advantage to really just, you know, save yours and slowly
and
build up that little snowball.
You can retrieve it. And so because of like it's practically unlimited on how much you can keep on retrieving that flash, you can clear almost every single kind of main contest point. Like let's say you're on attacking side, go towards A main, right click, check it out, rather click out for a quick flash. No one there, okay, let me retrieve it. A main push, you go inside towards the site itself. No one immediately hit, let me retrieve it after. Post plant, you still have a utility there. Not to talk about the wingman, the mollies, and everything else in between that might come with that gecko. So I think it's not necessarily overpowered. It's not necessarily even oppressive, especially in a vacuum, but it is really damn annoying. And sometimes that's more than enough to, you know, throw off the opponents.
I mean, when you think about it, right, Gecko as an agent as a whole doesn't fit the current Valorant meta, which is info burst, execute, repeat for 2 minutes. Instead, it's a more slow grow investment type, slowly clearing things, similar to how you play other tactical shooters. And yes, he doesn't have anything innately busted about him. It's all things that we are familiar with, but the way they are arranged, having one agent have a concuss, a detain, something like a flash that can't be really anti-flashed, ways for all the abilities to clear out corners and take space, and that's what's really the value for me for Gecko. There's a couple things you can do also. You can even throw the Gecko flash straight up in the air and just wait for it to fall down. That's free info for you. You don't even have to go to like a dangerous spot to retrieve it. You can even ulti, and I don't know if you know this, but you can ulti and left click during the ult, and it goes to the jumping animation to
pop it,
and 360.
Oh,
like a jet dash, because you go into third person. So you actually can pre-fire your ulti. Like let's say you're taking A main ascent, you jump out of the A main, and you 360, you clear the entire front side close, and then it lands behind the dices.
Oh,
so a lot of options that they have as the game will start very soon.
Well, there we go. Back into the agent select here. They swapped out the Gecko to the Sova. We've been talking about Gecko for the last 2 minutes, and they swap him out anyways. Thanks, 69ers.
Misclick pala. 9head.
Misclick pala. Casters kasi, start the game. Shut up your mouth.
My bad, akin. Kala ko naman new agent. Back in the full game. The only difference this time around being one of the duelists for that Reyna versus Raze, and finally the controllers. KJ, again a staple. We have seen both of these players really hold down their own site because that, you know, at the end of the day, it's their job above all to really defend any of those areas.
Well, let's see if they can really throw him off still with the comp that they've got here. Sova on either side now. The only real difference is the second duelist they got coming on in. Reyna for the 69ers. Raze for the Playboys. Parehong R pa din. They have the Brimstone and the Omen here. for either side respectively as well. And when you have that Brimstone, you know, it may not give you as much re-hit power as like a Paranoia might give you, and just as much outplay power as an Omen in general might have, but what is there is extremely reliable. He has some of the most reliable smokes because they're very thick, very large as well, and they're dense within, so it's a bit more difficult to play within them and then push through them as well. And then he also has that molly, which is by far, you know, one of the most painful mollies you have in the game. It lasts for quite a while. It's a great tool to deny the defuse, but also that orbital strike will always kill whatever is within it as soon as it pops and someone's in it for a decent amount of time. So reliability here over outplay potential is what each controller opt for.
That's very true. The burst potential is always high, especially because you even have that stim beacon to maybe even turn a lot of those rounds. But then, because you're starting on that defensive side, it's very hard for you to just solo hold things if your duelists on the opposite side of the map do not create any pressure. The problem with Brimstone also on the defense for Ascent is there's the range limitation for those sky smokes, although they have been buffed to get some extra value out of them, still puts you in a very awkward spot, basically forcing you to play mid or behind CT every round. We see him already there as the attackers posture to go for that B hit. They already are controlling on that tile side, and it's going to be Loy with a ghost as well as the dash and some cloudburst to help him survive. Super MJ though, oh, maybe he was thinking of throwing the nade. Chose not to. If he did, though, so much value we're going to come out of that. But the quick mid-hit is going to surprise Brimstone, but it's not going to be enough. He's able to get two. Brimstone, the security guard, defending Market from any attackers, manages to still keep us alive somehow. 22 seconds still. 22 HP rather, and he still has that molly.
Oh, Molly's here, keeping them at bay, but Roger is trapped, and Avaritia gets the fourth. You talked about it being difficult sometimes on the defense with that Brim to anchor things down, but seems like for the meantime, Avaritia, as long as he had help from the rest of his team, it meant no problem for him to get himself going.
I mean, that opening kill was probably the biggest one. They had to get that on his own, that pure skill 1v1, because he was able to get the instant dink and remove that player. The second swing came a bit easier because when his movement is a bit erratic, you know, as the attacker, you'd always want to try to go for a quicker trade, but maybe that small misstep of going wider is actually punishing. With some help of some teammates, he's just able to capitalize on it, and it makes the orbital strike a bit more relevant as it brings it closer to what's going to be the third round or possible buy round for the 69ers. Meanwhile, though, Skylar Vaughn back on that jet is a nice thing to see. He's done so well in the first two maps, so bringing back that consistency is always very important for this one. He has a Spectre, though. They have the range game, and on the A side, they even have the Nano Swarms played far in advance, but with 1 minute and 12 seconds remaining and not much space taken from the attacking side, they have to start doing something.
Well, we know it's difficult to be winning these rounds on the attacking side here in Ascent. As we said, one of the more defender-sided maps statistically throughout the history here of Valorant. Lord Dream on the swing, cannot find it going, but okay, Ajax able to get one of his own in return here. That turret giving them the information they need. Too much to fight for. Moral punishes Super MJ.
Right, though, still alive, gets control of A main. He allows the attackers to in, but now with pressure from his teammates, what started out as an eco has become the train that hasn't been stopping. And because they have the detection that maybe they're going to be playing on A for that killjoy, they can hear the setup. They choose to fall back onto the B side, get that safe plant. They get the upgrades on the rifles as well. So it feels like this is the same thing every game. One team wins the pistol, the other team somehow wins the second round. And now it's all up to Kaya as he tries to get some more damage blown into the direction of the 69ers, but they're just playing that very efficiently, bringing him to 22 HP, even 12. Will he go for the save or will he try to go for some fight? He gets him on the timing of the reload, but it's not going to be enough. So many players are actually pushing him. Eventually, he just drops down.
Ajax third in the round, and the 69ers here with another thrifty in return against the Playboys. But a lot of it is also to the fault of the Playboys. We see them try and dip into fights that they don't need to. Overconfidence, really. A bit of humility and humbleness could bode them well here as they're losing these rounds due to to be fair, merit of 69ers, yes, but also because of their own mistakes. They try and take these fights that are just so unwarranted and letting the disadvantage be always against them.
Yeah, the over-eagerness sometimes punishing the Dreamers, but now they're gonna try to take some space. They use the nade, the paint shells to get some damage up the tiles, but no one really got hit by that. Morgul still has his full armor as well as the drone to spot out anyone, but it's gonna be Roger who's actually gonna take out Kaya's Averito, takes off Loy with that dash. 4 HP and a Dream, trying to do more damage, but it's not gonna be enough. 3v4 now, and Chinook's in the position for the retake.
Well, 1-1. Frenzy's here, ringing on out. There isn't much for them to fight with, Playboys, on this retake. Maybe he can tag up the low HP players there in Roger, but he's playing safe, far away from this. The B main take has to work. It doesn't. Not gains here, the 69ers, their second round.
Well, they get their second round. What started with what looked like Playboy's advantage from the start of the game has quickly turned into a nightmare for them. As 69ers are starting to get some momentum that we haven't seen from them before. Maybe we've seen glimmers of it from the previous map at certain points throughout the game, but the back and forth action seems to already stop when it's this one. They already have the lead, and this time they look like they have no plans of letting it go.
Of course, nobody would want to let such a deficit be erased, as we almost saw there in map number 2. We're here in map number 4 already. One away. One in between, rather. Mid push coming in from the defense. The Playboys wanting to take the fight here towards mid, but it's the A side that the 69ers are more concerned with. They take it for free. It was pretty empty, and the plant should go down, so a full retake here to come in from the Playboys. They have the orbital strike, but the counter lockdown from 69ers is available.
Role he put it though, he might actually get more value holding that lockdown. They eventually use it, but the Brim orbital strike is just gonna neutralize it really quickly. They have to go for a retake as time is not on their side. Chinook's gonna get some control on heaven. The swing comes out from the doors. The trade comes in fast, but they start flooding in. Now the A-main control scuffle begins. Able to get 2 for the attackers, forcing them down to 2v1s, all up to Killjoy. Has to try to isolate the angles, but it's not gonna be enough. Loy is gonna be able to get 2 at the end of that. Because of that, the lead that once started as 2 is now extending even further.
My goodness, the 69ers not giving up just yet. They could be on pace to extending this all the way to a map number 5 here, Fluffy. That's too early to call, of course. It's only 3-1. Yes, I know, Caster, chill. But the momentum here has seeped heavily to the 69ers side that you can't almost feel it. Coming from that map number 3 into this one, they've just had every single boost of confidence under their wings.
It feels like they're one of those teams that has struggled when they're on that lower half, when they're on that lower rounds, and they haven't been winning as much. And I think a big part of it was for the first 2 maps, aside from the map size. They've always started on attack, which is what they've been able to stack these rounds on and convert these massive score lines. But the last 2 maps, this one included, being on defense, feels like not their natural habitat, and the aggression that they normally have, which is a strength, has been the over-eagerness that has punished them time and time again. Now, the Emperor is going to be popped for Reina as the site has been taken, and the plant is going to go down before this retake commences.
Skylar Vaughn able to find the 1, but everything is going here towards a 69ers way. A 4K right now for E-Joinks, and that is looking pretty good and pretty clean so far. A 4th round here to deny any sort of retaliation from the Playboys.
Looks like he said they will cower, and Playboy's running scared because that deficit is just growing ever so slightly every round. Minutes. Somehow 69ers looks like they're gonna run away with the map so far. We said that this is defender sided, but the attackers are doing so well, able to really go for the reads or get the right reads and go for the correct plays as they go for great execute. They've tried attacking B, they've tried attacking A, even gone for that B split and taking market on to mid, and there's just so much for them that they have like options to, that conditions their opponent that they could do basically anything. And again, the over-eagerness has punished them, flying too close to the sun. Skylar Vaughn tries to get a quick peek up onto short, but suddenly just gets shut down. His position now taken by Loy.
Difficult spot to be in here. The Playboys, as you don't feel the momentum, you don't feel the confidence for their sake anymore. Super MJ gets a big kill here on the Mr. Roger, and a spam through from Chinook is right on the money. They fall on back. Notice a lot of pressure, but more will find Chinook on that push as well. They shut down, though, the double man push in the 1v3. Should be a quick and easy cleanup at the end. They finally gained their second round here, the Playboys.
They finally get something. They used a lot of ultimates there, though. They used Hondi's Fury, and even, you know, more will burn to a crisp because of that molly coming in from Averita. But look at the scoreboard. Averita is there because he got that 4K on the start, meaning the rest of the rounds he's gotten 3, but the rest of his teammates have been slowly catching up. But it's not enough still. They still need that firepower, that momentum that they had in the first earlier games. So that fire seems to have been extinguished as Icebox was just too cool for them. But moving on to this round, though, they have a better buy. The knife's already being popped. Will this aggression actually work out for him again? Skylar Vaughn, we've seen him do it before on this Jet, but so far he hasn't shown the same brightness that he has in the first 2 games. His dash about to run out, though. The attacker is poised to take it, and already one is already down. He knows one's close, gonna go for the quick swings here onto the backside. They're gonna line up, but it's not gonna be enough damage. But the rest of the team falls in as Kai is able to get 2, stabilize somewhat, giving the sight. But will it be enough for them as the 2 players already have the spike in their hands? The molly slightly misses, gives a gap though.
Yeah, pretty big miss there on the molly. Awkward spot to try and pop it. Recon on through. They have to know there's at least one of them here. I'm not too sure where. Actually, no, now they should after the spam. So, yeah, no, both of the presence is here. Chinook in a difficult spot, falls back instead. They have to be wary of that heaven angle. They could push on here as 69ers are about to do. This recon's gonna give him away though.
That recon does not clear hell, so they have to be very careful of this location because it's a trap. Eventually, somehow, they do manage to convert the round. It was a bit dicey for a while there without the info, with the cutting of noise. They could have popped out of any location, but thankfully, playing hell saved him from that recon dart scan and a lot of the info that they were assuming.
Well, it was a nice attempt by every sense of the word. Just not enough in the end for them to take the round here on the retake. Because of the spike just being dropped out of their reach, it made it such a much more awkward situation for them to try and win those type of scenarios. But now the Hunter's Fury and the Lockdown both available for the Playboys in this defensive sided round.
This time too without any indirect damage. The 69ers have no way to stop this lockdown unless they try to destroy the players instead. Rogers able to get 2, and because of this really late lurk back into holding that B, the punish comes in as the Playboys lose a lot of their defense. It's the same story. They have the ability to really hold down the site, but they choose to fight something that they kinda don't have to. Even Kai's angle right now, it's like a one and done where he gets pinched in case this messes up. He gets to back off, but the recon dart's surely gonna slow him down. Now he's put in a very tricky spot. He gets 1 though, but it's not gonna be enough, putting his teammate in a 1v4.
Yeah, such an awkward spot for him to be in. And you see, because of that, Skylar Vaughn peeks to try and bail him out of a situation, and it just gets him killed as a Jet. 3v5, 3-5 this round should be. This game should be, rather, after this. There's no real chance of Chinook clutching out these 1v4s. Once again, another very competent round for 69ers. They're playing super well. And the rounds that where the Playboys win, it just seem to be because, well, their gung-ho style worked at it. And we haven't really seen much of an adjustment there from map number 1 into 2, into 3, and into this 4th. It almost seems like, map number 1, they played it really cleanly, and so that just gave them ultra confidence to keep on playing that way for map 2 and 3, and even into 4. But they just never adjusted, even after 69 already have. They thought they could get away with it continuously.
Yeah, it's just not working out for them. Even the save, the plan was to try to save the rifle, bring it into this round, but instead, he does get 1, but is it worth it though? The opponents can buy, you can't, and now you're stuck in this awkward buy. Super MJ stuck on the Sheriff, Skylar Vaughn on a shorty. am surprised that it's actually the Brimstone player who, with a half armor, that's holding the rifle instead of a Sheriff, when they could have dropped for someone else. Maybe they're gonna reorient that. Actually, he's gonna go for the Bucky instead. Gonna go for a more economical buy here on the defense. But again, it feels like the defense answer to most things is just aggression, which not always is technically the case.
Well, Morwell gets his one. The Playboys on an eco once more. And the 69ers, so clean so far. Always ready for those punishes. Every time Playboy slips, they're there to throw another banana peel into it. Oh,
nope.
Okay.
Oh.
He's alive, but not for long. Adonis shuts him down, trying to back on off to safety. He gets the one there, Super MJ, but only the one before he's done. Oh, and he still gets the second follow-up here, he joinks. I thought that would have been Chinook's kill.
Very true. Lloyd, though, makes his way onto that A side. Teammate slowly, but not far behind him. The pincer maneuver from the defense has to have a lot of value. They have to split their attention because they don't have the firepower and they also don't have the numbers. If they play very disciplined, 69ers just have everything to gain in this round, nothing to lose. But Kai has something to say about that. It's in Bucky range though, but not enough. But it is going to be the Sheriff getting more value. For an eco, I think it's pretty decent. You get 3, but the attackers do get the spike down. The score right now is 3-6, and the commanding lead that 69ers built up in the mid part of the first half has slowly been coming back.
Well, nice attempt at the very most here for the Playboys. Not much else has been going their way otherwise.
Careful.
And at least they have these ultimates, but they've been holding on to them for quite a few rounds now. They have to start winning rounds on this defense because the attack, I don't think, is going to bode them any favors.
For real.
Prefer.
But also, what's very real is finally, I think, with this weapon of choice, they can actually play the style that they wanted, get a lot of pickoffs that they were looking for earlier. But Skylar Vaughn has to find the value from this, holding this angle for quite a long time already, not really moving other parts of the map. They give up A main as well with only the contact turret to really stop anything, meaning that the moment they get smoked off, it's going to be very hard for them to go for those raids. The Recon Dart also coming onto A lobby, going to be broken by Riz. Super MJ still going to be camping that site in case they do go for it. The lockdown available for both teams, but the Hundy's Fury and Orbital Strike neutralizes that in a way because either of those ultimates can really just destroy the lockdown. But Loy has managed to creep his way all the way really close, but he's going to destroy the alarm bot, not even looking behind him. The confidence, oh no, he misses the shot. It's not the what they need. The Lear comes in, but the Nanoswarm is going to be enough delay to really stop a lot of the pressure. The operator gets to reposition, but gets paranoid instead. Super MJ fighting for his life. They're not sure if he's on, but he's actually still on the backside, able to get one more. Now it's 2v3, 2v4 actually. The Hunter's Fury comes in, but the damage has already been done. The ultimates that they did have aren't used in the best way that they can be. They're just taking too many fights.
Way too many moments there. It never really works out for the Playboy side. And the 69ers looking much more confident here in map number 4 than ever. Yeah, that's a terrifying prospect. Do they have a timeout? I'm pretty sure they should, right, at this point. It's a custom. You can't be able to call a timeout unless it's against the rules. But it would be a nice time for the Playboys to reset themselves and think of what they can do about the situation, because they've just not looked as good so far in this map. Not anything close to what we saw in map number 1, 2, or even 3.
Yeah, they had that confidence, that shining light that really said that, you know, we can take these duels and wins. But a couple of duels that they lose, well, takes out Skylar Vaughn. It's just, you know, it hits the confidence, not just the game sense, everything. It makes you peak slower, it makes you hit slower, but what's not going to stop is the 69ers aggression as they aggressively take that A site, and it always feels like there's nothing that the Playboys can really do about it. They have to start adjusting their strategy. They have to be able to work the map in a way that's safe, but also accommodates their aggressive playstyle, because if not, they're just going to be overexposing themselves. And even though Kaya lands some amazing shots with this Sheriff, it still would have been great if his team was there to support him as well. And these are the small things that really separates these teams from closing out what looked like to be an easy 3-0 series to now a more difficult and possibly a series that goes a distance.
Well, rounds here continuous now for the 69ers. And they can bring this 3-9 at the end of the half. And maybe if you're Playboys, you let that happen if you're super superstitious. But it's never a great deficit to be playing at here. Kai at 9, but yet Ejoinks there at 15 already in the half. Almost every ultimate up available for the 69ers. And the Playboys have been holding on to this Brimmy and Killjoy ult for quite a while now.
They do have the ultimates, and you know, the longer you hold these, nice, because in your mind you're like, but it could be a round that you've already won if you extend it, because you can always get these ultimate backs, and there are 5 of you. So, you know, things like this, Super MJ pushing again, but this time so much more aggressive. Haven't they learned their lesson? Doesn't work out as much. Yes, you got the map control, but what does it matter? Oh no, just phantom things right there. The dink comes through, but it's Loy who actually gets the conversion for the kill. The lockdown also gonna push them out of sight, and the orbital strike not gonna be able to delay for long.
Roger gets that one wide on the swing here. Joinks shuts down another. It's all on the Skylar Vaughn. He's gonna try and go for it, but no, not even a flawless round. 3-9 at the end of the half. And the 69ers returning the favor to the Playboys, who are getting played like a damn fiddle.
They're getting played in this game, the Playboys. Now, 69ers just doing everything and mustering all their might for the past 2 maps, this map included, to really bring back this game for them.
3-9. This game so far, Fluffy, has been a complete wash in 69ers' favor. The Playboys, they're nahihirapan here on the defensive side, so I'm not too hopeful for their attacking side. Maybe they can do some stuff here, but they just seem to have lost all confidence so far. The one way gonna keep him at bay. It's not even occupied here towards main.
They do make the presence, and off the timing, he's not looking the right satchel into actually Tree, cutting off the rotation. Team already deep onto the A side. It's gonna run into one player on the back end. He's gonna take out 2 Super MJ. They don't expect the speed of which he takes them. The flawless round comes in extra quick.
Well, a good round here by the Playboys at the very least. Flawless, pretty clean, and that's what the Playboys need to retaliate with. Could be the start of something new for them in this map so far. 9-9 apiece. Avaritia and Kai, the backline of the Playboys, really being the ones to come on in and show up in this game. With that front line, you know, the Jet, the Rays are kind of struggling to get themselves going. Sometimes you need a bit of alleviation from that backline, and then they can slowly warm on up on the front line to get themselves back into it. So 4-9, all hope is not lost just yet, but they absolutely have to convert these anti-eco rounds.
I mean, one thing we know for sure is that the Playboys are great on. Now they're in their own battlefield, their own environment. Hopefully they're able to convert this, because they have everything to gain, and I mean everything to lose actually, because they've been up so ahead. They're fighting against a team that has no armor right now, only has by 1 Sheriff, 1 Shorty, but the rest of them have already the better buy. Even Avrita again forcing out that Phantom, and this is a type of buy that, you know, this is why you pick Brimstone. Honestly, I lost my train of thought because of this.
Well, we are at the Adonis Cup, so it's on brand and on character. Let's keep it going. Brimmy with a trucky. Moving on forward. I'm looking for if the Playboys can continue this momentum. We've seen 69ers pretty efficient at converting these thrifty rounds, and so that's a curse that the Playboys haven't been able to regularly dispel.
Hopefully they're going to be able to dispel it soon, because with this play or with this setup, they have all the tools that they need as long as they have the correct read. This is the map that they lost before in that 4v5, and now it's 5v5. It feels like it's getting better, question mark, maybe a little, but it's not as much as I thought it would be, to be honest. Super MJ back at it again, though, has the aggressive firepower, and this time, if they just go for that quick B hit, they will have everything on the side because the entire defensive team is stacked onto A, going for this gambling play yet again. And I like this. I actually like this shot where they're holding A, and then they have the jet peeking from Pizza because he can always dash out for the info. It's not that bad, actually, but it's going to be the attackers getting the first frags. And 69ers already down 2 players with the better buys, too. They have a lot of more room to work with as players just cycle through back and forth. It still looks like a default killjoy on the opposite side of the map, but the more stacked part of the attacking team already on that A side preparing for the hit.
Well, shotgun here to try and maybe do some damage up close. There doesn't seem to be much of a problem, so props to Playboys for finally holding on to an anti-eco round, which we've been seeing commonly thrown in for a loop. And Super MJ's like, well, if I have a Bucky, why not as well pick up a shorty? How many shotguns is too much, really? Seems like to be the case.
The case indeed. 5 to 9, only 4 both teams. But how long would it take for them to actually recover these rounds? Streak alive. They want anything from this point and make this the best attacking half of their lives. Look at the scoreboard for a bit. Averita still leading Team Playboys with Kai not far behind. We've seen both these players actually step up immensely because I think the previous 2 games when they were winning, or 2 maps, it was mostly the duelist shining, but now it's more of the back end. Shout out to the back end.
Oh, yung mga prod, yung mga back end dyan, mga coaching staff pala. Shout kay Fluffy. Attacking side, Playboy. Grabe, wala na ako doon. Dito na ako sa ano, may front side. Caster. Nag-start lang na ako ng game. Hindi naman sa ganoon. Kaya pala hindi ka pa nagre-retire.
Of course. I'm a runner-upper, you know? I mean, kaya siya O2. O2 kami sa Grand Finals. O2 din kami sa Champion. Pero,
so,
you know,
sa sunod, papalitan mo yung pangalan mo, Fluffy 2-1. Ganon.
Sana.
Oh. Or 1-2. Para bagay ka din.
2-1 currently is the score for the maps, and this is a very important map for Playboys that could push them to that pivotal 3-1 standard. The Bucky's gonna come in for today, but it's not. They have the problem not being able to connect. The spray throughs also from the 69ers are gonna do so much damage, but if anything, if anyone has anything to say, it's gonna be Skyler Vaughn, but right now his voice is silent as it's all up to Chinook. He gets hit by the shock dart. They know his positioning and it's not going to be able to land the shots as the defenders go for a clean retake. What started out to look like the half that they needed is starting to look like a nightmare because already on the double digits, the 69ers are not going to stop.
Nice round here from the 69ers on the anti-eco, ran their anti-bonus. Super MJ trying to bring the fight up close there with a Bucky, but didn't work on out. Even though he was in prime range, possibly. You get a cheeky kill off of it. It's always a risky run, but this time he sticks on to the judge on the attacking side. A very, I guess, brave choice
I believe.
for him to go
Super
with.
MJ. Look at this.
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait, yo.
Oh. Gonna mess up the jump.
No, all planned. Super MJ never loses. See? Okay, they're losing. But, you know, all good. He has the rifle this time, though. But it's not going to be enough. Never mind. Maybe it's a bad play.
Yeah. Kind of didn't connect the opening blast packs. We just halted the rest of the Playboys' attack. They filter on through the mollies, through the smokes. And there just wasn't much they could do in that case. Literally, kind of like a lamb to the slaughterhouse, to the firing squad. 69ers were just prepared, and all they had to do was simply shoot at them. No leers, no flashes, no nothing of that sort of entry utility here for the Playboys to utilize.
I think that Omen timing really messed them up too, because aside from the smoke coming in, the dark cover provided the safety, but even though it was clear by the boom pot, no happened. Paranoia actually was the bigger thing, but speaking of that, the fight is not going to stop right here, as the defenders seem to be the ones who want to attack. Able to already get 4 players. It's all up to Brimstone, but Avarita has no place to run, and because of that, we're already at match point.
Match point obtained by the 69ers, and almost assuredly, map number 5 at the cusp of being true. How can you even believe it? Based on what map number 1 was, based on how map number 2 kind of went, that we're going to map number 5 potentially, probably in a round or two. That's crazy. What a recovery here from 69ers in the series.
I am lost for words that we're going to map 5 because they started out so strong. The dip was just insane, and we're gonna start the round off like this with a triple, quadruple kill already. Going for the ace. Will he land it? Yes, he will. Such a quick round for Loy. Amazing ace. Best ones I've seen far in the tournament, especially on that grand final stage. You don't want to cut anything short, because with aim like that, you can secure another map, because one map is all they need now.
Almost assuredly so here, Fluffy. You know, when you look at just how much momentum we saw a while ago being built by the Playboys, you wouldn't have thought it would go this way. And they had a score to settle because they lost the last time versus the 69ers, but in the grand finals, it is absolutely delivering to be a tightly contested series. One that doesn't disappoint as we go the distance to find out who shall prevail. Map number 5, Fracture, is where we're going to decide the Adonis Cup Grand Champion.
Fracture, gonna be the last battlefield where these teams are gonna meet each other. It's finally back to the best of one feeling where everything is fine. There's no more room for mistakes when we come back, but also an explosive map that we always like to see. Very, very different from how we play Ascent.
Well, it's been such a great series so far here from either side. Early on in the series, Playboys looking to run away with it, but the 69ers, they do not stop. They are absolutely relentless, and they make it into the map number 5, extend this into the final decider, a map for all of the all-times that we've got going on here. But for the meantime, we're going to throw it to our hosts through our panel, because they got something to say.
Oh. It's a new day. Ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, shake, shake. Move it to the beat now. Got the heat now. Deep down, we know. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in the flow. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in the flow. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
Ayun na nga, nasagot na nga yung tanong. Aabot pa nga tayo ng game number 5 dito, kung saan wala na. Hindi ko na alam kung ano i-expect dahil papunta tayong Fracture this time. Pero bago pa tayo mapadpad dun sa dimension na yon, pag-uusapan muna natin yung mga kaganapan dito sa Ascent. Yasumi, nakita natin kanina, yung expectation natin medyo magiging mabagal yung laro, medyo magiging dikit yung scoreline, pero 13-5 pa nga yun nangyari.
Yes, talagang kita natin na despite the trials nung pinaka-start ng 2 maps, talagang they didn't let it get into their head. No matter how hard it was from the very beginning, they held tight. Alam na nila paano kontrahin. Again, I said, Ascent, good news, it's a strong map. Bad news, they also know it. And 69ers, they've really proven themselves dito sa map na to. Indeed, they won't back down without a fight. They want that map 5, and talagang nandito na nga tayo ngayon.
Yes, at nandito na nga talaga tayo. Ngayon naman dito, Lou, gusto kong pag-usapan yung mga roles kasi medyo nagbago na rin yung roles dito sa kabilang team eh. Usually sanay tayo na si Lloyd Dream ngayong nag-step up. Pero ngayon, hindi siya yung nagpakitang gilas ng tuluyan dito sa Ascente, no? Ang naging MVP pa nga natin is E-Joinks on that Reyna na 22, 10 at 5 yung KDA niya.
Yes, this time both the duelists of Playboys got shut down first half, and it's not even Jets Lloyd Dream who stopped them, but E-Joinks. Super confident with his picks. Ang sobrang lakas ng Reyna niya. And it didn't fail them to get them the win.
Hindi talaga. Pero ito nga di ko lang alam kung ano nangyayari rin sa team na to. Kung bakit late na late yung momentum nila. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm saying it's very risky na nung una medyo malamig pa yung tutok nila, medyo malamig pa yung chemistry overall. Pero buti na lang at this point, nag-iinit na talaga tong 69ers at mukhang may pag-asa pa ngang ma-repeat yung history kung saan natalo nila tong Playboys in the past. Ito namang Playboys may challenge talaga sa kanila na i-close down na tong game na to. Pero tulad nga ng sinabi ko, aabot tayo sa game number 5, ladies, which means back to 0 lang yung feels natin. So ingat-ingat na lang tayo pagdating sa fracture. Pero bago pa tayo tumawid dyan, balik muna tayo for a quick break para makahinga ng mabuti ang ating mga players. Adonis, Kweeendom, Adonis Cup rather, na pagbaliktad ko na. We'll be right back, you guys.
It's a new day. Ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, shake, shake. Move it to the beat now. Got the heat now, deep down. We know. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control. It's going down tonight, yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, napakalupit talaga ng Kweeendom Adonis Cup Grand Finals because we actually reached game number 5 between 69ers and Playboys. Now here on the panel, it's still likable Yasumi and Iseki Lu. Papunta na tayo dito ng fracture and I do wanna know your thoughts dito, Lu, kung paano ba dapat nilalaro etong fracture na to? Ano yung mga bagay na kailangan isipin pagpasok sa mapang to?
Well, sa Fracture, 69ers did pretty well. They played it really smart. Una, ang ginawa nila is pinate out nila yung mga utilities before actually committing to the site, and yung mga pag-take space ni Lloyd Dream that time, ay sana ma-maintain nila yung comms nila during that game to be able to be the champions of this tournament. Pero I think nakapag-recharge na siguro sila Super MJ and Skylar Bond. We'll see.
Yes, talagang kita ka naman natin while yung baby ni Laika finally got what he or she wanted. Sabi niya, Mommy, map 5 na, you haven't cuddled me yet. So, ayan na.
Ang tagal kasi nung games kanina pag gusto maglambing.
Ayan na. He or she got what he wanted. Dalawa kasi sila, so medyo nalilito ako minsan. But anyway, Fracture, really a map where I don't know what to expect actually kasi sa super konti nung rate of Fracture getting picked in this tournament, we actually don't have the stats that we can analyze for us to come to a conclusion. But still, anyway, of course, map being Fracture, we would we would expect an aggressive play. We would expect especially probably a raise on MJ since Raze is a really good duelist on
Ooh.
Fracture, or maybe even a Neon. I don't think we have seen Neon except for the 5-man duelist on Showmatch. So aside done, that is what I expecting to see on Fracture.
Yeah, maganda rin yung mga ganyang agents kasi yan yung mga types of utilities na kayang mag-clear out ng mga corners, give a lot of space, especially pagdating sa A site netong Fracture, no? Ikaw ba, Lou, meron kang mga expectations when it comes to agent composition coming into Fracture?
Feel ko sa agent composition, they will stick with the double dual component. Kasi sobrang comfortable na nilang lahat dun eh. Pero I think the game will go pretty slow. Kasi feel ko magsi-safe play na sila since both of them one win from taking away the championship. And sana maging wise pa sila sa kanilang mga decision making.
Ingat-ingat na lang talaga yung tema natin dyan. At para naman sa mga players dyan, sinabi ni Luna, feeling niya medyo mabagal yung laro. Pero pabilisin nyo daw dahil 1 hour advance ang Japan. Kung tayo 10:47 PM pa lang, 11:47 PM na kinalu. So, pagbigyan nyo na, pati yung aso ko nakikiusap, tapusin nyo na tong laban na to at ibigay nyo na ang lahat ng ibibigay nyo. Samantalang kami dito sa panel, ibibigay na namin ang floor sa ating mga casters.
Hello and welcome back here now to ang ating final map, this time for real because it is the 5th and final one. Fracture is where it's going to be. I am Black and Blue and with me is Fluffy.
Yes, and with us are the spirits of everyone who helped us to get here because it was such a challenge to even, the first two maps looked like a landslide for the team. But again, the 69ers just strike back. The moment they stop playing these bigger maps, somehow they just bounce back into form. Even though they had a revenge story against them in the previous map Ascent, they still managed to find their way to get that 5-13 score and make it all the way here on Fracture, the decider for this best of 5, essentially a best of 1.
Well, if you look at things here, Fluffy, every map that had 3 sites, it went Playboys. The maps that had 2 sites, it went 69ers. And so if the pattern continues, then this could be a 69ers map number 5 and grand final win. We're gonna see where things will ultimately stand at the end as we go into Fracture. Who decides what? And if the comeback is going to be real here for the 69ers. They have absolutely just turned on up coming from that map number 2. Map number 3 was just a completely different show and how well they were able to play.
I agree. Especially, I think though that there's a bit difference with Fracture. I think with Icebox and Ascent, it's very one-dimensional because you're always being attacked by, from that front-facing side. You only really have to watch out for one thing. And something that Fracture has, even though it's not a 3-sided map, a three-side map, it has that multiple angle sort of vibe where you have to watch out for a lot of these rotations and things. And I think that's the weakness of 69ers. So depending on how they play, I think Playboys actually have a very good chance of taking this game.
Well, map number 5 here, opening comps to be picked. Super MJ on his super recognizable Superstars Raze.
On the other side, we see Loy perform exceptionally well on this Jet and Reyna for Ezoinks. He was previously the Breach on Haven, but now that Initiator has leveled up, be one of the main space takers for the team.
Well, you got Ejoinks back on the Reyna, not opting to swap away from the Jet Reyna comp that we've been seeing here time and time on over. Morwill on the Breach. They rounded out with that Brimstone. Still haven't seen the other picks here coming in from the Playboys. Skylar Vaughn, will he go back to that signature Jet, which we saw be super effective a while ago? No, it's the Gecko this time around. We saw Super MJ, attempt to pull that out during Lotus with Skylar Vaughn being the duelist, but now they swap on sides.
I like the idea behind it because if you think about it, a lot of people play Sky in this map, A lot of people play Raze in this map, and a lot of people play Breach in this map for the boom bot, for the nade, for the flash.
Right here.
And this is basically all of those in one, and you can re-clear a lot of the areas that are like very in contest, for example, A main or B main. It's a very useful agent overall, and I think that it can prove very valuable, especially because on the other side of things, they don't actually have a way of getting info. Instead, they do have a Reyna to supplement that Jet. So a bit more firepower with a bit less utility versus this team with this Raze and this Breach and this Gecko and even the Killjoy. There's so much ways for them to make contact without risking any life.
Well, let's find out which way this map ultimately swings and who is the hero at the end of the day. As we start off with map number 5, who would have thought when it comes into it? Map number 5 here. Round number 1 to start things off. The Playboys on the attack, the 69ers on the defend.
Still posturing themselves, maybe to go for this, what looks like to be the A hit coming in from A main.
Well, as we go at it, round number 1 starting. Playboys on the attacking side. Defense by the 69ers. Stun on out here to create early space on that A main push. Molly out for the smoke. Keep him at bay. Luckily, this is Valorant, so smokes can still burn inside of it.
True, other games unfortunately can't, but it's all good because here in Valorant we also like to use our utility to force people out as they force them to go actually onto the opposite side, the B side this time on Fracture, but it's guarded by Killjoy. The rope for Super MJ, not sure if that will be expected, but it might have been heard actually from Loy.
0-0. Who takes the first? Who takes the opening and who is the hero? Rotate towards that B side. The defense kind of pulled towards A, but now they've backed on off, anticipating the re-hit on rather the rotate towards B, but it's the re-hit that comes in for the Playboys. That's their option, that's their attempt. It's only going to be Rem within the site.
30 seconds left.
It's a good position though. Playing the second floor is very unexpected. They don't even go for the pre-fires here because they're trying to make at least noise as they can. The Gecko Flash comes in, as well as the plant coming in through the wingman, not even having to even boom bot through the smoke, but they still haven't cleared that second floor until now. Avrida very good with the read, and the shots are coming through the util as well with the paint shells. Only one Loy on the flank, but quickly the manpower is just so much burning through the fire and flames. Roger, he says, but it's not going to be enough to secure the round, a clean flawless by Playboys.
Oh, there, Dragon Force. For the meantime, though, the only monster they gotta be aware of is Playboys in that round for a flawless for them to clean up house. Lloyd Dream on the Marshall. 69er is not able to hold up here to the attacking side, and we saw those last 2 games. It was Playboys starting on the defense, and they typically do better in the attack when they just get to overrun and get an early lead in the game.
Yeah, and similar to the first 2 maps, like I mentioned earlier, starting on the attack is just good momentum for this team that has been doing so well in the attack, building that confidence as well as those round advantage, but also just the ability to really play Fracture similar to a very wide map is a great thing for them because that's where they have the most success with the over rotations and where they're not just forced into a specific choke.
Oh, choke, you know a lot about that, huh? No response. Nothing. Okay, he wants to keep silence. He's gonna plead the 5th. They're going on over towards the B side. Turret out here. Rather, the tower being occupied still by the defense. So Shorty has to be careful about this. But Chinook is able to get away from it. I wouldn't say unscathed. He does get those 2 kills off of the trade. Morwill, damage done. Gets a kill on Super MJ. And these are those moments that have been punishing this Playboy squad in these past 2 maps. They have the advantage. They don't have to push forward. They take ill-advised fights. Scott Vaughn able to get one of his own before Rem follows up on a second. And, well, E-Joinks goes down as well. So, quick 2-0 here for the Playboys.
This is the Playboys that we kind of expect to see in the previous maps, especially after their performance for the first 2. Playing these close angles, winning a lot of these individual these fights that have converted them in rounds. Now their biggest challenge yet is to how they fight this buy round. But on their the one thing that's nice about it though is they have the util to actually leverage their lack of firepower. That's going to be very apparent, especially with the full armor buys on everyone. It looks like they plan to win.
Let's see how they respond in this case. Round after round, we saw that back and forth a while ago, but I'm not too sure if this one will follow the same script. Super MJ trying to make his way on in, but Roger just shuts two of them down on that push. That's a huge defensive double kill they found here early on.
Great pick off from them. That momentum shift is going to be massive. Buy round, keeping all the rivals alive on their side. Going to be so impactful moving forward, especially if they hold on before this round ends. But with 1 minute still, the spike not in a great position for anyone right now. And arcade control already secured by Morwell. They have to figure out a way really get the most value out of this round, but with there's so much stalwart defense, no one really rotating off of it. You might even peek here. It might be enough for them to hold this round off. Try to get some picks, but eventually they just fall down as the cleanup crew comes for 69ers.
Risky option to try and pick up the orb there when they aren't even, made aware of where they are. The Playboys so far still had that lead, bonus by them. Not exactly successful by any stretch of the imagination, but they can let that one be as it is. 69ers, they're the ones here. We're down a round. They've tied up the series 2-2 for such a great run. We wouldn't want to see that go to waste. Can they make the 3-0 comeback happen?
That's very true. And this lockdown though from Chinook gonna be the game changer for this one. Gonna get control of the entire B side without any indirect way to really damage this. There's no orbital strike, nothing, and aftershock's not gonna be enough anymore after the changes. So it's all gonna be up to this flank to really try to destroy them. But Loy's not gonna stop, gonna be able to get 3. Scholar Vaughn responds, and Averitt also tries to get more, but the Lear, doesn't even matter. His teammate breaks it, but even before that, he lands the blind shot. He gets the ultimate. Thrash is out. They seek this dinosaur about to leap, but it's not going to be enough. The HP is just too high, and because of that, they still get to play this position, even play really close, actually. He's not flashed somehow, plays off the corner. The stun still available for him. ISO this at 1v1 if they push off of it now, or nope, they can just play safe, play off the time. They have to wait for the tap. KJ has nothing in the bag right now. They have to find a way to get on the spike. But they get one. They know where the last player is, but he's forced to run. Will this be enough for them to get on the spike?
Okay,
no,
nicely
I think
played
it's
here.
too far away.
Oh, he gets it anyway, so Skylar Vaughn in the end. They get the third. Nicely played on the 2v1 and good recovery there. As their initial push was kind of stalled and stifled by the 69ers. It's a recovery here from the Playboys that came on in, and that's what we have to see more. Recover each individual round and recover in this series. They've given up their huge 2-0 lead they've built in the opening stages of this series. Now the 69ers knocking at their door. They're gonna need more of a definite response like that.
Very true. And this time around, the response for them actually is the judge on playing that Brimstone at the close angle, but Super MJ is going to be extremely fast, just hopping onto the side. Boombop doesn't detect a close player though, and it is a judge. Super MJ in danger, gets taken out by the opposing judge. The flash comes through, but it's not going to matter against this weapon of choice. Skylar Vaughn going to try to make something out of it. The flash has come through, but it's going to be Averitt who really takes out that Brimstone. That's a controller player already removed, but look at the HP bars. Everyone on 69ers is dropping low. Granted, one is Reina. Overheal is available, but Morbill also at the brink of death.
Well, up close and personal, Roger holding it with a sheriff in hand. Kai, right around the corner, has the advantage in this case. Can hear this coming for a split second there. You see the dodge, you see the weave, you see the dip, and everything. Well, actually, no, not entirely going Playboy's way. They do clutch it out in the end, but it was brought to a 2v2 from the 2v4, so nice attempt from the 69ers. Still though, the Playboys, they close out the round, and they have to when they're on the attacking side, which we've seen statistically, yes, it's the favorite side here in Fracture, but as a team, the Playboys have just generally been better on their attacking side compared to their defense.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just didn't work out for them. Not able to convert that round, but still, I think a great point to really set up those crossfire, made it hindrance for the retake to even be possible because of all the util and all the breaks they have. No gaps into their gameplay as they go for another A hit. This time around, though, the speed is going to push through. It's actually going to beat the timing of the aftershock, and it's going to be Super MJ landing, but Skylar Vaughn from behind him is going to be able to get all of those frags. The wingman, again, the value of it planting just allows Super MJ to run deep like this, able to get one more. Not gonna stop. Eventually put down by Loy. They have to be very careful, but you know, when one door opens, so does another. And fortunately for him, the enemy's just right there behind him.
Well, quick streak, kind of being akin to what we saw during map number 1 on Lotus, where just straight round after round after round piling on through. Playboys, the first timeout called in the entire best of 5 comes in here late.
You gotta save it, you know. Save it for the best of 1 essentially, and keep that information dear to you. Don't want to give them time to adjust, don't want to cut momentum, but this time around it's gonna be, I believe, 69ers going for that tactical timeout. Wonder what they're gonna do for the adjustment. They have to figure out a way to really dismantle the death ball that is Playboys and separate them, or at least stall them out long enough.
Madalas, 1 timeout per half eh. Ayun, dito parang 1 timeout per buong series.
So
the 69ers. Yeah. Well, got some time to talk things over. Rolling Thunder, Lockdown, Brimmy ult. Lots to use, but how do they use it is a question, Fluff. And I think that's a big thing here coming on in.
It's probably one of the points that they're discussing for sure. They are on that lower buy advantage. On the other side of things, Playboys have the better buy at the lower ult advantage, but the ults that they do have are all firepower ults as well. One of which is very important because it nullifies. In a way, it nullifies 2 or 3 ultimates because depending on how you use the orbital strike, you can stop a push with a Rolling Thunder, or you can just punish the lockdown. Speaking of punish though, boys over aggression there, trying to get some. Allows Chinook as well as Super MJ. He moves so fast with these satchel. The distance of which he's able to cross like horizontally is just insane. You don't get the timings that you'd expect, and everyone's just stuck out. Unfortunately, the wingman fails him there, not going to go for the concuss. It activates the Rolling Thunder, which actually gives them a fighting chance as Morwell waterfalls into the side, but Super MJ is too quick, able to get 2. He knows who the last player is. Oh, or he doesn't actually. The 2 players playing that cat and mouse game, baiting Super MJ to close the gap even further, but unfortunately for him, his back is turned, and it's going to be Reyna who's going to be able to take him out.
Yeah, good kill here from Ejoinks to help his teammate, his buddy out, trapped within that tower. And look, they're not exactly in the best place economically either, even after winning a bunch of rounds here. So, 69ers, after their timeout, they take the round right subsequently after. They win it, and that's a good reset from them to get their heads back into this game. Lockdown here available. They had to burn 2 of their most high impact ones in that orbital strike and in the Rolling Thunder, but at least it gets them a start in the right direction.
I mean, this game is so momentum based that you really have to, and momentum is being stopped as Marvel takes out Super MJ. But unfortunately, it's not going to be enough. This orbital strike, though it does secure a main for them, seems to have low value and actually converting and stopping anything important. Defenders, though, not going to stop chase. Gonna try to go for more peaks, but it's all dry. No flashes, no util, nothing. Just swinging together, and the attackers are just holding, prepared almost for the swing.
A bit overzealous there for him to commit to those blast packs. With a fault line already in his face, he could have bailed out of it. But chose to go for a much more difficult option. Now it stands 2v3. They can re-hit this site, but they haven't really done much or waited long enough to kind of fake out the defense to rotate away. So it's going to be an uphill battle to try and take this site.
Uphill battle indeed. The king of the hill right now is Rem. The angle as well. Will he get it spotted out? Yes, he will. Oh no, this is so bad because all he has to do is kill the wingman, and it's gonna be all for them. But Thrash is on the way. Oh, but he whiffs the jump. He's gonna hit the wall. It gives him time to peek. Roger's gonna peek off him, brings the lockdown into activation as well. Has to get the spike to manually. They'll hear it on the tap. But with only 12 seconds, he might have to go for the kill here. The smokes are kind of hard to navigate, but he finds a way through it. He carves a path through smoke, through flames and fires, able to get the 4K and the plant as well. Kai coming in huge for Playboys.
Good thing they got Kai, because what a blunder from the Gecko. He throws out their, the wingman without much confirmation of side presence, and then burns the ult to just zero value. This doesn't get anything much going for him, but luckily Kai is there to step on up and make sure he gets the job done. So nicely done here by the Playboys in 2v3. They were playing at a deficit that whole game, that whole round. They started 4v5, they ended at 2v3, and still came out on top.
The Thrash really changed the game for them. Actually, Thrash, by the way. I don't even know if that's the correct spelling at this point, if it jumps like that. But we got Mr. Super MJ gonna make his own. As the Boombot does spot out one player. He gets the contact. Actually, the Pain Shell's able to take out Morwell, his fellow KDM member. But Rem is already prepared. He gets flashed though. It's not being seen. The Bucky. It's not going to stop anyone. And everyone's just running into the smokes, invited to the party. But here it comes. Super MJ is going to deliver.
Okay, nice execute coming on in here from the Playboys. And just another flawless round here for Skylar Vaughn and the rest of this attacking Playboy squad. Are certainly keeping up their game here, coming from that map number 1 and 2. Where was this during map 3, 4?
Where was it indeed? But at the end of it, what's important is it's here now on map number 5, 2-7. The lead once again for Playboys. The driver's seat again in their hands, and it's all up to them of how they want to continue this, because the attacking side has really been their favor and they only have a couple rounds left.
Well, here comes on to execute. Lockdown available for the retake on the 69ers, especially if they can take that underpass control. But Super MJ, you can see him just spraying on down on the dead body. The lockdown is going to be a problem. The tower is still theirs. They can get the plant and back on off, but lockdown was destroyed. Perfectly timed.
Perfectly timed indeed, as Lois able to find value off of. He's gonna use the shorty to even clear off some a bit unloaded. This nanoswarm is gonna come off huge, but they're still able to have the spike though. Do they know it's half? Chinook's gonna land all the kills that they need. Oh no, but he's spraying too close to the right. He gets the kill, but not the round.
What a round here coming in from the 69ers to retaliate. They let slip from their hands. I thought that would have been the Playboys round, but 69ers just know what to do in those, tight situations where they get pressed, pushed, prodded. They shall not falter.
And they shall not pass. If this defense has just let everything through though, I'd have to retract my statement at that point, but they do have a bunch of things to work with. They have to deal with the orbital strike and the opposing rolling thunder though, which is always not fun to deal with. The combination of those two ultimates almost guarantees a side take. This time, changing pace a little, going through the drop side, condition them already to go for the A domain, but they have to hear this. They have so many ults now, even the raised rocket available if they choose to do so. Kai, the smoker, is going to move and take more control of that A main side, knowing that they don't fight for it. It's a mistake that the defense has been not really taken advantage of. The orbital strike's going to push out the players as the waterfall of them comes out from the drop, the rocket as well, and all the utility is just going to land. They want to secure the site, and they do. The judge, though, might try to get some more value out of it. At the end of the day, it's still a 4v2.
Well, 3-7. They should have every advantage in this case, as only Roger stands, but Mr. Roger ain't done just yet. 1v2 situation. He's made it much more winnable now. Trying to deny that turret and deny the info early on. Could not connect on the shot. It could have been it. That Super MJ gets the final kill to at least keep the round alive.
That was hella clean though, gotta be honest. For NTs from a scale of 1 to 10, I think that was like a 10 NT. because he's able to get as many isolations as he could possibly get, even flicking off of the turret on the last second to get another kill. If they didn't double up as quickly, I think he had the best positioning and fighting chance that he could have had, considering everything that he was dealt with right now. And now it's 3-8, possibly 4-8, possibly 3-9. Will they keep the curse alive and bring that 9-3 curse into action? Is it going to be good for the Playboys or not? But this time around, the Thrash is going to move on to Sands fairly quickly. He's going to be able to detain the Killjoy, and they're going to run after her. But Roger is not going to be able to escape as Super MJ just blitzes in combination with that Stim Beacon. Going through even the smokes, he's not going to stop. He wants to take as much space as they can. The fire with the Phantom through the smokes, the rain of bullets. They can't even see what they're shooting at, but somehow everything lands before the situation turns dire. 1 HP on Breach and no armor on Loy, and they're against 3 players from Playboys in the post plant. Oh no, but Morwell manages somehow to get 2, but they're just a breath. Anything will kill them, but it's not going to be enough. Somehow they managed to retake that with all the investment coming in from Playboys. It still wasn't enough.
4-8. Defuse comes in. They have more than enough time. And the retake here from the 69ers to get the 8-4. That's just so much more winnable on that second half when they go over to the attacking favored half compared to, a 9-3 otherwise would be, superstitions aside. So nicely done here by 69ers. And we see a lot of times that even with a team struggling in the first half, if they win that last round of the half, they're able to bring that momentum into the pistol round and into that second half and potentially, make a comeback actually truly happen.
Very, very true. This comeback, very, very possible as well. Win pistol, win game. Increases your odds by so much, even furthering the lead from the first and second for it. Now we'll see how 69ers adapt to the situation, how they're going to be able to attack with everything and the pressure on them. Again, this is the best of 1. They cannot afford to make any mistakes this time around. And going to this round on this deficit is not a great feeling, but always you have to play round per round and you have to play objective.
4-8. Well, seems like we got a bit of time here as things kind of stall down just a bit, but a bit more confidence regained by the Playboys compared to their other maps previously, where 3 and 4 especially. It's 69ers who have kind of lost their way a bit more, hoping they can regain some of that confidence and give us an all-time banger of an ender here for the Adonis Cup. You guys are watching. Thank you so much for tuning on in. Of course, Observer has got other things he'd rather be concerned with.
Damn. That's a whoa. Right in the nose. Yo? What is happening? Wait, is there actual glass in the glasses? I thought it was see-through, not gonna lie.
It kind of is. Whoa.
Damn!
Now that's one I can get behind.
I would trade both my arms for ass like that, TBH. We're gonna Breach go.
Damn. You're trucking, don't worry. I've seen it.
Brother. Okay, weird. Weird in the chat.
You ever notice after we visited your place last time, Fluff? You've been liking a pair of boxers. No?
Okay.
Yeah, I sold it on Shopee.
Oh, Gecko kind of flat though, not good.
He kind of
You don't
needs
got
some
no
squats,
dumpy.
bro. He kind of needs some squats.
Okay, he doesn't need that. He's got the little. But I don't know. Ask one of them to carry you around. What do you need to?
Aww. Well, it says buy phase, but this is really just waiting phase.
What are we waiting for? Are we waiting for Playboys to get that comeback that we've been waiting for since the third? Or
Well, it's for sure a tech pause at the very least. We can be sure of that.
yeah, I think so, because all the players are jumping for joy right now. I don't even know how they're gonna play this map. It's already first round of the half, so anything is very possible. I haven't seen much from how they're gonna adapt.
Well, we're gonna start the round now finally as the timer is starting to tick. And we go into the final half of the final map, the final series here in the grand finals of the Adonis Cup. Dash on over, Lloyd Dream trying to make a quick entry as they take the arcade option. The tower rather, is still theirs. Chinook trying to circumvent them as Scalvaron left alone here within it. They get 2 kills going their way. And the stun, perfect off the fault line. What an assist.
My god, the teamwork shining through in Roger. Gonna get one of his own, but his location exposed and his eyes covered with something. So because of that, they're able to get a clean round for the defenders, and the lead for Playboys is insane. That means because of that round, they're on their bye, pushing their odds of winning to get to double digits already. It's just insane.
Doon pala. Yung pala yung perspective, yung itsura, Fluffy. Yung pag na-flash ka ng Gecko, doon pala yun.
Di mo alam?
Hindi,
Hindi ka pa na-flash.
Hindi pa ako na-flash. Ako yung taga-flash. Ikaw, na-flash ka na ba?
Oh? Sumisigaw pa. Flashing for you. Ganun, di ba? Teammate.
On ba or off lights?
Pag flash, same lang naman eh.
Oh, same lang. No difference made. Unless, malay mo paranoia, di ba? Mas dumidilim. Hindi mas lumiliwanag.
Ay, ayoko yun pag paranoid.
Medyo delikado. Pero enjoying spot, they're overrunning this. Okay, it is their eco round, but it's more of a force buy, if anything. SMG's out of bound. They overrun the defense within it. No holds barred, and he sprays through and still gets a kill on a Super MJ. Molly gets a kill on the Rem. Avarilia responds in return. 1v2. This is winnable.
Very, very winnable. But now, he tries to go for the play there, but Kai gets down. Is able to secure a round and strike back to the plans of Playboy.
Well, 69ers not letting this go the way they know a 5 to 10 can be difficult to win. So they gamble. They put that risk, and what a return of investment they get to win a second round here of the half. The second round of the half. To keep themselves alive in a much more winnable spot. Now they can make it 6 to 9. And that would be nice for the 69ers.
Perfectly on brand for them, and it's actually a round that they hope and strong with dash combination. Moving on to the side very, very quickly. Vault line, but it's gonna be enough for him to get the advanced positioning. Chinook's gonna get some damage, but he's already spotted out 56 HP. Not much you can really do with that. The spike already planted and just jumping for joy. Lloyd falls back as Super MJ tries to take some more positioning. They grew up onto tower, but look how far the attackers are playing. They know that they're on that lower buy, and they know that all they have to do is play this angle. They have the mollies, they have the killjoy, but is it enough? The tap actually gonna come from Wingman, might bait them into firing more util, but it's just so much stall that they have. Not even using the blast packs to really delay. Oh!
Grabe talaga yung mga baits dito.
What?
Master ng style. And Lord Dream gets a 4 with a flawless and swiftly at the end as well. All the style points going his way there with the updraft 2 in the end. The 69ers. Nice.
He lands one on the air, goes to the ground, gets another, and jumps up. To get the third, bringing them to the bounce house. Somehow this jet is just getting away with the impossible. Like you said, we're at that 69ers round, and it was completely for them. The map score was only 3 or 4 rounds difference, but now look at it. It's 3 rounds away. Ever so close. Could be anyone's game right now, especially if this B hit is unchecked. Chinook in a high pressure situation behind the boxes, but he gets to manage a gap and squeezes out 1 kill before he has to get pushed out with the firepower from Kai as well for the refrags, able to push them out. They're just funneling themselves through this choke. They already lose 2 players, but will they expect one to be here already on that beside the generator side? I'm not sure.
And they throw the counter Nano Swarm, but doesn't really do much because they don't push off of it. They clear that dice, but what does it ultimately achieve here? So Roger and the rest of the 69ers put in a difficult spot. Jump spot here, damage done, as it was kind of a deep jump peak. They still come out of it though with the information, which is the important part. Have to be wary and ready for a potential sudden execute. They could rotate towards A, and that's an option I would suggest they take.
Very true. They have no presence though, but if they go
defense,
it's scary because the defense are leading them to the timing as well, running for it, and Super MJ will surely hear them if they try to go through the door or try to even make one misstep. They have to assume already that they're going towards the A side because they have the full contact already made for B. Vulture does have everything that he needs. He has the Nano Swarm as well as an alarm, but the turret coming up soon. But they're gonna go knife out. Maybe not expecting one on the side. The judge value is gonna be. Oh, he thought he died.
Nag-knife out.
Nag-knife out. Kala niya patay niya. Yung pala damage lang. But puti nila si Kai para mag-sweep for the round, bringing them to that double digits that they desire. 3 rounds win as well.
Batang Kai, nagdala ng kutsilyo sa isang barilan. Patay si Kai.
Damn.
Yes. Pang new segment. Oo nga, huli cam. Ikaw, nahuli cam ko na ba?
Di pa.
Walang VODs? Talaga?
Wala. VOD review lang. Di ako yung...
VOD review pero hindi ikaw yung subject. Sige.
Of course. Ganun talaga. Speaking of subjects though, Lloyd Dream, subject natin ngayon as their team up on Sky has used one Sky Smoke, but he still has 2 available as well as that ever so powerful orbital strike. Boy, marking on the corner already, making sure his teammate knows where he's gonna cross when he goes for the dash. The orbital strike very early, actually gonna push him out. 10 HP somehow manages to squeeze out his life. But if you take a look at Skyler Vaughn, he already has some to deal with. He has so much time though. Yeah.
Barely. Okay. I honestly thought that did damage on impact, like just a bit, like a Viper's,
I think if he threw
My ultimate recalling my bot.
no,
like it does some damage.
But he was already at 10. It didn't do nothing. It landed right on him.
Yeah, it's 0. But then
Zero,
the upside
apparently.
is you just die instantly. But still with 10 HP, the dream. Oh no!
Imagine if the wingman did. Imagine if the wingman did damage there.
Yeah, I think
Might
they
have
call it a
been
boom bot, bro.
Oh no, I mean like the Trailblazer does like what 5 damage or something,
true,
right?
that's
So
true.
it can kill you if you get bitten with bacteria, I guess. And 4v2, it's a fallback here coming from the Playboys. They realize, you know, as much as you want to go for this, let's maybe try and secure this game and
not very
try and play with a better economy.
A smart move. This is not a very APAC move.
This is not APAC, huh?
Yeah, but we're
This
all from
is
APAC.
Adonis Cup
But we're all from APAC.
in the Kweeendom. We're not from APAC, my friend. We're from the Philippines. Get it right.
It's not an APAC.
No.
Huh?
No. Where in the Asia Pacific is Philippines? It's not Asia Philippific. No.
I see.
Yes. Learn your geography.
I only know math.
Math. Sige, bigyan mo ako ng quick solve. 7 to 10.
7 to 10?
Yes.
10 is winning.
10 is winning. Okay, good job. 10 is greater than 7. And maybe the Playboys can come out greater than 69ers at the end. Blades abound for Lloyd Dream. Who has a dream? He has a dream, and he wants to make it happen.
Martin had a dream as well.
He did. And what a dream it was.
So great. But speaking of greatness, Morwell managing to command his own people below and actually get that lockdown active. If it pops, it actually gets them so much space. But Super MJ is not going to make that end. But thankfully, Eloy is there on the side to shut him down. This lockdown, so much value coming out from it, so much space. But the flank is coming in so soon.
It was a bit late, actually. Better timing there could have prevailed. He dips on back to the safety. You can see now he's ready for it. Lord Dream gets caught out, detained. Free kill, slapped in the face. And now a 3v3 retake can happen. But they have that orbital strike here on the attacking side to deny the defuse. So this is going to be a difficult postman to dismantle. Kai brings it down to a 2v2. They're aware of the tower presence, trying to clear out any nano swarms on it. Orbital strike does get placed on down. They weren't able to have it, as he talked about. Rem up close. He gets a 1v1 still here, Chinook. Killjoy v Killjoy.
Oh no, he has to have it. If he doesn't have it, he doesn't have the time. He has a turret to contact with, but he might get timings. Save instead, backing off there. A great attempt for the retake, but the attacker is just too strong, too much firepower, especially that game-changing ultimate. The orbital strike really bought them all the time that they needed, even though I think that one half, maybe if they got that, sacrificing a player to half it might have been the play. But you know, with everything going on in player perspective, it's such a hard decision to make at the time.
Well, if he maybe placed his turret there to play off the contact, and as you said, stuck the half, then maybe there would have been a chance. But just simply ran out of time to have much of an option to do anything else afterwards. And here it comes on in, 8-10. The 69ers slowly crawling back just like they have in the series.
My God.
And they were ready for that too.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the pathing alone, picking into 3 people like that, there's very low chance you actually escape that. But will they know that they're running into side? Right, you're gonna be able to take a and they're gonna get control of the A side, plant for free as well, even put the nano swarms for the post plant. Because of that, this round looks extra clean for the 69ers, able to maybe stabilize. 1 frag goes the way, 2 frag goes the way of Playboys, maybe even possibly a third. There's so much util still on this Gecko for him to use, but 1v3, the man advantage is to bring out his entire arsenal, his little buddies, because he has no more real buddies to play alongside him. This 1v1 situation, he has to leverage as many ways, get as many 1v1 angles, isolate as hard as he can. The time is ticking and it's not on its side. Will he go for the save as well? He breaks the turret, tries to go for more. The spams come through, but it's not going to be enough damage. Let's be careful of all the peaks. Oh, tries to reposition, but unfortunately for him, Reina takes another kill, the 4th. Coming off big for the 69ers.
Wow, this is getting really close here between both sides. They slowly came back. 5 rounds now in this half compared to the 2 made by the Playboys. And so we're talking about, it's that attacker-sided favor that teams love to close out this map on, and that's what 69ers, they're banking on it. You got the Rolling Thunder locked down here for the Playboys. Both very high impact to maybe potentially stop this run the 69ers are on.
They have to do something because the momentum shift has clearly been apparent as well. Lloyd, Dream, trying to get more picks. Because when he does get that opening pick, the momentum that he can carry on with it is massive. He spots a 1 there, which the ready smoke was actually very, very fast. Kai even almost ready to use the molly there as they go back to that more default position. Roger repositioning as well, controlling the flanks in a similar way Cypher would actually, having this turret set up to make sure that no one can pass that side, securing that, at least that flank, but none of the attackers can circumvent them. And Lloyd Dream going to clear under as well, meaning that they have the info of where they can possibly be and which agents are on the A side. They at the very least, they know that the Killjoy is on B side, and they know that Brimstone is in range to smoke B side. That's 2 already. So process of elimination, maximum 3. So they're going to decide to go for this hit. But this time around, they're going to push towards that CT side and actually push their way. The Rolling Thunder is going to come in very clutch. Kai's going to manage to get 2. Super MJ taken out. But oh, the firepower. Everyone just tries to run through the smokes, but it's not going to be enough. It's a quick scramble here. It was 1 HP. Somehow Ram comes up on top.
What a ridiculous round, to be honest. How everything happened towards that arcade. Like, literally, I'm watching this with a raised eyebrow. Great clutch at the end by Ram to get a triple, but that was complete chaos. A mosh pit of a round that just didn't have any sort of stabilization in that. And yet, somehow the 69ers come out on top. Lockdown placed, Rolling Thunder burnt. The 69ers are able to weather the storm. So impressive.
Impressive, unpredictable. These are words I struggle to choose between of which is more appropriate. But at the end of it, it will be a 10-10 score, meaning they basically equalize. The momentum has not been there for Playboys, but they have to find a way to get it again. This defensive side is just not working for them, but a little bonk from his teammate pushes him back. At least they can wait together for the timing. Skylar Vaughn already secured the location for the tower side, meaning that they might have to clear him again. With all these little buddies, won't be enough though, because everyone's just running to the smokes. They know we're raises already, and they already have 2 players down. 3.
Oh my goodness, that's 3 now here as Roger picks up that 3rd. 2v3 comes on out there to detain. Not much value found off of it though, as They can't win these fights at long range. Never mind. With a stinger, you'd be surprised at how accurate it can be in those moments. He could get the tag. That he does. The stinger coming up absolutely huge here, but then he just walks out with a goddamn knife. What are you doing? Lloyd Dream gets the 11th.
Like, no way that just happened. You land 2 kills and you so hard. Jump. Oh my god. Unlucky, I guess. Maybe the pressure, the situation thought it was farther, but with that much HP against a fully rifled opponent, that is very, very risky. But at the end of everything, it's the 69ers that come up on top because 11-10 means that they're 1 point away from securing that match point, their OT 12th round, the coveted safety net for a lot of teams.
What a comeback that would be here, Fluffy. Down 2-0 in the series. Come to tie it up 2-2 in the 4th map. Go into that 5th map here. And they were down 8-4 at the half. And I talked about this, right? You win that last round of the half to make it 8-4. You can bring that momentum over to the 2nd half. And that's what we see from the 69ers here. Relentless, not giving up. And they always come out in the crucial moments. You'd think it'd be a stomp for the Playboys, but then the 69ers, they just come alive. Just so superhumanly.
I mean, when your back is pressed against the wall, there's nothing else to do. You have nothing else to lose. And showing up orbitals as well as the sky smokes. You can be there for the delay, but no, actually he removes the opposing brimstone somehow. Their own orbital strike. So now this is a weird 5v4 where there's no more controller for them on the retake, and Super MJ is going to clear off the side really fast. They know that they have to be on A main. It's going to be the aggression coming from Super MJ to really buy more time for his team, but no one's on the spike. There's no purpose for this. No one's able to go for the defuse. How will they go? Because now Skylar Vaughn is just in an awkward situation, but it doesn't really matter. They get the frags as well.
Nice timing there to get the catch off, and they tie up the game. Of course, after the round deficit has been crawled back, after the 5-round streak by 69ers, that's when they put a stop to it. Not let this deficit hit match point just yet, but now there's no choice. Whoever wins this does get match point. And if you're the Playboys, you have a choice here. Even though they won that round, do they buy on up? Or do they try and, you know, play for better economy the next? They go for the former option.
A risk either way. These are one of those weird decisions where, depending on a lot of things, the positioning, a read or something, safe. But at the end of the day, regardless of what you choose, you still have to get the most value out of it. And this time around, though, the attacker is playing a bit more defaulty with a rat on the opposing side here, but I think he might get spotted out as Loy is gonna go into the double swing, but Avarita's looking the wrong way. Super MJ as well, but it's Loy who peeks out too early, and because of that, they can play safe. They got the man advantage already on the defensive side. They still have 2 sky smokes, so much more utility to work with it. Yes, they're using the attacker killjoy, but the retake is so possible. They only have the orbital strike, so if you stop them from planting, there's not much they can do, especially with the Raise ult.
4v5 orbital strike available for the 69ers. You can use it for the initiate or that post plant. Which option do they go for? There is this showstopper here. He wants to put a press into this. He doesn't connect into it though. He's forced off of it. Avarita going on, and Super MJ gets his one eventually. Orbital strike. What is happening here? He gets a triple on the Empress. He doesn't get back up to speed. He doesn't get back up to HP even after all this. He can't get the kill. This pushes back out. What a clutch this would be. 1v5. Skylar Vaughn on the swing. He's low HP and he gets around for match point.
What did I watch?
Match point.
Ridiculousness in so many ways. Here, Fluffy. You'd think it would be it. 4v1, 3v1. But then Ejoinks just goes absolutely ham with one of the best 1vx ultimates in the game. Pops the Empress, falls back into safety, doesn't even get, back up to full HP off of his one dismiss, and then it still goes up on in. What a round, but we're in the final one.
Possibly the final one indeed. An explosive round previously. Explosive now, A main being the product of contest right now, or the place of battle where they have to commit, but instead they choose to go for that early rotate. It's actually really smart. They already conditioned them to draw so many players onto the A side, even using the stim beacon to make it there even quicker. They pop the knives as well. So they have a lot of mobility, a lot of speed. In fact, the Molly's going to come out from Skylar Vaughn, but is it going to be enough for the delay?
We're pushing on in here. Last round of this regulation. Does it go into overtime? We're going to see. Depends if his post plant does hold. Lockdown. Plays towards the generator to try and create some space at the very least. Arcade being positioned here. Tower control should be clear, but when they come on in, how does the offense hold?
They have the let's go to start everything off. They have the Rolling Thunder rolling. Oh my god. Pass and dive by. Spray down. They're gonna stick the defuse and they win just like that.
Playing the objective, taking the round, and they take the game off of it as well. At the end, even though they let it slip to go into that map 5, the Playboys take it and get the job done when it's all said at the end. And there you go. Kaya 21 frags, Skylar Vaughn 22, MJ 17, 19 for Chinook, and 13 for Avaritas at the end. GG. And there are your grand finalists and champions, the Playboys of the Adonis Cup.
What an amazing series. This team started out so strong, and we thought they lost that momentum, but moving on, fracture, and I think more importantly, starting on that attacking side really leveraged the that they had similar things on the first 2 maps. They won those bigger maps because they had the better reads on rotations. They knew how to overcome and overwhelm a site when players were split. You move on to a map like Icebox, it's just very hard for them to actually make any contact. You move on to Ascent, you're funneled into a choke. Everyone can use util to delay you, but you go to something open, like a 3-site map or even Fracture, where you can pincer people from both sides for A or B. And it leverages their strength. It allows them to play the game they want to play. But yeah, that's your and that's the end for our little tournament right here. Kweeendom Adonis Cup. Again, I'm Fluffy02, and joined with me, Black and Blue, your caster for this finals.
Yeah, thank you guys so much. Once again, congratulations to the Playboys, the champions of the Kweeendom Adonis Cup. For the meantime, then we're going to throw it over to our panel. They got some interviews to throw out as well. So thank you very much. I'm BNB. With me is Fluffy. We'll see you guys next time. Over to our panel first.
Fireball. Fireball.
It's a new day, ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, 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 move it to the beat now. Got the heat now, deep down, we know. Live riding, let's go. Move forward and dip in your toe. Let the rhythm take control.
And there you have it, everybody. That was a super exciting best of 5 series courtesy of the 69ers and the Playboys. Grabe, talagang pinahaba nila yung tournament. But I'm sure lahat naman tayo nag-enjoy. And joining me today is none other than the team captain himself of the Playboys, si Mr. Super MJ. Super MJ, congratulations!
Hello.
Ayan.
Thank you. Let's go, man.
Ayan, at syempre nasa background naman, hindi nakikita yung ibang mga members. Pero nandito din kasama natin yung ibang Playboys as well. Magkaya naman kayo dyan, guys.
Hello, guys.
Hello.
Ayan. So you guys almost lost your hold on the tournament, no? Kasi you guys fell down into the lower bracket. Pero you managed to claw your way out and take home the championship. I want to know, ano yung naging mindset ninyo when you guys lost Icebox and Ascent during this best of 5 series?
Actually, no, guys, nahihirapan tayo nun, no? Kasi yung play nila sobrang bagal. Compare sa mga nakatapat natin. Ayun,
Kasi
nahihirapan kami.
napapanish yung aggression namin.
Oo, yun.
Oo nga, kasi according to the previous interviews with MJ, no, medyo kayo nga yung WK kailangan aggressive talaga. So medyo nahirapan kayo to switch things up a bit dahil medyo mabagal yung gameplay ng 69ers natin. Pero during Game 5, it was super evident naman na you guys already put your game faces on. So what did you guys end up talking about? Ano yung naging gameplay ninyo, game plan ninyo before heading into Fracture? Kasi ito na yung deciding game eh.
Tawag dito, move on sa mga talo, tas sabay hype, kasi nawala yung hype namin. Parang syempre, pag natatalo ka, sino ba namang masaya doon? So parang na kami, demoralized, tas sabay, pero ayun, nag-reset naman kami ng Fracture, tapos sabay ayun, disrespect mo lang yung kalaban, and nag-trash talk na namin yung kalaban. Si Borwin! Ganyan, wala yan!
Ito na nga, lumabas na nga yung pagiging trash talker ni MJ, no? Pero maganda yan na nasabi mo na you guys had to reset kasi syempre, coming off of a 2 map loss, no? Kailangan talaga yung reset na yan para yung mental ninyo very fresh. Pero, wag natin patagalan because I know you guys are super exhausted. That was 5 maps that you guys had to play. So, ikaw na lang, MJ, ang tatanungin ko. On behalf of the Playboys, what would you like to say to those who showed their unwavering support para sa inyo during the Adonis Cup?
Guys, maraming salamat po sa mga sumuporta. Ayan, support po natin. Ito, I Am Queen yung tournament itself, support talaga ako sa mga ganito. Kaya rin ako sumali dahil, tawag dito, siya rin yung, nakakabuhay rin siya ng esports. And, ayun, support kapwa streamer din po ako. Diba? Wala namang masama doon. And, thank you! We did our best, so sana na-satisfied po kayo sa mga plays. Let's go! And, I Am Queen is the best!
Oo naman, I am Queen is yung pinakamaganda talaga. Maraming salamat on behalf of the prod team and of course the Kweeendom family. Pero bago kayo umalis, may promise ka sa amin, 'di ba? Nasasayaw ka. Pero eto, mag-off cam muna ako tapos merong sasabay sa 'di ba? Ayan, sige, pag on cam na natin yung isa. Kasi promise mo na kapag nanalo kayo ng championship, pag nanalo kayo sa final, sasayaw kayo. Nasaan na yung camera ni Kaizen? I want to see.
Kaizen.
Kala ko interview, bakit sayaw yung kasama
Hindi
mo?
sayaw dapat. Sayaw. Nag-promise. Talaga ba? Do not fail your team captain. Ayan na.
Salamat, tol. Hindi ko alam, tol. Tol, ready ka na ba?
Sabi niyo interview, bakit sayaw? Sayaw yung pinag-usapan kanina.
Ayan na.
Okay.
Sayaw. Kasi nag-promise yung team captain nyo na kapag nanalo kayo ng final, sasayaw nga. Dapat kayong lahat. Pero sige, syempre, hindi naman kayo lahat makakapag-on ng camera. 2 na lang kayo. Ayan. So, pakanato ng team captain ninyo eh.
Oh my God. Pre. Paano natin sasayawin? May mag-play po ba?
Hindi, kantahin nyo na lang para mas double.
Hindi namin kabisado.
Singing in this number.
Hindi kabisado.
Kaya nyo yan. I believe in the power of the Playboys. Gusto niyo ba i-play yung audio para marinig ninyo?
Ayan na, oh.
Ayan,
Warm up na.
ayan na. Perfect. Ayan na.
Ayan na.
Ayan na, sige. Ready na kayo, ha? Kayo mag-cue kung kailan kayo rin.
Tanggal ba? Mga boss.
Ayan na.
Tanggal angas.
Mapapasubo ang ating mga playboys. Ready? Sana, nako, medyo nag-ano ata si MJ.
Dahil ni Super MJ, iniwan ako.
Ayan na, nagsistretching na. Ready. Ready? In 3, 2, 1, go! Meron, ipa-play
Pwede po namin panood yung kay Hot Sauce, like gagawin lang po namin reference.
Ay, kailangan may ganun pa. Hindi, kaya nyo na yan. Off of memory na lang. I'm sure ilang beses nyo na pinag-ulit-ulit yung video ni Hot Sauce.
Kumaro ka lang.
Oo, gawa na ganan. Ayan, manood kayo nung live nung nasa prod team natin ngayon dito sa channel para marinig ninyo yung audio. Yan. Ready? Magbibilang ako ulit ha, para ready at kailangan in sync kayo ang dalawa. Tayo natin mag-refresh. Ayan, ready? In 3, 2, 1, take it away, Playboy!
Kantag! Di kayo... Tayo na sabi interview eh. Sabi niyo interview guys eh. Naskam ako.
Hindi, ganun talaga. Pero again, congratulations sa inyo, Playboys. Grabe yung pinakita ninyong run. And of course, congratulations na din sa ating 69ers for, showing up and giving their best pa rin dito sa Adonis Cup. Again, thank you so much. But before we head on over to our 3 ever so lovely hosts and panelists, I would like to say thank you to everyone. And of course, congratulations ulit sa ating Playboy. So, Likeable Yasumi Esekilu, back to you guys.
Thank you so much to the ever lovely Kitty. Nakasama naman natin ngayon dito sa panel. Ayan, quickly breakdown lang rin natin yung nangyari kanina para naman mabigyan natin ng credit where credit is due kasi meron tayong mga Adonis dito na nagluto talaga. Para sa'yo, Balu, sino yung standout player dun sa team, sa mga nangyari na matchup dun?
For me, Skylar one stood out the most. He fragged out consistently from day one. He showed us how he worked wonders with Jet, mapa-man, mapa-blaze, or mapa-rifleman. Maybe he got shaky on the 3rd and 4th game, but I think he just needed that cuteness buff from Wingman to finally bring home the bacon.
Yes, talagang I actually have to agree with Lou. Skylar Vaughn, one of the most consistent players in the team. Stellar performance from him. Even in a 4v5 situation, as we have seen in their first Ascent map, he still performed. He's still showing up for his team despite losing those 2 maps. And talagang we do see that kahit. But also I want to commend the rest of his teammates kasi even if he's a little bit cold on the hands, his teammates show up for him. MJ shows up, the rest of the team has his back. So we actually see why they emerged champions in this tournament.
And speaking of, para sa akin naman, ang nag-stand out talaga doon ay si MJ Hindi lang dahil sa fragging potential na pinakita niya kanina, kundi sa brains na ginamit niya para ma-lead tong team niya to victory. And on top of that, yung huge moral boost na lagi niyang provide every single map na makasama nila sila. Kasi nga, tulad yung sinabi na kanina, medyo natadown na yung spirit ng team nila nung natatalo na sila. Pero dahil nga sabi niya gusto niya mag-reset, gusto niya ma-boost pa rin yung moral, nagawa niya pa rin yun at naiangat niya, na-uplift niya talaga yung spirits ng team niya. Kaya naman, nanalo pa nga sila. Pero bago pa tayo officially mag-award dito sa mga winners natin, I believe meron tayong closing remarks. Is that gonna be you, Kitty, or shall we call on Miss Gwen herself dito sa ating panel segment?
I think we should call on the queen herself para siya na mismo ang magbigay ng closing remarks para sa atin dito sa Adonis Cup natin.
Ay, pumasok na siya, tas nawala pa. Gwen, queen.
Galaw mo ang gas.
Bumalik ka na.
Amandi.
Natakot si B.
Queen.
Ayan na siya.
He's back.
Ito na ba yung face reveal? Charot.
Ayan, rinig ba ako?
Rinig
Yes, we hear you.
Ano to? Ba't ako nandito? Ay.
Baka may pa-closing remarks ka naman sa mga
Sige.
sumali.
Tata.
Sa mga nanonood.
Actually, tinype ko na to kanina pa eh. Kanina pa kasi akala ko mati 3-0. Pero inabot tayo ng 5 games.
Sila pa rin naman yung nanalo, di ba? Pinatagal lang.
So, yun lang. Gusto ko lang naman mag-thank you dun sa mga sponsor namin na patuloy na sinusuportan yung mga event namin from the Red Light District Cup to Among Us to Hot Drop saka hanggang dito. Actually, mangungutang na talaga ako. Tapos hindi ko babayaran. Pero buti na lang, nandyan sila para sumuporta. Talagang may mga last minute na nagbigay. Sabi niya, sige, huwag mo na problemahin to. Actually, nung birthday ko, parang may magbibigay ng bits sa akin. Tapos sabi niya, bits na lang ba? Or rekta ko na lang sa'yo para, kasi di ba parang lahat ganun. Isakto ng time na yun, parang sabi ko, parang masya-short pa yung budget namin. So, ayun, parang blessing yung nangyari na yun kasi lahat mababayaran namin. Pero simot kami. Pero at least, di ba, wala kaming utang ganun. Kasi yun talaga iniwasan ko, dapat wala kaming issue sa pera. Sobrang thankful ko sa mga sponsors namin. Talaga na binibigyan kami ng makakaya nila. Like, sobrang thankful. Tapos, gusto ko rin mag-thank you kay Stellar kasi siya yung bigla namin naging graphic artist noong 24, 25, 26. Kasi hindi ko makakontak yung original kong graphic artist. So, ayun. Thank you. Tapos, thank you din sa VCT Pips na tinulungan kami para maging kabog tong event na to. Kasi kung wala kayo, ibang caster yung nandun. Charot. Pero kung wala kayo, syempre, iba pa rin yung level kasi pag yung mga talents natin galing dun sa VCT kasi alam naman natin na kilalang kilala kayo sa when it comes to this industry. So, thank you. Lalo na kay Dax kasi siya yung pinaka kontak ko sabi niya, usapin ko yung sa mga kasama ko sa VCT tapos tingnan natin kung sino yung mga interested kasi willing silang mag-help. So, kung isipin nyo, itong sila Laika, sila sobrang helpful talaga nila. Like, nung nalaman ko, hindi ko na-spill kung magkano si Laika, pero nung nalaman ko yung presyo talaga ni Laika, nung sabi ko, i-compare namin dun sa babayad namin kay Laika ngayon, sabi ko, shit, papameriendahin ko si Laika. Sabi ko, ganun talaga. Kasi nagulat talaga ako dun sabi ko, sobrang bait naman pala ni Laika. Ito lang yung inano natin. So, sabi naman kasi talaga nila sa akin na iba yung pressure nila sa community. Tas as much as possible is tutulungan nila yung community kung may time sila. Kasi kailangan, pero kung hindi nila kaya kasi, hindi man laging nandyan kasi kailangan nila magbayad din ng bills. Yun yung sabi sa akin Laika. Very understandable naman yun, pero thank you. Tapos gusto ko rin mag-thank you din sa birthday greetings nyo, lalo na dun sa mga nang-dog show sa akin din sa video greetings. Sobrang memorable nun. Thank you.
Nagpapasalamat ka ba sa ilong ni Lu?
Oo, iba yung ilong ni Lu dun. Talagang parang pinulikat daw yung ilong niya kapapractice doon. Tapos, thank you sa lahat ng participants sa mga naglaan ng time para mag-practice sa scrims, ganyan. Tapos, gusto ko rin mag-thank you sa prod. Happy 1 year. Love ko kayo kahit underpaid kayo. Yun lang naman. At eto pala, hindi pa dito natatapos ang Kweeendom dahil eto yung next event namin.
Siyempre, naghihintay ako. May reveal ba? Nag-freeze ako eh. Parang may pa-reveal eh.
Ano yan?
Nagbibig
Wala
boy
na
ata
daw
ni
mga
Laika.
Nagulat ako.
Baka magbibig boy si Laika. Yan yung reveal.
Ito yung announcement namin. Wala nang Kweeendom. Charot.
Dito na tayo nagtatapos. First and last of the year na pala.
Iba palang announcement. Drum roll ba nga? Drum roll.
May video ba na magpa-play? Ano bang hinihintay natin?
I'm confused.
Hinihintay ko si Plat.
Jump scare ba to? Sobrang...
May pa-teaser naman pala. Yun naman pala yun. Meron na naman tayong red light district. Ano bang dapat naming abangan dyan, Quinn? May pa-idea ka ba na pwede i-share? Nako, iniwan na naman tayo.
Wala ako.
Grabe.
Wala ako.
She's back.
Ano dapat abangan natin? Kasi namin dito sa Twitch na parang biglang nagdadatingan yung mga chicks natin na mga streamers. So sabi ko, why not? Diba? Why not try ulit natin magka-season 2 tapos kunin natin itong mga bagong streamers na to. Pero syempre, hindi to sa mga, baka may mag-comeback from season 1 tapos meron din mga bagong season 2 so di natin malalaman yun. Soon siguro. Pero matagal pa naman to. Pag may pera na siguro.
Ipon-ipon ka muna ulit.
Ipon muna, pero yun.
Ayan, something to look forward naman talaga. Maraming salamat, Gwen. Baka meron ka pang last message before mag-continue na tayo dito sa program natin.
Wala na, nasabi ko na lahat. Pero yun, thank you sa inyo pala. Thank you sa mga casters natin. Thank you kay Lou. Thank you, Laika. Thank you, Kitty. And thank you, Yasumi. Thank you.
And thank you so much as well. At bago pa natin i-end nga itong show, marami pa rin tayo talagang pasasalamatan. Yasumi, bakit hindi mo na simulang pasalamatan yung mga naging participants natin dito sa ating Kweeendom Adonis Cup?
Yes, ayan. Congratulations to all the teams that joined. Congratulations to Boxers, Hot Dogs, and Step Bros.
Also, shout out to Wild Stallions, Red Flags, and Strip Kings.
At syempre naman, congrats and thank you for participating naman dito sa Playboys as well as sa 69ers for that amazing grand finals na napanood natin. Ngayon naman magkaroon tayo ng kaunti, short and sweet na awarding ceremony. Abangan nyo na lang yung graphics natin sa Twitter ni Quen or ni Queen. So Yasumi, why don't you start by doing the honors of congratulating the third placer for the tournament?
Thank you, Laika. Talagang in behalf of the Kweeendom Adonis Cup organizers, sponsors, we would like to congratulate Team Boxers composed of Eugene S., Choosy, Chips, Merkstan, and Skimizer for winning third place and taking home 15,000 pesos.
Good try din naman sa ating mga 69ers, si Lloyd Dream, E-Joinks, Morwheel, Rule, Rem. Di man kaya nag-champion but still you did well. Congrats on being second place and taking home 24,000 pesos.
And of course, congratulations to the Kweeendom Adonis Cup champions. Walang iba kundi sina Super MJ, Skylar Von, Chinook, Kaizen at Avarisha, ang ating Playboys na mag-uuwi ng 30,000 pesos. As we put the tournament to a close, we would like to also thank our sponsors. Pero palakpakan muna pala natin yung champions natin, guys. Round of applause. Galing-galing nila.
Yes.
Yan. So, simulan muna ulit, Yasumi, yung pag-thank sa mga sponsors natin.
Yes, of course, this event would not be possible without our sponsors. We would like to very much thank you to Corazon, Rotobox PH, K-Light, Neolite, Crystal, Gale, and Narrative.
We would also like to thank Hobby Dynamics, Chief Heroes Tribal Cup, Gosu Gaming Gears, Rainfall, Pansit Canton, and Roberi.
We also would like to thank Beetlejuice, Tension 11, Jai25, Happy Dogo, Ilak _5, 5 and Kinker JVD for sponsoring this tournament and making Kweeendom Adonis Cup possible. Thank you so much.
Maraming salamat. So before we officially close this segment ng ating panel and close the entirety of the tournament, girls, i-promote nyo naman yung mga socials nyo o kaya mga kaganapan na mangyayari sa inyo in the future. Let's start with you, Kitty.
Hi guys, my name is Kitty and I would like to invite everyone to follow my social media accounts. That's at OXLustriousKitty on Twitter, on Instagram, and on Twitch. Also, if you guys are into the music from the 90s, 2K, and today, I invite you guys to just, head on over to your radio sets and go on over to 103.5 K-Light and tune into my show 9 o'clock in the morning until 1 p.m. And I would make sure to make you guys feel better. Kasi syempre, who doesn't like listening to throwback songs, diba? Anyway, thank you ulit kay Kwen and dun sa production team ng Kweeendom. I look forward to working with you guys in the future.
All my socials, Isakilu, Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook. Also, thank you, Kwen, so much for giving me this opportunity to host this program. Love you, Kwen. Happy birthday ulit.
Yes, and ako naman, although not Yasumi ang nakalagay, that's most of my socials. That's my Instagram, my Twitter, and my TikTok actually. But my Twitch is it's Yasumi. It's it's rather.
Ano daw?
It's naman kasi every time my IGN is taken, I always say, okay, not Yasumi then, since Yasumi is taken. But anyway, I stream on Twitch, guys. I mostly stream Valorant, but I also stream a variety of games. I would love to see you in my comments. I would love it if you say hi. And yun lang. And I cast on the side, and I also panel. So thank you so much to everyone then na nag-follow in the past days. I have seen it in my chat. Sometimes I check my my chat. So thank you so much, guys, and I hope to see more of you in the future.
Yan, salamat guys. Ako naman si Likeable. You guys can follow me across all social media platforms at xLikeable. You guys can also catch me on Valorant Champions Tour, mapa Pacific League pa man yan, the PH3 broadcast, o kaya naman yung Philippine Challengers natin, split number 2. I will be hosting on both of these major esports leagues. So kita-kita tayo dyan. I will be streaming more often. So sana dumaan din kayo sa Twitch ko. Pero ayan, abangan nyo rin. May special announcement ako na coming in April. Yan, malapit na yung April, guys. So abang-abang na lang kayo sa social media channels ko rin for the official announcement. But I think for this one, I speak in behalf of all of the hosts that we have here. Maraming salamat po sa entire team ng Kweeendom, sa production team, kay Queen, sa mga sponsors, sa mga nanood at nag-cheer, sa mga players, and the casters as well, and everybody else in between. Sobrang na-appreciate namin yung hard work nyo and everything na ginawa nyo para sa amin. Once again, this has been Kitty, Yasumi, Likeable, and Isekilu for Kweeendom Adonis Cup. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
It's a new day. Ride in the storm like a new wave. Shake, shake, shake. Move it to the beat now. Got the heat now. Deep down, we know.